is the Glass Cannon Network.
Happy Wednesday, everybody! We are live! And we're going to play some Pathfinder 2nd Edition. One of our guests for this evening, her internet just went out as the countdown clock was going like 10, 9. We're like, we gotta go live!
And that's the beauty of live.
This is how Lorne Michaels feels.
Yeah, this is like on SNL when Charles Rocket said the F word. On the closing on the last stage, and then he got fired.
Somebody give me a picture of the Pope. Gonna kill time here until Mary Lou comes back. What is going on, everybody? We're gonna have some fun tonight, but I wanted to ask a weird question up front.
Oh boy.
Just to kind of make things weird right out of the gates. We'll have to catch Mary Lou up on this. But
Good.
it's January, trying to get a little healthy, because I tend to treat my body like a highway McDonald's bathroom during the holiday season.
Oh.
Like Pennsylvania highway McDonald's.
Yeah.
Really horrible. And so I, Mary Lou, everybody.
Oh, there she is.
Mary Lou.
Yay!
It's a
She's
Christmas
here for
miracle.
us. Yep.
Mary Lou, I'm talking about trying to get healthy. And
Not interested.
I'm
I think I'm gonna go.
Good answer.
really
I'm actually gonna leave. I think I was right.
Well, let me ask you this. I started, I'm a sucker for Instagram people. I spend a lot of time just when I'm bored and I don't want to do anything, I stare at Instagram. So
That's
I
my
stumbled.
least favorite one.
It's horrible. And I stumbled upon this wackadoo who's very, very popular, he's like, fuck vegetables. They'll kill you.
Is it Liver King?
Yeah, no, it's one of his boys, though. This is like, he was
Well, the
one of
Liver King turns out
He's just mostly steroids.
he is steroids. I tangentially know all about this.
Well, liver's great. It's even better when you juice up after you eat a ton of liver. That's how you really get rich. You gotta really...
Okay. No, that's
Juicy.
cool.
Get it
I
in
think.
there.
I can't say what factor it is. I don't know if it's eating the liver or jacking myself up with androstenedione.
What's the thing that's doing this?
But he is all about like, don't eat vegetables. They're terrible for you. Like you look at a tree and the tree is saying, here, eat these bananas. It's saying this is the good part, and that the
And
plant...
you shouldn't trust them.
You shouldn't. That's right. It's a trap to lure you in.
Okay.
But they're saying that the plant has like natural defense chemicals, and if you eat them over time, it will kill you. That's why you want to eat the sweet fruit part. So he just eats like a burger for breakfast, a burger for lunch, a burger for dinner, and honey, raw milk, fruit, and organs. He's way into organs. He's like heart.
Like
He's
chicken hearts?
Yeah, he's like I like to eat a little frozen heart
he
in the
likes
morning.
to go to church and listen to the music in the sanctuary. It gets him in the right mindset for his workout.
I can see that.
My question is, are any of you way into organs? Like eating organs, or that's not weird?
I used to love like the gizzard. They used to have the gizzard pouch, and we used to eat roast turkey or roast chicken once a week. They have the gizzard pouch in there, that's shoved in there.
So you can do like the chitlins and stuff and the gravy.
Yeah.
I've had chitlins. I've
No,
had
thank you.
chitlins. But I know I cannot say that I'm super into organs. But thank you so much for asking.
I'm glad I know. Because he
very
really
thoughtful.
sells it.
I mean, my buddy who is really into like cooking, trying all different kinds of stuff, been to Italy multiple times. Rocco, you know Rocco. He's a weird dude.
Yeah.
But he's got interesting tastes. He would send us on our buddy's text chain just pictures of his frying pan whenever he made chicken hearts. Just because he knew it would elicit a reaction of like, oh God, what did you do? Like, because there's like 40 of them.
And I can
it's
respect
like, you
that.
killed 40 chickens to like make this little dish. And he's like, yeah, get it, chicken. It's rough.
You know,
I've never had it.
They're considering banning testicles from the Olympics. You can't eat testicles anymore because it's giving people too much testosterone.
That might make you too manly. We
That's
can't
what
have
they're
any of these fake men
It's
playing
out.
sports against real men. It's not fair.
Yeah, real men will eat those things. So they're banning them for people competing in the Olympics.
That's
But
what they're. Yeah, you can.
whose testicles? Who are they eating? Who are they eating? Whose
Let me
testicles
be
are they
clear.
eating?
You can eat testicles and buy a ticket to the Olympics. That's all I'm saying.
That was all I was concerned about.
I didn't
I just wanted to make sure.
Let me make that clear.
So skin, it doesn't affect you at all. Okay, good.
You can't be an athlete who chows down on testicles during their training, which means I will no longer be going out for the bobsled in 2018.
And that's America's loss.
Yes.
So you've moved to bobsled. You were more of a luge dude.
I am, but you know what? I'm all about the team. That's
Feel
what
the
they say
rhythm,
about me.
feel the rhyme.
Something,
Something. It's bobsled time. Come on. Cool
Bobsled time.
Runnings. Come on.
Cool
y'all.
Runnings was one of my favorite movies.
Thank you, Mary Lou.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Awesome.
Skid,
So
you're
good.
from Colorado. Have you ever eaten any Rocky Mountain oysters?
Yeah, I have. But the fun thing is tricking out-of-towners into eating them. That's the best thing.
Yeah.
I once went to the Seychelles, which is a tiny island chain off the coast of like Madagascar, to do a
that's
comedy
cool.
musical for a Saudi billionaire prince.
I'm sorry,
Don't
what?
ask. A Saudi billionaire prince.
I have to.
This is straight
We
out
don't
of an
know his
episode of Schitt's
name.
Creek
I actually
right
don't
now.
have that many details because we never learned his name.
A lot of red flags here already.
No, I don't see why. Just take it. Just accept it. But we were hanging out on the island, and two of the guys that were also in the musical, they were like, we're going to go, and we're going to go to like a local restaurant. We're leaving the resort. And they went to a restaurant, and the local folks were like, oh, yeah, we eat bat here. So bat, you should order the bat. And they were like, oh, my God. Okay, well, far be it from us to disrespect the custom. So they ate bats, and then they found out that that's just what locals tell idiots that nobody eats bat on the island, but they have the dish and it's on the menu just to trick unsuspecting dummies like my
What?
friends into eating bat, and they did.
They were
ate
just,
bat.
here's, on the one hand, I'm like, serves them right. On the other hand, I'm like, they were just trying to appreciate and experience a different culture. I'm of two minds about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but that's a cruel joke. It's like, you got the plague.
Right?
We got you.
Yeah, rabies is only spread by like bats and foxes, and it's like you have inside rabies now.
To
Absorbed
inform you,
rabies.
sir, that you
Yeah.
have inside rabies.
Well, I
Didn't get it from a bite. You bit it.
You bit it.
I'm not tempted to eat bat nor testicles, but
Okay.
frozen liver is really a lot of bioavailable nutrients in there. I don't know. That's what this crazy doctor says. I'm going to check it out. But we are already 8 minutes behind a 9-hour stream, so
Whatever.
we're gonna talk about this. I don't know if this is your first time watching us, or your 100th time, or you're just back to spite watch us because you stopped a while ago because of something Joe said. But I want to welcome everybody to our little dysfunctional family we call the Glass Cannon Network. Obviously, there's a bit of a shakeup in the industry right now, and a lot of new people are checking out Pathfinder, which is very exciting for us because my buddies and I have been playing Pathfinder for a long, long time, and it's great to try new games. And it's one of the best decisions we ever made as a network. And now we've branched out to tons of different series. We've got a Blades in the Dark series, Call of Cthulhu series, Delta Green series, a Traveler series. But what else? That's everything, right?
I think that's mostly everything.
It's mostly
Yeah.
You can
Besides
watch
all
a
the
quick-
one-shots, all the many
a quick
one-shots.
thing of time watch, you know, if you want, go back and see some familiar faces here. Just doing
Yeah.
some time watch. We'll just
One
throw
of the
that out there.
best. One of the best
One of the
cliffhangers
best
I've ever
tasks.
seen.
Yeah, yeah.
We've taken many dips into other systems. We like to give everything a shot. Tomorrow afternoon we're playing Blade Runner, but tonight we're playing the game that we're most known for, and that is Pathfinder. And we call this show Friends of the Pod because sometimes we just want to get together with friends and play a game and not have it be a 300 episode series. So that's what Friends of the Pod is. And so this evening, we have a lot of friends. Obviously, there's the Naish that's watching right now. Obviously, there's Paizo, who is our friend. They've been a champion of our work for a long time, and we'll talk about them in a second. But first, I want to welcome two of our newer friends. For Joe, Skid, and I, we're three of the founders of the company, and we want to welcome two new friends to the show. Paula Deming and Mary Lou. Give it up.
Hello.
Are you clapping at home? Are you clapping at home?
I can hear them clapping.
Thank you so
And the crowd
much.
goes wild.
Oh my God.
The hype train that's happening as well right now is and then there's this chat is crazy pants.
Yeah,
but,
it's
Love it.
I love being a part of this. Thank you for inviting me to join these Glass Cannon shenanigans. I actually had a friend from college who has been listening to the show and then messaged me and was like, "You were on the Glass Cannon?" I was like, "Yes."
funny.
Isn't that cool? No, I'm like, isn't that cool? So I'm pretty happy to be here.
I'm so happy to be here. And I honestly think we were pretty good choices because both Paula and we are Pathfinder newbies.
We are.
We
true.
only recently started playing Pathfinder on, on our Blood of the Wild campaign on Glass Cannon. And that was my first experience with it. And I'm loving it so far, but I'm still learning, still constantly learning.
If y'all want to see what it's like to go from being experienced in D&D 5th edition, for example, and then what would it be like to then start trying to play Pathfinder? I think Mary Lou and I are great examples of that because that's literally what we're doing right now.
Exactly.
Yes, probably a lot of people watching right now that are in that same boat. So this is exciting. We're gonna do something that I consider to be an introductory adventure.
Well, we have another friend joining us tonight. This is a surprise to me and to you.
Wow,
We have another little friend joining us for the
is
first
that
time
Mini
ever.
Skid?
That's Little Skid. Everybody welcome Little Skid.
Hi, buddy.
Hey, how's it going? I'm Little Skid. Hey, hey. It is a real pleasure to be here. We'll be hearing from him later, depending on how things go.
I hope not.
Great.
Skid's in the house.
The chat just exploded. I think Twitch is down. I think Twitch just crashed.
This just goes to show you never know what friends are going to show up.
That's right.
The friends in the pod.
The class.
That's right.
Keep your friends close and your enemies closer.
Exactly.
I don't know how I would feel about having a small puppet creature of myself.
Yeah.
I got to say, it's pretty great.
Okay.
Maybe it's not for everybody, but I'm liking it so far.
I mean, hey, I don't have any experience with that, and you do, so I should really be trusting you on this.
You're wearing the same shirt.
Hey!
It's very.
Pretty great.
It's starting to get uncomfortable.
All right, just you stay there, Little Skid. We'll talk to you.
Do you send him to the DMV when you don't want to go?
Yeah, exactly.
I could.
Put them up on the counter.
I
Yeah.
could. If I wish hard enough, maybe he could be a real boy. That's my game. We'll see how that works.
When I heard about all this stuff going on, I texted our good friend Eric Mona. He's the publisher and COO over at Paizo, and I was like, "We got to do something, dude. We got to. This is a time when we got to show off everything that Paizo and Pathfinder is all about." And we were initially talking about doing the introductory box, but then Joe and I started talking, and it was like, so many people are buying the introductory box. We don't want to spoil that adventure, so I just dug in to a bucket load of Pathfinder Society scenarios and picked one that was very poorly reviewed, because that usually means that I'm going to like it. Because the nerds don't. It's only for us jocks.
Yeah, us athletes.
That's right.
It's us professional bobsledders. I was high on testicles at the time.
Yeah, the real testicle eaters out there. That's who this is aimed at.
Real nut eaters. What I was going to say is, so we're going to be jumping into something that is it's very, very different, and I think it's going to best show off how we play the game, which is going to be different from other tables. But Joe, Paizo is giving away some amazing prizes tonight. We're going to do some giveaways in chat. Talk about it.
Yes, they are. Paizo is very excited to be working with us on this stream and vice versa. And they want the Naish and everybody who's checking out Pathfinder to have an opportunity to jump in if you haven't yet and you want to get your introductory experience to Pathfinder. We're going to give away 2 huge giveaways tonight, 2 huge packages, bundles, essentially, that are great for beginners. There's going to be an entire bundle that is the beginner box, along with a beginner adventure, beginner map, etc. And then another bundle that is a little bit more intense beginner, which is core rulebook, game mastery guide, Lost Omens world guide, and another whole adventure and map and pack and everything like that. So we're really excited about this. If you go into chat right now, we're going to drop a link in chat. McD, our community manager, is hanging out tonight, and he's going to drop a link for you in chat. Click on that link, and you can enter to win. You just got to put in your email, and we'll email you if you win. It'll go until midnight tonight. and then we'll pull winners. I'm not sure if McDee's going to announce them in chat or not, but if you win, you'll get an email by tomorrow that lets you know where you can. And we just got to collect addresses, and we're going to send you all this amazing stuff. So thank you to Paizo for supporting the stream and for helping us get the word out there about Pathfinder. Because like you said, we've been playing this for a decade, more than a decade.
Oh, yeah.
And we love it, and we feel like not enough people play it, simply put. And we're excited to get the word out there with some starter boxes and starter adventures.
Yep, not enough people play it, but that is about to change. Hell, it's changing as we speak. Not only do we just launch less than 2 weeks ago a new Pathfinder 2nd Edition podcast that's exclusive to our Patreon, we are going to be launching a new show, I guess you could say. Our flagship show, the Glass Cannon Podcast, is going to be running a brand new adventure. We finished our 7-year adventure last May, and so we've been just putting live shows out there to kind of prepare for the new story, and our second campaign begins this spring, and we're going to be playing the adventure path that we released today on Paizo.com. It is called Gatewalkers. Book 1 is available right now, as well as the free player's guide. So if you're like, I don't know if I want to buy it, well, get the player's guide, read it, see if it gets your teeth wet, and then you can maybe get into the adventure path, or just listen to us, because we're going to play all 3 books. It's a 3-book adventure instead of a 6-book, which means it'll only take us 3.5 years to play.
Wait, dear, are your teeth wet because you're drooling?
It's a whole thing.
I do want to point out that when you said get your teeth wet, all 4 of our heads went. But then I knew either me or Paula was going to say something.
We have to.
I can't even remember how that started. I can't remember who said that.
I was trying to have a PG version of get your you know what excited. It was like
Get your feet wet. That's PG
wet.
itself. You get your feet wet.
Yeah.
That's
You want to
normal.
get your feet wet, dip that toe right in to the beginner box.
Sometimes you get so fired up your teeth start sweating. That's how good. That's the expression. You really
All right,
want
let's
to
get off
explain
this.
it.
That's it. That's it.
Okay.
Let's get off teeth. I just got off yours. All right, enough. It's 8:17. Mary Lou and Paula are in LA. Joe is in an alley somewhere in New Jersey, and Skid and I are in New York. So we're on different. You're going to watch these decrepit old hillbillies get very tired in a couple hours. Well, these spring chickens are still going on LA time.
Yeah.
I'm only getting stronger. I'm only coming into my powers as a night owl.
Let's see if this.
I'll be doing the opposite, and I poured myself a drink as well. So it's it's the peak here, and I'm gonna be like real good at first, and then it's gonna dip. Don't worry.
Tell how
I'm
fast.
drinking the most LA drink of all. I've never had it before, but it's coffee kombucha.
I was gonna say kombucha.
It's kombucha, but it's coffee kombucha.
Oh.
Drinking coffee.
You're gonna be so buzzed.
It is disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting. It tastes like if you melted feet in battery acid. That's what it tastes like.
Real.
It's disgusting. I am going to drink the whole thing.
We should probably talk about our newest sponsor, Kombucha.
Kombucha.
Awkward timing on that.
Sorry.
Kombucha.
Very Kombucha. No, I poured myself a Whistle Pig Manhattan, a fresh Whistle Pig Manhattan.
Ooh, that's a nice bottle.
Yeah.
Whistle Pig's good stuff.
Yeah, it's my wife got it for me for Christmas, and I got the Luxardo cherries, the whole 9 yards. And I think the easiest way to make sure I maintain my energy is to start the night with a whiskey drink.
And then a lager drink. And then a cider drink.
Lager drink.
You know what's funny? This is the second time Chumbawamba's been mentioned in 2 days on this
I
network.
almost brought it up before we started too, because you were talking about you had to keep clicking on the Skype link before you could get in. And I was going to make a Chumbawamba reference, but then you came in with a Rocky reference, and I was like, well, that trumps my Chumbawamba reference.
Because you get knocked down, but then you get up
You
again.
get up again.
Exactly.
You're never going to keep me down.
Never.
Let's
Skype.
play Pathfinder. Thank you to everybody that has shown up. I apologize to the 300 that have left when I talked about eating testicles. But I hope you've had your fill, because it's going to be a long night and you need your iron. Our adventure begins this city. Our adventure begins. Solid start, Lavallee. Our adventure me take a notice of everything. Our adventure begins this evening in the city of Almas. This is the capital city of the free nation of Andorran, which is one of the largest and most influential cities in the Inner Sea. It's a true melting pot, multicultural melting pot. It's a center of trade, and it's a great place to spend a weekend if you ever have some time away. Especially lovely this time of year. But you're not on vacation. You're on the job as official members of the Pathfinder Society. If you're not familiar with the Pathfinder Society, this is a globe-spanning organization of professional adventurers, basically. The four of you are now all members of the Society. In fact, you're new members of the Society. This could very well be your first mission now that you're no longer initiates. And you have been sent to the Pathfinder Society Lodge in Almas to assist Venture Captain Brackett in a legal matter. Why are they sending 4 brand new Pathfinder Society people to assist in a legal matter? Because this is what the writer of the adventure thought would be fun. And I agree. It's morning. Sun's rising. People are buzzing about. You see market stalls being opened, people setting up food carts, putting out their wares. And we zoom past all of that, and we just see this grand entryway. And behind the entry, think like Arc de Triomphe, right? And behind that is a long walkway that leads in the distance to a shining golden cathedral. You've been instructed to meet in this spot and come as you are. You don't have to dress up. You can bring your weapons. Nothing fancy. You're supposed to meet here. Let's say you arrive one by one. Who shows up first, and what do they look like?
I'll show up first. I'll show up first.
Oh, took it from Skid.
Skid will show up first.
No, I only did it because I felt uncomfortable.
So
You have a
I
genuine-
hate that. I prefer a GM that's like, and you show up first. Tell me what we see.
Why was this a dig against me? How did this turn into a dig? You know what? Mary Lou's character shows up first.
I guess what I'm saying is I prefer a different GM. I guess that's what I'm getting at.
That's nothing new here.
Stop fighting, please. Boys.
Night is young. You get whiskey drunk and fight you. Who shows up?
All right, now I'm really uncomfortable, so I will show up. So you see this elderly dwarf, like clanking about, jingling in full chainmail, with a shield and a gigantic bastard sword strapped to his back. He's got a big, like a 50s school child, like bundle of books with like a belt wrapped around it, like in one hand. And he has these little reading glasses like over the tip of his nose. He has like long graying orange hair, ice blue eyes, and skin.
I'm sorry, ice blue skin?
No.
Just
He has skin.
He
Right.
has it.
Just to, yeah.
So skin.
It's a good
yes.
feature.
It's good, solid.
They
It was
always
a class
ask.
feat, actually, he was able to take, so.
On the character sheet, they always ask, so it's just like, yes, of course. Like, who would not
Skin.
Yes, I
understand?
do have
Yes.
that.
Definitely have skin.
Check yes.
Thank you, Skid. All right, so this aging dwarf rolls up, and you're just standing there, maybe admiring the architecture, as a dwarf would do. And then, who comes next?
Paula does.
You see a young-ish woman. If you looked at her and you were good at guessing ages, you'd guess probably around 28, like upper 20s, not quite 30 yet. In an old like army surplus jacket, tank top, some high-waisted culottes over a wide leg, pants that stop above her ankles. Her hands are wrapped, and she looks like she might be trouble, but you can't tell. And so she kind of walks up. She's got a bright red hair up in a big like fluffy ponytail. and she'll walk up and immediately spot this elderly dwarf and just assume that this is probably one of the people she's supposed to meet if they don't already know each other. Do we already know each other? Is that what you imagined?
I would think
Troy,
probably not, where this is one of your
Right.
first missions. They just picked
We're
4
just like,
people who are perfectly suited to assist in this legal
Right.
matter.
She'll just walk over and be like, "Hi, are you here for the case? Because I am.
Oh,
I'm Mara."
Oh, Mara. Oh, hey. Yeah.
Good. You just
Right.
look. I don't know. There was something about your look that I felt like you were probably here for the same reason as me. Like we don't feel like we quite fit in, right?
Yeah, no. I mean, this is. I'm just so. I'm not used to being above ground. Is one thing. So I feel out of place.
Oh.
Basically everywhere. But
Oh, your skin. She notices. She leans over and is like, "Your skin is a little translucent, but I'm glad that you have some."
oh dear. Oh yeah. Okay. I
Yeah.
hope the makeup would take care of that. But
Oh, what was your name?
my name's Urist Bone Dog.
Bone Dog.
Bone Dog.
I like that name, Bone Dog. Can I call you that?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, a lot of
Great.
people call
You're
me
Bone Dog.
Okay.
And again, I'm Mara.
Mara. Okay. Great. Yeah.
And I'm going to spell that Bonedawg. I assume that's what you meant.
That is correct. Yeah.
As they're exchanging pleasantries, a third weirdo arrives.
You see coming up through the crowd a striking figure who stands out, I would imagine, in this area. At 6'3", this like golden-skinned, bronze-eyed, blonde-haired elf in almost like not regal-looking attire, but fine robes, comes walking through the town with a chin high and a swagger about him. And he makes his way up, and his keen senses of perception immediately lead him to know that these must be Pathfinders in this particular town. And so he comes walking up with a smile and a swagger and introduces himself as Dr. Llewellyn Pierce. It is a pleasure to meet Pathfinders here in Andor, and I haven't been here in quite some time.
Oh yeah. Doctor,
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
I was so distracted by your delightful accent. You are not from here. That I completely was not paying attention to what your name was. Can you tell me again?
Yeah.
You can call me Dr. Pierce. I am...
Dr. Pierce.
Yes, Dr. Pierce, very much so inspired by writing on this call, Mary Lou, who, when we heard what this adventure was about, was like, we can't do this adventure without a Southern lawyer or investigator type. And I thought, who am I to blow against the wind? And Mary Lou, I thought, would take it, but she didn't, and it was left to me, and so here I am. He comes swaggering in, and he is an elf of an emissary background. So he is, I think, there's a good reason why he was picked for this, but there's a very unknown reason why he is level 1. So we're going to have to figure that out at some point.
Same.
Yeah, a very old dwarf and an elf of unknown age with a really striking bearing.
It is not too late to like have a career change. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know?
That's the message
So-
you're sending. Yeah. It's never
Exactly.
too late.
My
Exactly.
favorite thing about him is the chat thinks his name is Dr. Piss.
Well, of course they would. I have never had a character name that wasn't immediately bastardized by the audience.
All
Let them have their fun.
Don't get defensive, Dr. Piss.
Don't get defective, Dr. Piss.
So while
Is
you
there a
guys are
Mrs.
looking,
Piss?
while you guys are looking down the street, from where Dr. Pierce had arrived, behind you, just like suddenly, there's this young goth teen witch. She's got ghostly pale skin, jet black hair, eye makeup, for days. Lots of black, everything black. And she's got a magpie perched on her shoulder. And she says, "Hey."
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Wow. That bird is so cool. Okay, so side note, I have Shape Changer's intuition. So a lifetime of experience helps me see through disguises. I immediately want to know any creature I come within 10 feet of that is transformed into another creature and impersonating a specific creature. The GM rolls a secret perception check for me to realize the creature is transformed, even if I didn't spend an action to do it. But I would like to right now make sure, is this magpie a real bird?
Let me roll that secret check. Is it?
Really, is this a real bird? But I would know.
Yeah, it's a real bird.
Oh my gosh,
Paula,
this
it
bird.
is.
Well, it is a bird. It's perhaps not an average bird. But it is not just like a bird I found. But
Not just like a bird I found.
but it is very much a bird.
Wow.
He
Your bird
rather is a bird. And
So cool.
this figure, she goes, so you've heard of me? You know me?
Oh, no, I just think your bird is cool.
That's so weird. You guys don't know me?
Who?
No, I'm sorry, I haven't had the pleasure. Could you, what is your name?
That's crazy. I'm Charlotte Ann. I'm a medium.
Oh, I'm yours, Bone Dog. I'm a small. Let's get these things out of the way early. you know.
Bottle cap right there, Skid.
Bottle cap, starting bottle cap, roleplay bottle, John.
Yeah. No, that's funny. No, like I'm a medium. Like I talk to ghosts and like see like omens and portents and stuff. I'm like pretty famous.
Are we possibly like from the same hometown? We have very similar accents.
It's crazy, but I feel like I would have known you.
right.
They're doing the girl thing where they're like sizing each other up, and they're either gonna be best friends or abject enemies.
You know, like sometimes I look real different. I have been traveling around a lot the last few years though, because I hunt people down for a living, you know, so.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Charlotte Ann has just decided best friends. When you said hunt people down, she's like, yeah, definitely. Okay, I get it. Yeah. Maybe we're just like not from the same neighborhood. That's why you guys like haven't heard of me.
Went to different academies or something.
Totally.
Yeah.
Totally.
As you're standing there all getting to know each other, sizing each other up and becoming best friends, a young, not teenage, but definitely early 20s kid comes up, and he's got the Pathfinder Society badge on, but he has something under it that lets you know that he's an initiate, because you used to have the same like little thing on your badge that was taken away when you were made full-fledged members. And he comes up to you, and he's like, Venture Captain Brackett will be here shortly. He instructed me to give you this file briefing to brief you on the mission specifics. Have a good day. And,
Well, thank you, son.
Thank you.
And I'll
please.
reach out and take the documents.
I thought you were going to hit me. Sorry. Here.
It's a rather jumpy lad.
I'll see you later. And he runs at top speed for no reason away from you. And let me direct you to our virtual tabletop so you can see this letter.
Already. Go. Oh, dear. Oh, that's a lot of text.
It's a big one. I thought about sending it to you earlier today so you could read it and we wouldn't have to do it on air, and then I changed my mind.
Wow.
So let's start. I could read it, but I'd like you guys to read it. Let you practice your voices a little bit. Skid, you want to start off? Do a paragraph or two.
Popcorn style?
Sure. Yes. Pathfinders, recently the Society's image in Almas has taken a bit of a bruising. Tomorrow you will be assisting me in presenting a case to the People's Council. As you may know, the Church of Iomit is claiming that I didn't... never be able to pronounce that name confidently ever in my life, is claiming that I didn't acquire the Almas Cathedral honestly, though I bought the cathedral from the Church of Eridan here in Almas after it went bankrupt. The Iomedeans are now asking for my purchase to be nullified and the cathedral turned over to their church. It is my understanding that people are also beginning to question whether the Pathfinder Society's significant presence is truly benefiting the city. I am meeting the People's Council tomorrow to argue my case.
I'm noticing that we have this up on stream, and yes, that is the cast of the original Night Court.
Is that on stream?
which wasn't supposed to be on stream. But I like to have fun.
Pull that down, Corey.
I like to have funny, so let's leave it up there. I had
just for fun.
when you click on Roll20, it was the original cast of LA Law, and then when you get to the home screen, it's Night Court. I really want to hammer the legal stuff home.
That's right. I'm excited.
Mary Lou, pick it up there.
Tomorrow morning, we have some time to meet with the members of the People's Council who will be determining if the Society's claim stands. I hope that you can spend some time with the Arbiters and talk up the Society. You're all relatively new members, so I think your perspective on why you joined the Society and the benefits you see in the Lodge remaining where it is now will be helpful. I myself feel that my claim stands on the physical evidence alone. However, since the Pathfinder Society's image has taken a few hits, and I wonder if the Council isn't looking for a way out or a way to prove that letting us stay is the right decision.
And he goes on to say, please take a moment to read the following information on the representatives of the People's Council we are presenting our case to. Joe, talking about Tritus Fiddlewort.
Well, I'll read this first one. Tritus Fiddlewort. And on any other day, I might be asking him to come and share a drink with you all. He has some amazing stories. After a serious injury and the loss of a friend led to his retirement from the society, he decided to try his hand at government intrigue for a while. He intends to set off on another adventure after this term, citing that after a decade of rest and recuperating, he needs to get moving again, lest he undergo the bleaching. He spends a lot of his time advocating for the betterment of non-humans in Andoran. In Andoran. We debated the pronunciation
I'll
of
be
the list
honest,
before the stream, too.
I could listen to a whole audiobook narrated in that voice.
Yeah,
It was great, especially with that microphone. I'm just like,
He mentions in the letter about the bleaching. This is a thing that
Yeah.
So
happens.
it's clearly a gnome.
Yeah, to gnomes in this world. They have to be on the move, because if they stay in one place for too long, they turn all white and die.
really? I didn't know that.
You didn't know that
Yeah.
about so the Pathfinder gnomes in Galarian, they always have to
constantly-
travel. They always have to not adventure necessarily, but they
New
always have to
experiences. They need constant new experiences where they...
Well, that sounds exhausting.
Yeah.
Totally, yeah.
We've all had a friend like a gnome, haven't we?
Yeah.
Paula, tell us about Tala and Freya.
Okay, Tala Farthing. Before her time on the council, she served as an Eagle Knight.
Whoa.
In her government role, she first served on the local Alman People's Council. After discovering she liked working in government, she ran for the People's Council of Andoran. She ran for the People's Council of Andoran. She respects honesty and hard work. Tala is one of the few council members I can guarantee would never take a bribe or oversee a decision she could not be unbiased on. Okay, cool. So we know about her. She's like super honest. All right, let's learn about Freya Grainsong. I don't know much. She moved here as a child from Blood Cove and grew up in one of the poorer neighborhoods. She and her family are merchants by trade. Ostensibly, they own and rent out many of the vendors' stalls and warehouses across the city. Primarily, they sell specialty cooking supplies and olive oils, though I suspect their business is far more diverse than it seems. That's from Venture Captain Brackett Almas Lodge. So maybe they're like fencing money or something. They're like a fence or laundering is what I mean.
I like them already.
And also it says in the letter that you're supposed to meet the People's Council tomorrow morning, but that's happening right now as far as you know, which means this nerd was supposed to give you that letter at
Oh, no.
your hotel.
What?
Oh,
no.
take his
Very
pin
irritating.
away.
Yeah, this is terrible. I don't have
No
time to
wonder.
prepare.
No wonder he ran off. Well, it's not too long before you finish going over the briefing that a man approaches you. Not a pimply-faced teen. He's got a mustache, manicured goatee, and a ponytail. From everything you've heard about this description, you know this to be Venture Captain Brackett. I have a picture of the gentleman that I will show to you right now. Because some people like...
Oh.
Oh, that's
Hello.
good. I was picturing him older.
There he is. That's Venture Captain Brackett. He walks up to you confidently. He's like, "Good morning. Thank you for coming. I trust you read my briefing last night."
Well, no, actually, we only got it just now.
Jimmy. Well, nonetheless, I hope you're at least well rested and ready for a busy day at court. Yes?
Yeah, definitely.
I love
Uh,
court.
Yeah.
I would have liked a little more time to prepare, but I suppose we can do this off the cuff, as it were, but that puts us at a disadvantage. Is there anything else you can tell us about this council or these folks that you might have left out of your letter? Anything that would give us an advantage?
Yes, he pulls out a timepiece and looks at it. He's like, "Well, but let's walk and talk." And he starts walking you along this the walkway through the arch in the direction of the cathedral. He's like, "I want to make sure we're not late. In fact, I'd like to get there a little early so that we may speak with Valor. This is the Iomedean representative. I'd like to speak with them before we start. We'll be presenting our case against Valor, as it were. A quick chat with them would be wise. We're actually going to the Golden Cathedral here to present our case to the People's Council, as I mentioned in my letter. Come." So as he begins walking to the Golden Cathedral up ahead, which is coincidentally called the Golden Cathedral, you start passing through the main street in Almas. And even at this early hour, the city is already bustling. It's actually kind of comforting. You've got the sounds and smells of like street food vendors selling breakfast, the crisp morning air, and it's all carried on and mingled with the nearby ocean breeze, because you're right on the coast here in Almas. If you look down the side streets, all the vendors are like setting up their carts, getting ready for another busy day. Brackett's walking and talking. He's like, "Well, I know you read my brief, but let's go over some of the basics, just to make sure we're all on the same page. About 11 years ago, I purchased our Pathfinder Society Lodge, which was formerly the Almas Cathedral, and I got it at a very deeply discounted price. And I got the discount because the Church of Aradin here in Almas had gone bankrupt. It was very scandalous, but the purchase was appropriate. Everything was above board, and I like to think that we have used the building to help the people of Andoran since we've set up the lodge here. It seems that not everyone agrees, and the Church of Iomade has thrown the legitimacy of our claim into question. To complicate matters further, recently a woman was murdered on the steps of the lodge, and
No.
yeah, she was murdered, and
Murder.
she was killed. Yes, it happens all the time in this fantasy world. You'll probably kill people before the night is over.
I mean, like, I've killed people sometimes before,
Yes,
so it's
it's-
okay.
It's really a big part of this game.
love
It's
that.
a lot of killing. But she was killed, which is whatever. But her ghost appeared shortly thereafter,
And he immediately looks, Dr. Llewellyn Pierce immediately looks at Charlotte Ann.
Yay!
Yay!
Oh,
Ghosts. Great. Yeah, I do that.
great.
ghost appeared, and there's ghosts everywhere. It's a fantasy world. But this ghost blamed the Pathfinder Society Lodge for her murder. Obviously, that doesn't look good for us. Thankfully, our agents went right to work and proved that the whole thing was fabricated. In fact, it seems that it was orchestrated by Chalaxian spies. And now as we've dug further, it seems that someone else might actually be pulling the strings. We haven't ascertained who it is yet. Truth be told, I can't think that this whole string of unfortunate circumstances that's dragging the Pathfinder Society here into the mud might all be related.
How do you get a ghost to, lie about who killed them?
That's the same
What do
thing
you
I said.
bribe a ghost with?
Exactly.
You're already dead. You've already lost everything, right? Why not tell the truth?
It was very strange. I did not head up the investigation, but I trust the men and women that were behind it, and they said that it was all... it could have been like a Scooby-Doo thing with projection screens, like it wasn't actually a ghost.
Oh, maybe the ghost wasn't real. Got it.
That's what I thought, but...
Or maybe she thought she was telling the
Yeah, you
truth.
think it's a
Correct.
ghost
What if
and
they
it's-
set up the murder so it
Yes.
appeared to the ghost to be the Pathfinder
Yes.
Society?
Yeah.
That is why you are a medium. Because you could sense maybe what had happened to convince this ghost she wasn't lying.
You're so
Pretty
right.
good, Charlotte Ann.
You're so right. I
I'm
know.
sorry,
Thank you.
Charlotte Ann, is it?
Charlotte Ann.
You're a... He pulls out his paper. A trained medium?
Yeah. That's what I said.
Okay.
Do you have a question about that?
He
No,
looks
no.
like he seems like does he not know what all of our jobs are?
No, I know. I just was checking my notes. Must have Jimmy. He made my itinerary. Anyhow, do you have any questions? We're going to be there shortly. Anything about the letter? Any phrases that I use that you don't know about that I could help explain to you about what's going on? Names? Talk to me.
Could I do... Well, okay, well, if they're blaming Chelaxian spies, what interest does Cheliax have in this town, in this place?
We do not know, and honestly, that shouldn't be a part of our discussions at all with the people.
Inadmissible.
No, it's very,
A secret? I love secrets.
it's very possible that it's admissible, but it's not really germane to the case at hand. Right now, we just have to. I hate to use the word argue, but that's the way they use that word in court. We have to argue against this representative of the Church of Iomedae that we have the rightful claim. Mentioning that this problem with Cheliax isn't really helpful. Does that make sense?
Yes, that totally makes sense. What do we know what the motivation is for the Iomedae? Say that word again.
Iomedae.
Iomedae.
Iomedae,
For Iomedae wanting the cathedral back. Did they approach you before bringing the suit to ask you for use of it, and you said no, or is this the first you heard of it out of the blue?
So I don't know how familiar you are with Aridin, but Aridin is dead. And Iomedae is considered the inheritor. Iomedae sort of picked up the charge when Aridin died. And so because of that, they believe that the defunct Church of Aridin should be rightfully inherited by the Church of Iomedae. But our claim is that, then why didn't you purchase it? We walked in and we had the money. It was all completely above board. I can't stress that enough, and I will be stressing it if they ask me again.
Well, who did you purchase the church from?
A real estate agent.
A real estate agent owned the church?
Yes,
And
I
is
may
the
have
real
their-
estate agent in the room with us right now?
We're outdoors, madam.
It's a turn of phrase.
I see. No, this was I have the card right here. They're from Corcoran. She was an agent at Corcoran Real Estate.
Corcoran.
Yes.
Real estate.
It's a real estate agency in New York.
Oh, yeah, great.
Oh, I see.
Do me a favor.
Was it just
if
a
you
real
end up
estate agent,
getting
or was it a
property
real tour?
from her, just mention me. What was that?
Was it a real estate agent or a real tour? Because they are different. A realtor is different from just a real estate agent.
Also, when you buy a
love that
property,
you know that.
you don't just give all your money to the real estate agent and then own the property. You know this,
I
right?
understand this. I signed the papers. I went through the whole process.
Who was
seller
the
paid
other
the
person
fee.
that signed the papers?
The person that was the landlord of the former Church of Aridin. I really think we're getting off to a rough start here, and this isn't important to the case. I'd be
What
happy
about
to.
escrow? You haven't even mentioned the escrow.
No, I paid for it in cash. There is no escrow. The loan is paid off. This was 11 years ago.
Was the inspection done?
The inspection was done. There was some problems with some black mold. I overlooked it. They needed a new
Ladies and
septic
gentlemen,
tank.
Pathfinder.
Should
We
roll
can
some
move on.
dice
I just
to
really
see
quickly,
who the black mold was?
want to make the pun. Was it a real estate agent or a fake estate agent?
Oh.
It's not.
Enjoy.
It's a great
Right.
question, regardless.
I,
Not just an
I'm
amazing pun.
legitimately wondering. No offense, Captain.
No, none taken. Until now, I'd never considered that it was a fake estate agent. Perhaps
Well,
this
that's
is
how
where
they
our
get
trouble
you.
began.
That's how they
Well,
get
let's indeed leave that out of our arguments today, Mr. Brackett. Can I do
Captain. Captain.
Captain Brackett? I am
Does the people
sorry. I
call
meant
you
no
Mr.
disrespect.
Pierce?
Could I can I do a legal lore check? Just actually, I don't have that. I do
I
have it.
have it.
I have it.
I was like, if you don't have it and you need, just whisper it to
Two
me.
people with legal lore.
I thought we should have it, right?
Yeah. So
I get it because I'm a bounty hunter.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
That's cool. You gotta constantly defend yourself in court for
I'm
murdering
like,
people.
I need to know the law because I'm
I did it
chasing
legally.
down lawbreakers.
I'd like to do a quick legal lore check just to see that, just in general, if this really is good guidance to not be prepared for or mention the murder that just happened on the steps during these arguments. Like, I could see that being a good idea, which is like, don't bring that up. It's not relevant, and it'll obfuscate the actual issue at hand. Or is this guy just doesn't know what he's talking about, and he's going to foul us up by trying to hide that? Oh, that's a really good roll. 22 on legal lore.
22 on legal lore. Yeah, it seems like, and he mentioned this in the letter as well, that you're going to be questioned on. They want to know more about you as Pathfinder Society members. It's kind of like proving the worth of the Pathfinder Society. Why is it better to have a Pathfinder Society here than a church that helps the people of Andoran?
Yeah.
And so they want to know more, and he said this in the letter, like, tell us about you. Why did you choose to do this? So you're kind of like selling the Pathfinder Society.
Oh dear. I think that Dr. Pierce can't help but once again try to sneakily look at Charlotte Ann and just be like, uh-oh. It's like goth teen. It's going to be like, here's why I got into it.
What?
What?
No, say it. Like, what were you gonna say? Like, you're looking at me and you're like southernly looking at me, and I just like, I think you should say it.
Nothing, my dear. I think you'll be fine. Let's go in. Let's go in.
Yes, you have to understand that in cases like this, sometimes the council will weigh all the evidence, but they mainly want to take into consideration what best serves the people. And in this case, although our evidence is stronger, in my opinion, the council may deem that the people of Almus and Andoran are better served by acquiescing to Valor's request.
I see. So less a court of law and more that other thing.
Yeah, like
Court
it's
of
not very clear
arbitration.
though.
More an arbitration.
This is an arbitration. Arbitrage.
It's arbitrage. So these three people you mentioned in the letter, are they the only members of the council? Are they three making the decision on this?
Those three will be making the sole decision, so we'll need to sway at least two of them.
Well, it'll be of the utmost importance then that we speak to the things we think they value the most based on the little amount of information that we have. The Eagle Knight should be very easy. Focus on those valiant protection of the people. The others, not so sure yet, but we can always twist our words ever so slightly to make sure they fit right into the alleyway what these people want to hear.
Yes,
Yeah.
and with your training, you would all probably already know some information that would be helpful.
Indeed.
And this is where some recall knowledge checks can come in.
Yeah.
So the way this works is you can, with the information you have so far, try to gather, not recall knowledge, try to gather, you can gather information and recall knowledge about this that might just help you going into this. However, this is how it works. These are secret checks. So these are checks that are rolled by me. So I have all of your sheets here. If you want to gather information, that's a diplomacy check. We don't have to role play it all out, but you have to tell me if you want to do that, and I'll tell you what you learned, if you learn anything. And then if you want to recall knowledge, you tell me you want to do that, and I will tell you what you learned based on the checks that I've pre-made, knowing what your character's stats are. Here's how this works. Behind the scenes, a failure, you don't learn anything. A success, you learn something. A critical success, you learn like something you wouldn't have learned with just a basic success. However, a critical failure, which you don't know if you'll get, gives you false information. So it's up to you looking at your, for example, we'll start with gather information through diplomacy. You look at your diplomacy score, you can tell me if you even want to bother sort of digging into your Rolodex of things you may have heard while you're out boozing last night when you were supposed to be resting for the case.
I absolutely want to gather information. I have a +3 in diplomacy, but also my little friend, his name is Pika. Charlotte Ann goes, "Hey everybody, I forgot to introduce. This is Pika," and he goes, "Caw." And he's my best friend. Pika, he has a special feat. Pika is my familiar. He's my witch familiar. And he has an ability called Snoop. So he keeps his eyes and ears open, ready to relay every snippet of gossip that he catches.
I love this.
So he gives me a +1 to my diplomacy check to gather information.
Okay, and you had a +3. Great.
So I have
So
a +4.
old, what's his name?
Pika.
Pika. So Pika, he was while you were getting ready for bed, Pika was out roaming and listening, and did learn some information. Pika learned that Tritus Fiddlewort did not willingly retire from the Pathfinder Society. Instead, he was forced to resign for collaborating against the Society with a rival organization, an organization known
The
as
Aspis Consortium?
the Aspis Consortium.
Yeah.
And because of that, he secretly holds a grudge against the Society.
Ooh,
That is juicy goss.
juicy.
Yeah,
Keep in mind,
So,
that could be a complete lie.
that's true.
okay.
But that's what
Pika,
you believe to be true.
Pika is sitting on my shoulder and he's going like into my ear and I'm going, ooh, nice. Okay, guys, we'll talk later.
I was also hoping to gather knowledge because as a bounty hunter by trade, I'm very used to like getting to a place and then like scoping it out, listening around, like seeing what the deal is so that I'm prepared for every situation that I go into. So I think maybe I would have gone out and tried to overhear some things. And I just naturally have a +4 in diplomacy. I don't have like a bird that gives me any buffs. That just like, but your bird is so cute.
Some of us have birds, but that's okay. You're cute by yourself.
Oh my gosh, thank you.
What about Eurist
Just
and
calls it as I
Dr.
sees it.
Eurist and Dr. Pierce? Are you interested in gathering information, or you slept in or
Indeed.
went to bed early? Okay. Eurist?
Oh yeah. No, I'm not going to gather information.
You're not?
I'm going to recall knowledge.
Okay. You can do what? You can do both.
Yeah, I'm not going to gather information. Well, yeah, you know what? Why not? You're saying this is retroactive from last night,
Yeah.
just talking to people
Just
already.
thinking.
If you're bad at it though and we fail, we're gonna get bad info.
I don't get. Are you really, Dr. Llewellyn Pierce? You think I'd be bad in a bar setting? I am a smooth talker.
You make me so southern, I can't do it. I can't listen to this accent and
You're
not go
catching
southern.
it. It's contagious.
Oh my god, because Paul actually is Southern. I'm so embarrassed. I forgot
Foghorn
that.
Leghorn.
Your accent is great. I'm loving it. But yes, I actually am southern. Look, I know how we both roll, Joe. So
Yeah, but I'm
It's
not
not
rolling.
good.
He's
Troy
not
is.
rolling.
that's true. Troy's rolling.
That's true.
So Dr. Pierce is going to go out and he's a man of the people, despite his, please don't be so put off by my radiant angelic appearance. He'll talk to gather information. He has a +5 diplomacy.
Okay. Yeah, and I have all your sheets, so I
You're
have
way
all
better than you. I have to do it. You're better than both of us.
Joe's first instinct is always the worst one, but then he comes around at the end. Eurist, are you in or out for trying to gather diplomacy? What was your night
Yeah,
like?
I think Eurus is not a very charismatic person at all. He's not very well suited for trial law, but he loves it. So he's gonna go out. Will have gone out. It's Pooh perfect, right?
Pooh perfect.
I will have gone out the night before to kind of just hit up a couple of local towns. Like, he's new in town, so he's like just trying to get the lay of the land. And so he's going to try to awkwardly, off-puttingly try to gather some information about where he finds himself.
Well,
and then I would also like to do a recall knowledge check as well.
Okay, yeah, great. Well, I'll do the diplomacy first, and then we'll see who wants to check knowledge. But unfortunately, Urist and Mara don't really find out anything that's going to be helpful to them.
Right.
However, Dr. Pierce does, or at least he thinks he does. You hear, maybe talking to someone in their cups last night, that Tala is renowned for her fairness. As a retired Eagle Knight, a former freedom fighter, an Eagle Knight is like a freedom fighter from this area, Andoran. She appreciates the skills and influence that both Pathfinders and the Church of Iomedae can use to help Almus and Andoran. So she hasn't quite made up her mind, like maybe other members of the council have. She especially appreciates some of the society's more recent efforts in fighting against all of the ugly trading that was going on across the Inner Sea. You also learn that Tritus is a retired Pathfinder, and sometimes he mentors young locals interested in joining the society. Now I don't know how much you've shared with your new friend here, Charlotte Ann, but that does conflict slightly with the information that she and Pika learned.
I am perfectly willing to share everything I learned with my fellow Pathfinders. I think I would be... So, this Tritus fellow is a staunch supporter of the society. I think we'll be in a good place with him. He even educates young locals in what they need to do to become members.
I'm sure he does. Charlotte Ann
And that
does...
is a fact.
Sure, yeah. Charlotte Ann does not 100% know or trust these people just yet. So she's not gonna just now say what she learned. She's just gonna put that into her little knowledge bank and chew on it for later. She'll tell people when they need to know.
Okay.
Tritus sounds like a good guy.
Yes, indeed.
Love that he's mentoring the youth.
It does make me a bit suspicious, though, I must say, after reading
Does
this
it?
letter and understanding. Yes, because if it is, in fact, an Eagle Knight who could be above reproach when it comes to fairness, and another who is already a friend of the society, in fact, instructing young ones in it, that sounds to me like it would be so easy to get 2 of 3. Almost too easy. Something's not right here.
I think I like what you're thinking. I like the way you think.
Thank you. Now, can I get that paper? I want to look at that paper. And so Dr. Pierce is an investigator. He's an elf investigator, and he's got this ability called Pursue a Lead. And with this note, I think he reads this note. He's got an 18 intelligence. I think he reads this at a whole other level than I would read
smart.
it. And so I would like to take a few minutes, 22 minutes to be exact, and really dig into, he's gonna put the Eagle Knight to the side for the moment. He feels that doing a fair and balanced argument is something that it would be easy for him to do. However, if he needs to play some politics with the other ones, he's got to learn a little bit more about them. Now, he is reading the words of someone else, but he wants to dig into the wording here, and he wants to pursue a lead on these 2, which essentially means he targets these 2 people as objects of his investigation, and his focus basically will give him a +1 on checks of recall knowledge about them. Or about anything involving them directly.
Okay, great. Now, you said it takes you 22 minutes. If that's the truth, you're going to be a little distracted because of Jimmy giving you the letter the day of. You're reconciling the information in the letter on this walk to the cathedral.
Yeah, you could even say he can't do it, which I would understand. If it's the gavel's banging, we have to go in. I just didn't know the timing, but you tell me. Because it does say it takes a minute to dig into it, and then he can't do another one for 10 minutes. So if I could only do one, I could only do one. You tell me.
Would you like to then eschew the recall knowledge to fully focus on this? Because then I'll let you do it.
Well, I guess I just don't understand that. Sure.
You said it takes your full focus. Is it more of a
no? It takes your full focus.
Flavor thing, like you can
but
still
the
do other
recall
stuff.
knowledge then is just a roll, right? So like,
Right.
why would I need to forego that?
That's fair. I was over-interpreting. You were like, it takes my full. I can't even talk to anybody else. But it has not been 22 minutes. So just to let you know. Let me just ask you this in the interest of keeping things moving: is anybody not recalling knowledge?
I'm not. I don't have anything useful in the moment.
Okay. And I should let you know you can roll society. Everybody has some points in society, but
Oh,
Yes. Did
I
we
have
all
a-
choose points in society?
yes, and some of you
Yeah.
chose points in legal lore. Let's just say you all roll it then, for the sake of moving
Yeah.
on. Yet again, Urist, you might have had a rough night. You didn't learn anything, and Mara, you also didn't learn anything.
Mara's the worst. I hate her. She's so dumb.
We're not even an hour in.
No, we
She's
just
so
started.
dumb. Why is she?
She's
I'm
so
not even
dumb.
rolling the
She's
dice
like-
and it's not going well.
She's in a new city. She's excited. She's sightseeing. I'm defending her. She's my new best friend.
Oh, okay, thank you. She's so distracted by this bird, she can't actually properly remember anything. So
However, Dr. Piss and Charlotte Ann are quite knowledgeable. And Dr. P, you hear through the grapevine that most members of the People's Council take their responsibility to serve their country and its people very seriously. And they are as diverse in their membership as they are in their opinions. Andoran prides itself on welcoming all, and open disrespect of others is not acceptable. Meanwhile, Charlotte Ann learns that the People's Council thrives on games and intrigue. If you think that just the moment you think that a council member is starting to like you, it's just a mask they're wearing. They actually don't like you at all.
My kind of people.
Yeah.
Okay.
It sounds like high school. I think we should.
And just for the record, Charlotte Ann pretty much just got out of high school. So
Yeah, you're
she's
perfect. You can
her
talk
claws
to
are
ghosts.
already sharp from experience. She's going to turn to her compatriots really quickly, who are quickly growing in her esteem. But she still doesn't 100% trust them just yet.
we just met.
Because we just met, but she
Like,
gets
don't be
vibes.
foolish, you know.
She's going to just sort of sotto under her breath. Hey guys, things might not be exactly as they seem here. So I just want everybody to be really cool. Be cool. Don't be like uncool. And keep your eyes peeled, okay? And no, I won't
Okay.
explain. Okay, I'm ready.
And sure enough, you reach
Great.
the gates of the Golden Cathedral. And right when you get there, you're immediately greeted by a page, another one of these Jimmy-type characters, who's like,
Jimmy
"Oh,
Page?
this way." It's
Jimmy Page?
actually.
Oh,
yeah.
man.
You're met by Jimmy Page.
Oh, man.
He's playing guitar just like so well.
Oh my god, I'm so nervous.
He's just jamming. It was
the last person I expected to run into in this adventure. So,
Jimmy Page is standing outside the gates of the Golden Cathedral, and he sees you, puts his axe away, and ushers you into a meeting room. It's neither large nor small. You could call it medium. It's
is it
well
on
lit.
is the meeting room on the first floor or second floor?
It's actually on the third floor.
Oh, so we have to climb the stairway.
All right.
Oh, okay. Ease down there, big
All
skin.
right.
Also, just want to take a second. I hadn't said it before, and I feel bad. Big thank you to Syrinscape for the music, for providing
yeah.
this lovely background.
Yeah,
The city
thanks.
sounds,
quite good.
the rolling water on the coast, and this
Oh.
music always makes me think of Side Quest Side Sesh. It
I
just
had
puts
you
me like
muted.
right there.
I hadn't heard any of it. Now it's like I'm really transported. Totally different game.
Yeah.
Jimmy Page wasn't there. All right, so you're on the third floor. You do take the stairway, not to 7, but to 3. and you are escorted into this small, medium-sized room, well lit. It's furnished with warm wood furniture, and it actually has a large window on one wall that overlooks a courtyard below. And you're there with Venture Captain Bracket. On the wall that doesn't have a window, there's a painting depicting any of you who know anything. It's a unit of Eagle Knights, and they're like routing undead foes, an undead army in a gloomy forest. And you have a moment to kind of look about. If any of you looks at the plaque underneath the painting, you see that this is actually a thematic presentation rather than a depiction of a specific battle. It's basically an ad.
So it's like a lie.
Yeah, it's an ad, like, join the Eagle Knights.
Great.
Fight undead. The room, you can see, is set up for 3 individuals to sit at a long table with their backs to the window. You assume this will be the chairs for the People's Council. And
does that mean we'll be seeing them in silhouette? Will we be able to actually see like their faces and stuff when they're talking to us?
Absolutely, yeah. Well, it's I guess from the light coming in, you'll be able to see them.
Okay.
It's well lit in here.
Just making sure it's not like it's the thing where it's like you're not even going to be able to see their faces. So
Right.
There goes your investigation. Copy.
Freaky.
Good. I'm paranoid. Okay.
Just like, thank you for coming.
Yeah, exactly. It's like this is ominous.
It is time for you to present your case.
We will judge you anonymously.
Like in Network. Ever seen Network?
Yeah.
Anyways, there's on the other side of the table there is a large chair, a single chair, and then there is with a little table in front of it, and then to the right is a slightly larger table with 5 chairs. And so you can just assume that's for you, and the other one is for this valor that Captain Brackett was speaking about. But you're the first to arrive. There's nobody else there. You're in the room for 2 or 3 minutes before the door opens. And now no one ever inquired to Captain Brackett about valor.
That was on my list. It's like, I didn't understand that because he said, like, it's very important that we talk to him. Like, right? Didn't he say it almost as if he was like...
Yeah.
He said it's very important that we talk to them. And now it starts to make more sense when the door opens and a large automaton walks in.
Oh, dear. How are we going to win a case against an automaton?
We're smarter
it's just
than it.
this like full body suit of armor that walks in. It's showing battle scars on the armor, and there's a huge symbol of Iomade emblazoned on the chest. And they just like look in your direction and start speaking to you. In fact, back in our VTT, I will show you what Valor looks like. Think like the Iron Giant, but also, do you ever watch Full Metal Alchemist?
Yes.
It's kind of like the kid, the brother. Can you guys see it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Looks awesome.
Brother.
It's a little bit like Awesome Andy from She-Hulk. There's like a giant robot who works at her law office, and this is... Yeah, anyway.
That's Valor. And Valor... Gotta get that Night Court image out of there.
Yeah. We're really going to have licensing issues.
Especially when they just relaunched a new Night Court.
There's a reboot.
There is? I did not know that.
Yeah, and John Larroquette's in it. And anyways, the automaton turns towards all of you and says, "Greetings, Venture Captain Brackett. I hope you had an agreeable morning. I, myself, enjoyed the walk today. I only wish that I could smell all of the smells that you can smell, but I am but a simple automaton. Though my faith in the Inheritor gives me all of the most sincere feelings of life I could ever need, the simple human senses of smell, taste, and the emotion you call love have always eluded me, and always will."
It kind of sounds like you need them, though, because you're saying you wished you could smell everything. And then you couldn't. And you're like, but I don't need it anyway. But I think that's just you trying to tell yourself you don't need it. But I think you do. And let me tell you, it all smelled really good. And we're like buoyed from it. You know what I mean?
The automaton like cranks its head towards you. I see that you brought some...
Maher's standing there like with her, like she got like a little attitude, you know, like her arms are crossed. And she's just like,
I see that you brought some friends with you. Are you hoping to sway the representatives with personal tales? Before Captain Brackett can respond, Valor says, please, take no offense. I would do the same. I will admit I think you've done a great job with the cathedral so far, but again, don't take this personally, as they say. The church and I believe that the building could be put to better use under our more legitimate stewardship. Your society spends too much time collecting and hiding away the past and not looking enough to the future. The society's numerous enemies are only going to continue causing problems for Andoran if it has such a prominent position here in our capital city of Alnus. You and I both know, Captain Brackett, this transition is long overdue. Well, now I've done it. I've given away my big speech. Please, allow me to begin again. Greetings, Venture Captain Brackett. I hope you had an agreeable morning. I, myself, enjoyed the walk today. My name is Valor. Who will I be deliberating with today? And they look in your direction.
Hi, I'm Mara.
Hi.
I'm Dr. Llewellyn Pierce.
Dr. Piss, I read your treatise on... Actually, I forgot what it was about. I just wanted to make a joke about mishearing your name.
Jokes come hard to you, I imagine.
Ha ha ha. And you, dwarf?
Oh, me? I'm Jurist Bone Dog, attorney at law.
Head snaps towards Charlotte Ann.
Oh, I'm Charlotte Ann. I thought you probably already knew that. Perhaps you've heard of me?
She assures us she's quite famous.
I am.
I have not.
Just in that like friendly way, Mara's gonna kind of lean over to Charlotte Ann and just whisper like, I don't think as many people like know you as you think. So maybe stop assuming, because it's actually kind of like, you seem really cool and I don't want you to be like embarrassed when people don't like actually know you, so.
Oh, I don't get embarrassed, so don't worry about that.
Oh, okay, cool.
It's a marketing strategy. The more that I say that I'm famous, the more
people actually
will
believe that you are. Girl, I get it. Okay, cool. Never
and I'm
mind.
saying this at full voice, like I'm not like whispering.
Everyone's trying to be an
Anyway,
influencer.
Valor, I loved your speech. It was so crazy that when you were talking, I couldn't help but think of this like random quote. It was so crazy. Those who do not study history are doomed to repeat it. And then you repeated yourself. It was so funny.
Oh, yeah.
Very interesting.
I heard it.
The automaton stares at you with no eyes and no expression, and it's uncomfortable. And the door...
Sorry. So, Valor, will you be leading the questioning, or will the counselors themselves be asking us these questions? Who will be deposing us?
I am here just as you are, to defend my right and my people's right to the cathedral. The People's Council will be the ones adjudicating the matter. Door opens. Oh, and here they are. And sure enough, the door does open, and people start coming in, and the first person you see is this gnome. You can actually see like a little bit of streak of white in his hair as he goes over to shake hands with Valor. And then he hobbles over to you, and you're all taller than him, and he greets you one by one. He's grabbing your hands, and he's like, I am so excited to be working with Pathfinders once again, even if it's not the way that I imagined I would be. You are most welcome here. Most welcome. Captain Brackett, it's a pleasure to see you again. I must take my seat. And he goes off to take his seat.
Can I immediately roll a sense motive? Or a perception against his deception DC?
Yeah.
I'll just say one more time, just in case I'll throw out there that I do have this ability to sense if they come in 10 feet of me, whether or not people are like disguised at all. I'm not saying that any of these people would be, but just throwing it out there.
Throw it out there, and at least this gnome seems to be a gnome. He pulls it off, and he's a robot. Let's get them. All right, so what do you think? You scared?
God, how does he have it so fast?
Just like you got a button that does that? All right, what are you doing, Joe?
I'd like to do a perception check. I'd like to sense motive.
Oh, sense motive.
Discern lies.
I have
Something like that.
a hex cantrip called Discern Secrets, where I call upon my patron's power to better uncover secrets. I can cast it on a target who is recalling knowledge, seeking, or sensing motive, and the target gains a +1 status bonus to whatever they're using for that roll. So I'm going to cast that, and I'm going to cast it on Dr. Pierce.
Nice.
I think Dr. Pierce is actually your best friend.
You're all my best friends.
There's a bit of a flourish here, and people look in your direction as you cast this spell, but they just assume you're a teen high on drugs. No one says
And I might be.
anything. Joe, what'd you roll?
I'm just stroking my bird on my shoulder.
All right, so Troy, where did we end up on this pursue a lead? He doesn't have time to do it, or he did
It has
have
not
time?
been 22 minutes yet.
Okay.
You don't get the bonus yet, but you do get the bonus from...
Well, it only takes 1 minute, but you can't do a second one for 10 more minutes, is what
In
I'm
that
saying.
case, then yeah, you've had plenty of time.
All right, so then I'm gonna say that because this gnome was the one I picked, not the Eagle Knight. The gnome was one of the ones I picked, so I'm just gonna do a +1 and then another +1, and so that's a 27 perception check.
Wow.
Nice.
You don't detect a drip of insincerity.
All right, so when
Wow.
he was like, I'm so excited to see Pathfinders, like it sincere, good.
And that's Fiddlewort?
That's Tritus Fiddlewort.
That's Tritus Fiddlewort. Good to know.
So it is unlikely that the information we got about him being forced out for collaborating with Aspis is correct.
So yeah, seems like maybe he's actually
Or-
a good guy.
Or we, I don't know.
Maybe,
Yeah,
maybe
who
we
knows?
suck.
Maybe
He's just
real good.
excellent. Yeah,
If
I
he
mean,
was a spy, it would probably
He'd be
be
good at
very
that.
hard to detect that lie. Well, you also see a female human who comes up and greets Valor, and then greets each of you and just introduces herself as Tala Farthing, with very little pleasantries, and then she goes and sits at the center of the table. Does that mean anything that she's in the center? You don't know, but like it's much different than your greeting with Tritus, and even more different than that is the last person to enter the room, a female elf. You assume this must be Freya Greensong, the one that Brackett knew very little about. She actually walks right up to Valor and gives a very, just a very warm greeting, like hand over hand, the hand sandwich to Valor, kind of holds his hands, and she's saying something to him that you can't hear, even though you're very, very close. And then she just, while holding Valor's hand, just starting to let it go, she looks over in your direction, just kind of nods without making any eye contact, and then goes and sits down.
I'm going to just quietly to everyone else, like, I don't like her.
well, let's make sure she doesn't know that.
She could be useful.
She could be. I don't like elves. I don't care for them. I don't mean to sound prejudiced or anything.
Like Bone
but
Dog, unfortunately, it does. That, not only does it sound prejudiced, it is prejudiced.
I
okay?
don't think so.
It's like not all elves are like the same as the individual elves you've met who you don't like. Now, I don't like this elf, but that doesn't mean like all elves are like that. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, no. I don't mean. Believe me, I don't mean to imply that this one particular elf. No, I mean I dislike all elves before meeting them. That's kind of. I don't think that's
Yeah,
prejudice.
and like
at all.
that's prejudice, right?
No, I think that's
Is
like
that
the
prejudice?
definition of prejudice. Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I will have to look at a dictionary. I think
That's
might
okay.
have-
We can keep talking about it because like your generation and our generation we're a little bit
You
different,
know,
but
I've only been above ground for like 2 weeks.
Everyone,
your
please be
ways are
seated.
strange to me. I don't understand.
Yeah.
Please be seated, please. Please. The woman, the human woman in the center, Tala Farthing. Everyone, please, get comfortable. Valor just sits down on this extra large chair. Thank you all for coming here this morning. I will remind you all that this morning's session will consist of 2 parts. First, the council members want to get to know everyone a little bit more. And then second, we want each group to justify their claim for the cathedral. I need not remind everyone to be respectful and not to interrupt each other. Do we all understand this?
Indeed.
Crystal.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sorry, I waited till the end so as not to interrupt. I assume that was the end. Yes,
It
understood.
was. Yes. And she turns towards Vala. She turns towards Vala, and as she's sitting back down, and she says, Valor, you may have the floor first. Valor nods their head and stands up, towering over everyone in the room by like a second person. It's a huge automaton. And Valor says, members of the People's Council and our most esteemed guests, the members of the Pathfinder Society. I'm just a simple automaton. Your ways frighten and confuse me. And as an automaton, I have often felt I don't belong anywhere. I have always been afraid of people taking advantage of me, not treating me as a person, or doing weird sex stuff to me when my circuits are turned off. It's a real problem in the automaton community.
Wow.
Yet,
I know that.
during my darkest hour, when I doubted myself most, and the automaton is pacing and doing like the Clinton hand, you know, very legalish. When I doubted myself most, Valor looks to the sky. Iomade called to me and gave me purpose. I found my calling in helping protect others from evil. I have freed those in shackles and helped to provide sanctuary to refugees. I have fought the armies of the Whispering Tyrant, and sadly I was there when Last Wall fell. Yet through all of this, in the Church of Iomade, I feel a sense of safety and belonging. I want to spread this sense of love and protection to all that I can. The Almas Cathedral can be a sanctuary that provides a safe place for people to gather and learn. It can be a refuge against evil. And then Valor stares at all of you, instead of a place where evil is hidden away. Thank you. And Valor sits down, and the elf woman who ignored you upon entering, Freya Greensong, she's like, thank you for that incredibly moving statement, Valor. After such heartfelt words, I would understand, Pathfinders, if you felt for Valor's cause and wanted to rest your case. Are we done here, Tala?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Hold
I
on
thought you
second
told a
there.
joke.
I think we have an opening statement. I mean, we'd like to make. If it pleases the court.
You say that, and Tritus speaks up and is like, yes, Miss Greensong. I would be quite interested in learning how all of them became Pathfinders. Please, yes, if each of you tell me, tell us a little bit about yourselves, and most importantly, why you joined the society. It will help us to understand the society's import in our modern times. You may start. Is it urine?
No, please don't confuse me with Dr. Piss. On my left. I'm a distinct person. And he kind of shuffles his papers and stands up. And he says, unlike most of you, I was born in a cave. I was born deep underground. I didn't emerge from beneath the earth till about 2 weeks ago. Your above ground world frightens and confuses me. I looked up the moment I got out. I saw this big yellow dot in the sky emitting light. Whoa, no, it's going to kill us all, this horrible glow. I was told it's called the sun. And you don't fear it. Well, I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe you should. That's all I'm saying. I'm sorry, I sort of lost track here.
More specific. This is all very interesting, but why the Pathfinder Society? You, if you don't mind me saying so, you are an older man. You could be on a beach somewhere. Why adventure?
No. I would
Point
never
of
be on
order.
a beach. Yeah,
I believe that we mentioned earlier that there would be no interrupting. So no. I would love it if Eurus could finish.
I'm sorry, ma'am. I did not mean to.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Eurus, where were you?
That's very sweet of you, dear. So
we have so much to learn from one another.
I think so. I mean, the last thing we want is to be ignorant. I think ignorance is the enemy of all of our well-being here. I think we can all agree on that. So in that spirit, yes, I joined the Pathfinder Society immediately upon emerging into the surface world because I needed cash quickly. I had no other method apparent to me of gaining any. So the Pathfinder Society took me sight unseen and gave me gainful employment as an attorney. Whereas I was not even able to pass the bar in my below ground community. It didn't matter to them. They took me on. They assigned me to this case. I'm incredibly grateful for it. So, I mean, if that gives you any idea of the open-heartedness of these people, I mean, I'm living proof of it. So, And he sits down.
And
Thank you.
And please, no applause. You, young lady, you were quick to correct me, as well you should. We made the rules and broke them, but you are young, you have your whole life ahead of you. Why the Pathfinder Society?
That is such a great question, and I want to thank you for that incredibly insightful question. Some of us grew up with families that loved us, in communities that are strong and tight-knit. And some of us had an evil vampire for a mother. And I just, life isn't as easy for some of us as it is for others. And when she says that, she makes a just a very quick glance at what's her name? The third woman
Freya?
that I didn't write down.
Freya Greensong?
The elf?
Freya. No, the merchant.
Tala. Freya?
That's Tala, the merchant who might be a fence.
Oh, Freya Greenstone.
Freya Greensong. Okay, yeah, she just glances at Freya. I was given kind of a hard shot at life. My mother is blood-sucking and violent and evil, and I have some of her nature as well, as a Dampier, half vampire. But I knew from a very young age that the color of my blood doesn't define what I can do in this world. And even though some might look at me and say, evil, bad, gross, icky, I know I'm actually a member of the Church of Iomade. I am dedicated to truth and justice and honor. I just do it in my own special way. And I am lying right now.
Say that out loud.
They are.
By the way, I'm lying.
By the way,
I am. I have a feat called Deceptive Worship.
it's amazing.
Because of my background as a false medium.
Wait, Charlotte
Ann.
I
Yes.
didn't even get it.
I did until someone typed it in chat. I'll have to be honest.
Somebody typed it in chat?
Yeah, and I was
Somebody
like,
got it?
oh,
Nice job,
yeah.
chat.
Wow.
Yeah. So she is trained in occultism, and she is a witch, but she is not a true medium, and she is not lying about being dedicated to truth and justice and honor, or about her familial heritage. Not lying about that, but she is lying about being a member of the Church of Iomade. Because I have a skill feat called Deceptive Worship, where I can use occultism instead of deception to lie, to claim that I'm a member of a different faith, or I can impersonate a member of a different
My God, if there was ever
What
a
an
better
unbelievably
opportunity.
specifically perfect random ability
Yeah.
to have for this one shot.
That's unbelievable, and I'll get to why in just a moment. Beyond the obvious, wow, perfect. It'll never be used again as well as it was just used in this scenario.
And Charlotte Ann knows that the best lies are sandwiched in truth.
Yeah.
So she's not lying about being a Dampier and her horrible upbringing with her literally embodiment of evil mother, and not lying about actually being pretty dedicated to truth and justice and honor, just in her own special witchy way. But she is lying about being a member of the church. So I'm gonna roll it now. I'm so nervous.
Yeah, you know what? Roll it, because each of you are going to do a roll at the end of this, but roll yours now.
Okay.
So you're going to roll occultism to be a deception check.
Correct.
Gotcha.
Do you want me to tell you what it was?
Yeah.
Just like, as a quick question,
You're making me nervous,
when
Mary
can you use hero points?
Right after you roll, if you don't like the roll.
Cool. No reason.
No reason, just wondering.
I'll give you one.
I
I'll give you
rolled
the
it.
one I did because you deserve it anyway, because I won it off of the pun I made on your profession. So I will give you my bottle cap.
You can hold on to it, actually, because you all start the session with one. So you all have one to use. You have not used yours yet. So Skid, you have two. We call them bottle caps.
I was going to give her the spare one.
Oh, you're going to give him the spare one and hold on.
Yeah.
All right, then you have that for free.
Well, I rolled a 21.
A 21, you say?
Oh.
Rolled a
Pretty
21.
damn good. Was that enough to sway them? Only I will know.
So she finishes that lie, and she says, so being dedicated to truth and justice and honor, like my patron deity, Iomade herself. But also raised in a tough world. I understand that, sometimes the best is done when you're thinking realistically and not based on ideals, but on results. And the Pathfinder Society has accepted me with open arms, not judging me for my background. And they've allowed me to do the most good that I can with my skills, where others may have looked at me the way I look, my background, and turned me away.
Council listens to you, and it seems like you may have swayed them. Oh, whispering to each other. Even Valor is like, harumph. Charlotte. I mean, though you're Charlotte. Mara, they look to you. And you, Pathfinder Society, why?
Well, one thing I would like to say is in their statement, Valor spoke about wanting to return the cathedral to a place of protection in the fight against evil. but I would question the use of the word return in this situation. Because I believe that with the Pathfinder Society already using the cathedral, it currently is a place that protects people and fights against evil. How do I know this? I'm a bounty hunter. I spend my days going after evil and finding those people and bringing them to justice. And now I do that under the name of the Pathfinder Society. And if that isn't an endorsement of the good that we are already doing, I don't know what is. I rest my case.
Case closed.
Charlotte Ann goes to clap and then remembers how he said no applause and
No
goes,
clapping.
Yeah.
Dr. Piss?
It's Pierce. But
Sorry.
that's neither here nor there.
My accent.
He stands up. I would like to thank the council for hearing our backgrounds today. It means a great deal to me that in a town like this we can be accepted with open arms and have our opinions heard. After all, that is the mark of a civilized society, is it not? Also, I'd like to thank Valor, first and foremost. They have warmed my heart with their expressions of justice and valor, so to speak, against the waves of evil that have confronted this world for millennia. Valor, thank you for all you've done. I was there when Aroden was here. When Aroden was a deity that oversaw the entire race of men. And I appreciated their followers. And I was there when he died. It was a terrible time. And he gets very serious. Nations began pulling each other apart. Cheliax, as some of you may know, fell into ruin. The Pathfinder Society was there at that time, and I was a member. You see, the Inheritor did indeed take her place, as she should have, but it did not happen overnight. It took a long time before we could settle in to a new leader, a new person, a new deity to show us the way of justice, valor, and honor. But during that time, it was the Pathfinder Society that did all it could to keep people together, to try their hardest to make sure that families were not ripped apart, that households were not torn down and burned by those that sought to take advantage of the weakness of all of those followers of Aroden, fighting against each other in their panic as monsters descended in from all sides. It was the Pathfinder Society that fought those enemies, and it's the Pathfinder Society that seeks to preserve those traditions, the traditions of peace and justice, of diversity, of inclusion across our realm. To me, this place is still a church. Now, I did retire a very long time ago. I was exhausted from my adventures, and I've been living the easy life, as it were. And they called me back and said, could you go do one last case? And I said, all right,
That means you're gonna die.
I'll go out there.
One case away from retirement.
I have an 8 constitution.
You're gonna die.
And I said, absolutely, I'll go anywhere to spread the good word of the Pathfinder Society and make it clear that this place will not just be for worshippers of Iomedae, it will be for worshippers of Desna, and worshippers of Sarenrae, and worshippers of all the deities that seek good in this world. They can all meet under this roof, because a Pathfinder Society roof is a place where all that seek the goodness and defense of the good people of Avestan are welcome. Hell, of Galarian. We're on Garund now.
Are we?
I don't really know.
looking at my
I'll
notes.
be honest, I got carried away with myself.
Reek of bourbon.
I didn't take geography at Academy, so I don't.
Is that
No.
bourbon?
Is that bourbon on your breath? Thank you, all. This is Tala, the human woman. Each of your personal perspectives are essential to gain a full understanding of the viewpoints and the arguments to follow. So just there's obviously a metagame going on here as well to try and sway the council. Charlotte Ann, you already rolled your deception, which you could use your occultism skill for, which is amazing with that particular feat or power that you have. I think Skid, you should roll society because it seemed like you were talking about dwarven society at the beginning, talking about that. And Joe, all of your relevant abilities are around a +7, whether it's elven lore, legal lore, society. So just roll with a +7. And then Mara, I feel like you're in the same boat as Joe. Like anything that would fall into the category of your sway, be it lore or society, you weren't lying per se, is a +4.
no.
So roll with a +4 and let me know what you guys get.
Oh, what die do I
This
wanna
is on
use?
top of our bonus? Or is
I know that's you're just a D20 plus what, yeah, you're rolling
This
a
is my
society.
first roll of the game, and I'm not sure which one of
Oh
these I
my
should
goodness.
use.
Oh,
How do you
that's a lot
roll
of
in that
dice.
tray?
I don't. I'm gonna pull it out of the
Exactly.
tray and roll outside of the tray.
I wouldn't know what I roll. Which die was it again?
So that's
Okay, I'm
less of
gonna
a
use this
dice
one.
tray and more of a dice holder.
That's a hold.
At the moment, yes.
It's a dice
Nice
case.
dish.
It's an ashtray.
It's a
Oh
dice-
no! I picked the wrong die.
Oh no! Well, you have a hero point. You have a hero point if you think it matters.
Should I spend it now? No, I can't spend it now. I haven't died yet.
I'll say I only spent mine because can you imagine if I got caught lying about being a member of the church in court? Like,
Yeah,
that
that'd be-
just
that
would
would be
have
bad
been
for us.
really
roll
bad.
to get, I think.
Look, I said the least of everyone, and I thought I was making a good point and being concise, but look, it's fine to roll a natural one on this. Whatever.
Here.
First roll.
It's a critical failure.
I'm not rolling this die anymore.
Okay, yeah, put that
Oh,
away.
no.
Put that away. Throw it across the room.
All right, so that didn't go well for Mara. Skip, what was your society roll?
I got a 19 with
Okay.
14 plus my 5 in society.
And Joe, what skill did you choose to roll?
I thought I was leaning a little bit on history, so I went with society, which I think would fall under there, and I rolled a 13. Bad
With
roll.
a +7.
Very interesting.
And I didn't use the hero point because I thought my speech was about a 13.
I loved
Solid
it.
13.
That was a good speech.
So did
I thought it was
Charlotte.
great. And I'm not using my hero point because maybe this is wrong, but there might be something more important later, and I'm going to save it.
Oh, Paula's getting it.
Okay.
Digging in.
Well, Tala and the council members, they listen to each of you and Valor, and they're nodding their heads. And like, all right, now that these introductions are out of the way, the council would like to know very simply and very quickly, as it's 9:45, why each side believes they are the right group to use the Almas Cathedral. We have already reviewed the evidence from Venture Captain Brackett regarding the Society's purchase of the building. We know all of the contracts are above board, as Venture Captain Brackett has said ad nauseum. But now we'd like to hear from all the four of you and Valor, four of you as why your organization, why the Society's continued presence in Almas is justified, and make it really quick, because this is taking a long time. And then the gnome speaks up. It's like, I'd like the robot to go first. I will admit, as a former Pathfinder, I very much like having a lodge here in my current hometown, but I admit I am interested in the church's vision as well. Would that be all right, Tala? And she's like, that's fine. Valor, would you? And Valor stands up and kind of gives one of these, like, oh, I wasn't expecting to speak. I will admit I didn't prepare any argument per se, for I believe that this cathedral, as a former Church of Aradin, is the Inheritor's right. On my walk here this morning, I passed by the same stalls that each of you did. I pass by them every day, and all I can think is how I wish that I could smell the smells that all of you can smell. Sadly, I am a simple automaton. though my faith in the Inheritor gives me the most sincere feelings of life I could ever need, the simple human senses that you take for granted of smell, taste, let alone to love, will always elude me. While the Pathfinder Society has done a fine job with the cathedral thus far, the church, I believe, can be put to better use under our more, what's the word I'm looking for? Legitimate stewardship. The society spends too much time collecting and hiding away the past, and not enough time looking toward the future. There is so much growing evil in the world. Maybe the society should take all of these treasures that they hoard in the vaults below the cathedral and use it to fight the evil in the world, rather than just locking those artifacts away to look at every once in a while. And the enemies of the society, they are only going to continue causing problems for Andoran if they continue to have such a prominent position in our capital. I think we can all agree that a transition is long overdue. And as Valor finishes, saying almost the same exact speech he said to you before the council arrives, they're all like wiping tears from their eye. So moving.
They're biased.
It's so moving. Or is Valor just that good?
No.
Freya Greensong, who is clearly not your biggest fan, she's just like, Valor, that was, wow. That was, I have no words. As for the,
This is such a sham of a mockery of a fraud. I am ready to burn this place to the ground.
Now, wait a minute. I just want to say one quick thing. Eurus stands up. He says, like, no, you've made a strong case, sir, and I understand. But as my colleague here said before, Dr. P, as we call him, that the Pathfinder Society has a very proud tradition of accepting all people and spreading tolerance around the world, wherever they lie. Just making it clear, as I've been told earlier today, that it is absolutely wrong to judge anyone by who they are, but before getting to know them. To prejudge anyone. Wrong.
Yeah,
that's the message they give. And then he looks at Freya Greensong and says, and frankly, that's something you elves never seem to understand. And he said,
No, Bone Dog. That is not what I'm thinking.
Bone Dog.
well, I'm sorry. I got worked up. Maybe it hurt the case. I don't know.
Freya is just like, she's blushing. She's so flummoxed by your display of rudeness. And she's like, well, could you just explain, then, how the cathedral, as your lodge, does more than just to benefit your little social club? I, along with many here in Alnus, share Valor's concern for how much you lock away and how many enemies you bring to Andoran's doorstep. What good comes of your presence here, and why should you be allowed to stay? And make it quick.
Dr. Pierce will stand up, and taking that invitation. It is true. The Pathfinder Society does lock a great deal of artifacts away as a matter of policy and procedure. But that's for good reason. This is not to look at, simply to look at. It is, in some cases, to study for long years. It takes great minds to parse apart some of the evil relics that lie underground in the past. But also, some of these relics could very well fall into the wrong hands. Even used with the best of intentions, the Society can identify those things which would cause those who use them to turn on their own. Magical powers can be very dangerous if left unchecked. In fact, it's one of the reasons I had to step away. I saw firsthand what Pathfinders went through to recover and protect the people of this world from those sorts of relics, to hide them deep in vaults underground so that they could no longer hurt anyone else. I lost many friends in that exact pursuit. Ridding this world of the dangers that it can it can wreak upon itself is one of the society's major objectives. I take great offense at the idea that just because a Pathfinder Society lodges here, enemies will swarm down upon your town. The same can be said for the Church of Iomade. Valor's army himself is going to bring nothing here but warriors clad in arms and armor who are going to make this an outpost for their war of righteousness against whomever deity they decide next. And what happens when those enemies come with their battalions on horseback, their flying mounted warriors swooping into your town, knocking your towers down and killing your families, your children? The Pathfinder Society does not have enemies that raise battalions. It does not have enemies that swarm demons from the abyss down upon your people. Political enemies, yes, perhaps, but not those that would tear your city apart. I believe it is a good thing for the Pathfinder Society to be in this place, and I know that all worshippers of Iomade would be welcome here. Welcome and kept as if it was their very home.
Well, one among you is a worshipper of Iomade.
Yes, and I did not know that, I confess. It is very nice to know. Because in the society, it is not the first question that is asked. You are not pigeonholed by what you believe or where you were raised or what you look like. You are only judged on your deeds.
Well, we do things different here in Almas. When you meet someone at a bar or a restaurant, the first thing you ask them is, what god do you worship?
Is that a fact?
No, because that would be weird.
Be awful.
But you, young lady, fresh out of high school, no doubt, you worship Iomade, and yet you think the Pathfinder Society Lodge is more useful here than a church dedicated to the Inheritor. Explain yourself.
Well, I guess it just comes down to the difference between a hawk and a dove. Or a magpie, she says. She tickles the chin of her little bird. I wasn't aware that the city of Almas was looking to charge forth into battle. Everybody knows that the Eagle Knights have their place in society.
Tala stiffens.
And they serve with honor. But I thought they were mostly for defending the innocent, not going out on crusade. As a worshiper of Iomade myself, my relationship with her is personal, and I believe that I can do most good for her by helping to keep this world safe. Not by starting more war. But perhaps I'm wrong.
Mara, do you agree with your friends here?
Yes. I absolutely agree. Sorry, my cat is trying to eat the pizza that I have over here.
We explicitly said no pets here in the council's room. But Freya's allergic.
Of course I agree. I wouldn't be a member of the Pathfinder Society if it didn't benefit me or benefit everyone. Why would I be here to defend a thing I didn't believe in? I have to ask, Tala, you are renowned for being a fair and level-headed council member. Is it fair that someone who legally and rightfully purchased a property is now being told, Shepard Deming, you need to get out of here, is now being told that they don't have a right to the property that they fairly purchased? I'm actually asked, it's not rhetorical.
I will reserve judgment until the end. However, you make a good point.
I would like to ask you to consider that.
I am.
Thank you.
Right in this moment, I'm considering.
what if the Pathfinder Society is gone from this location? Where would they go? This isn't meant as a threat, and I don't mean this in like a mafia way where it's like, if we're not here, who's gonna protect you now?
Put away your knife when you say it then.
I'm unarmed, okay? I have no weapons.
Sorry,
that
looked like a knife.
I'm sorry, it's just my nails. But
My apologies.
it's all right. It happens actually all the time. If the Pathfinder Society isn't here, you might find that you realize after it's gone that you're less protected than you were and that you face more danger. And I don't mean that in a threatening kind of way. I just mean that in the reality of the facts.
And also, if I may, just add on to that, because that is a lovely point.
You had your time, Elf.
I would just like to add one more thing, if I may, if it please the court.
You may continue.
Thank you so much. It brings up a very interesting point here, which is that not only can the Pathfinder Society, if it came to it, offer a great deal of protection for those villagers of the town, but also it is not only a place of war and fighting, and it is not only a place of divine worship. It is also a place of knowledge, a place of research, a place where people will come from all over to bring knowledge of all the different nations of Golarion, and bring it here to Almas, and make it a center of learning and growth that could bring trade and education beyond what is here now. Whereas I believe, with no disrespect to Valor, that the path that Iomedae, as good as their intentions are, will be focused only on the worship of Iomedae, and little else.
Racist dwarf.
Well, I think we're all in
You've been
agreement
noticeably
here.
silent.
Well, I think that we're all in agreement that you have a real nice city here, and it'd be a shame if anything happened to it. And he sits down.
You got
Oh, jeez. And that was not meant as a threat, okay? I just want to be really
please.
clear that we are not making threats here, all right? That is
Don't
just
misconstrue
a
that.
statement of fact.
Well, I should say, I don't want you to misconstrue it as a veiled threat. This is actually just a bald threat.
Oh my God.
Skid, I'm going to have
Okay.
you roll intimidation.
Okay.
Charlotte Ann, you were still full of shit, so give me your occultism again as deception. Mara, you were right down Broad Street with your arguments here, so I feel like you should roll to your strengths, which would be diplomacy,
Probably
probably.
diplomacy, yeah.
Yeah, and
I'm
then,
choosing a different die.
And, Joe, you were tapping into your forensics, so I'm going to have you do legal lore. 'Cause that was straight up debate team captain.
Yeah, the champion himself.
Talking
Joe
circles
O'Brien.
around them until you got to your point.
Oh, bunch of, and it's so great in that accent. You can just pull off so much bullshit. Paula Deming, you get right out of this stream.
Don't.
Another one!
No, you didn't.
Yes, I
You
did.
didn't.
I can't believe this.
You
damn
can't
in this
see
case.
it, but
It's a 1 in
it's a
400
one.
chance.
It's two different dice, two different d20s, 2 1s. That one is out of the game now.
Wow.
I'm angry. I'm
a
angry
cat
about
toy.
it.
Oh, man.
Wow.
that
All right, these
sucks.
checks are very important. Skid, what did you roll for intimidation?
I rolled a little bit better. I got a 7. So,
I'll use a freaking hero point.
you know what?
Do
I'm
it.
going to use a hero point as well. I'm going to use a hero point.
Okay.
My lone remaining hero point.
All right.
/ battle cap. Okay, good news. I rolled worse. That's a 4.
Is that good news? Mary Lou,
17.
occultism, deception, cool feat.
17.
17. Okay. And
With my hero point, I now have a total 17 as well.
you used the old HP.
I used it. You said these checks are very important, and I got nervous, so I used it.
Why not?
I rolled
Why
2
not?
ones
Use
in a row,
them.
and
Use
it's,
them up.
you know.
It all comes down to Joe O'Brien. Joe, how did you do with legal lore?
I got a 20.
Oh.
Whoa.
A dirt Twanzoni.
Ooh.
Love it.
This is amazing, how it actually worked out. Okay. You've gone through your introductions. You've gone through your arguments. Tala stands up, nudges Freya, who was falling asleep during most of your speeches.
I hate her. I'm gonna punch her
Can I
in the
just
face.
say, when other people were talking, I was definitely spending 1 minute pursuing a lead on Freya Greensong.
I want to know more about her.
Yeah, something's up with this elf.
Well, she stands up and she says, "Thank you to both sides. We're going to go deliberate now. I'd like you to stay around the area. Please don't tarry too far, and we will looks at her pocket watch. We'll reconvene shortly to go over our decision. All right?" And she stands up, and she leaves, and then Freya goes up to Valor and kisses him on the lips, and then
They just make out like hardcore.
breaks out with a robot and just gives you a as she walks out, and then Tritus, the gnome, comes up to pull you aside. He's like, "You seem to have done very well indeed, and I only hope that my colleagues feel the same way. Anyhow, I need to go deliberate. Don't tarry too far. This shouldn't take long with only 3 of us. Goodbye." And he leaves, and Venture Captain Brackett pulls you outside of the room and away from Valor. You have your little space there. He's like, you did well in there, and come what may, we can't control their decision, but I assure you that not all is lost. I am confident that things will be okay, one way or another.
I want to sense motive as he's talking.
Brackett?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, roll a sense motive.
If you hear Princess is purring, she thought that was a really good idea that I had. Okay, 18.
18.
And because I'm also casting, I rolled a 17, but I'm also casting my hex cantrip, which is discern
Sweet
secrets.
He seems to be a little unsure of how well you did, and he's just trying to make you feel better.
Okay.
There are a few outbursts in there that he would have liked to have not happened. But time passes, and you have a ham and cheese sandwich in the cafeteria of the Golden Cathedral.
Oh, this is my favorite part. When it's all said and done, and you can finally sit down and have a nice ham sandwich.
They're ready to see you in the council chamber, and you can't
Damn
even
it.
eat it.
Jimmy Page!
Yeah.
Jimmy Page
Jimmy,
comes back.
like Jimmy,
Follow me.
come on.
Jimmy, play us one. Play us one.
Play us in, Jimmy.
And he walks you back to the room, and as the 3 of them are there with Valor, and Brackett is starting to usher you in, but just as you're like going back in, you're mad that you didn't get to eat, and you're starting to get seated. Everyone's being weirdly quiet, in anticipation of the verdict. And this silence is broken by the sounds of bells ringing in the distance. Dong, dong, dong. And Venture Captain Brackett was just about to sit down, and he stands up, and you all see a look of concern on his face. And he says, Chair Farthing, would you mind... I understand that you're ready to give your decision, but would you mind if I sent my colleagues here back to the lodge? As you can hear by the bells, something seems to be wrong. And Tala looks to Freya, who's like, come on, we've got to do this now. And Tritus understands as a former Pathfinder, and she's like, go, that's fine. Just come back as soon as you can. Thank you. And he pulls the 4 of you out into the hallway, and Valor stands up like, what?
We're just throwing parliamentary procedure out the door.
Why don't you come and help us fight Valor?
He's very upset, and you can't tell because he has no expression, but from his general demeanor, he's very upset robot. And Brackett pulls you outside into the hallway, and in a very hushed, urgent voice, he's like, quickly now, the 4 of you return to the lodge. Those bells are a signal. This is an urgent call for aid against intruders. Just go there, see what's wrong, and help if you can. I will be by shortly. I will join as soon as I'm able. This is terrible timing. Here, take these. And he reaches into his pocket, and he gives you 3 Tanglefoot bags. He's like, I don't know what's going on, but if there's any way this matter can be handled without public bloodshed, that would be preferable in front of all of the people. Defending the lodge is essential. You know, you want to stay alive, but the whole city is watching, so we should take care not to give anyone reason to further resent the society. Now, go! Dong, dong, dong.
Well, we must not tarry. And we start hustling over there.
Yeah,
this
hustle.
is bizarre.
Yeah.
That at this moment.
Yeah, does this seem
seems
there's
a little
no way
orchestrated.
that we could do a check probably to test this, because like how would you be able to tell? But it feels like this feels like way convenient, right?
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
it's like a clue. I mean, that's what it is. It's a clue.
It's a raging clue.
Raging clue. I feel like
Who would benefit?
Could I do
Freya
like
Green
Bono.
Song.
Who would
Like, here's a
benefit
question.
from the lodge being either unoccupied or occupied by the church at this moment?
Well, also, wait. I'm just saying. I think that Freya Green Song would benefit from a show of violence and someone attacking. Like she could have just paid, bandits to come and do this.
yeah? Could I use?
I don't know. I'm
Obviously,
thinking
Troy-
Riksdag Fire is what I'm thinking.
You're thinking what?
Riksdag Fire, false flag, some sort of, I don't know,
Yeah.
some sort of reason why the church would, something violent happens and the church is like, see, you need us.
Exactly.
You need
All right.
us to
Let's
defend
get
you.
there.
Hey, Troy,
Oh, you
is
get
it
that?
possible? And obviously, feel free to say no to this. But as someone who is skilled in their own deception, would I be able to use my knowledge of deception to see if there's any signs of this is definitely a trick or a trap or something?
Yeah,
we need
for
to be
sure.
looking deeper into this.
Yeah, roll it as you're hurrying over there.
Ooh, that's a 22.
Okay, whatever dice that is, keep.
Yeah,
whatever
I'll
die
roll
that is.
this one
That's the one.
again.
That's the
Because I
one.
rolled an 18 on that one.
The
So 22
timing,
total.
the timing of this is oddly convenient, as you all assumed. But without knowing what exactly is going on, it's hard to say if the people you were just in the room with have anything to
Right.
do with this or not. It does seem oddly timed, and it was hard to gauge from everyone's face if
Right.
someone was like, "Oh, the bells? That's
Right.
strange right now."
As we encounter whatever we encounter, if I could Mara would like to keep her eye out for anything that seems like it could be connected to any of the people on the council. Any clue she might see, wait a minute, that sure seems like someone related to an elf who has a business that might be used for laundering money. I don't know, but I'd like to see if I can make connections as we.
I love it. So your something seems fishy, and your
Yeah.
spidey senses are tingling. Probably all of your spidey senses are tingling as you rush back to the Almas Cathedral. The quickest route back there takes you along the same route you walked this morning, right to that big archway. And as you're going, the din of the busy streets are replaced by stunned silence as everyone is looking in the direction of the lodge where these bells are. Probably every ring means something different. And Brackett knew from that particular ring that meant intruders in the lodge. So everyone in town, inside you could hear it a little bit. Now you're outside, it's dong, dong, it's really loud. And so you keep walking, and the further you get, the closer you get to the Almas Lodge, the more chaotic it gets until you get right outside the steps. The steps where a woman was murdered, according to Brackett. The steps where the ghost came back and blamed the Pathfinder Society for her murder. But what you see now is not that scene at all. What you see is something completely different. We're going to talk about that in just a moment, right after we take a quick little break. A lot of shadiness going on. Well, things are about to get a little weird, because as you roll up on the market square and just see everybody staring at this obviously chaotic scene that is starting to come into view as you get closer, you see people just come on, my stuff, my things! And you see this, at first it looks like a humanoid, a really thin person, but then you're like, it's not a person. It looks like a person, but it's actually a construct, similar to Valor, but not as big and beefy. It's
Interesting.
it's like a clockwork construct that is just going around and like destroying the market square, like grabbing things and breaking them. And people are like, oh my shit, my cantaloupes, what are you doing?
My cabbages!
And as you enter the square and see this, you also see like little bric-a-brac and knickknacks have been like animated, and they're attacking people as well. And they're like, get this shit off of me! And then an older man comes to the square right at the same time as you, and he's wearing the badge of the Pathfinder Society. And he looks around, he's like, he's got this expression on his face. He sees that you have the badges as well, and he comes up and he's like, yes, thank you for getting here so fast. Please, stop Junior. But whatever you do, don't destroy it. If you can get close enough, I don't know what could be wrong with it, but if you can get close enough, you can just disable the mechanism on his back. And you look and you see this clockwork construct just like destroying things, and there is like a winding mechanism on its back as he's destroying things. But then there's all this other animated shit as well. And at that moment, the clockwork like shoots its hand across the square, and there's this regal statue of an eagle knight that like comes to life and like starts walking to an old woman. The old woman's like, no, with her cage. She's like, get away! And the guy's like, I should mention that it can also do that. It can also animate things that are inanimate. I taught it how to do that, but I'll go help the old woman and the vendors. Just stop Junior! Roll for initiative.
Wow, this
Junior?
is a bizarre situation.
Junior?
This is not good.
How do you let... Yeah, I mean, this is like the singularity. You let a construct go that can create constructs out of anything?
Yeah.
A Pathfinder Society member has now an out-of-control construct.
Uh-oh.
Bad business. We're gonna have to. There's gonna be a cover-up. It's inevitable.
Yeah, I don't trust this guy.
I've opened up the map here, and I realized that I need to change one of the pawns because some things may not have been revealed yet.
Ooh.
So I will quickly change a pawn, and let's talk about Naish. Maher, what'd you get? Rough day, Maher.
5 total.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm really
I didn't know
annoyed
it could
too.
be that low.
Because
Are you sure? You're rolling perception?
I have a +3 to my perception, and I rolled a 2.
Wow.
Yowza.
And I'm so annoyed because I want to run in there. I'm a monk. I want to run in there and deal with this.
I forgot you were a monk. You're gonna mess that
too.
thing up.
Very, very slow monk. What did you get, Dr.
I hate
Pierce?
dice.
I got a 14.
14 for Dr. Pierce. Urist?
Urist got a 14 also.
14 for Urist. And Charlotte Ann?
24.
24.
Nice.
There she goes.
Just a really
reflexes of the teen.
All right, so here's what you see. This down in the southeast corner of the map, you can see the Almas Cathedral, which has now been repurposed. At least it's been repurposed for a decade as the Pathfinder Society Lodge. Imagine a lot more pandemonium and people screaming, and somewhere in the distance, a statue of an eagle knight is attacking an old woman as that man went to help. However, you see these like little knickknacks, these little blocks, these little children's blocks that are like attacking people, and then you see Junior.
Oh, God.
Oh,
Oh,
my.
that's Junior. Okay.
Hi, Junior. He kind of looks like the droids in
Yes.
in
And like
Star Wars.
Attack of the Clones.
In Attack of the
Yeah,
Clones.
yeah.
Yeah, IG-88 kind of, right?
Yeah.
A little IG-88-ish. Or the one that like dips the droid into the vat. You only see... Chat, what's that guy's name? Watch,
his
it's
name?
going to take 2 seconds for someone to name that droid. I have the
Torture
figure.
droid?
No,
Yeah,
that
torture
droid.
Come on, you nerds. Tell us.
Come on, nerds.
Anyways, so you guys, this is what you see. The man told you to disable it, but you don't know how. Round 1, Charlotte Ann.
Okay.
No. Yes, Charlotte Ann.
Moi, 24. Okay, First, what I'm going to do is I'm going to sense motive with my +1 from my familiar. And what I'm specifically trying to do here is I'm trying to see if this old man, whomst I already distrust completely, if he was telling
everybody.
Yeah, definitely. If he was telling the truth about how Junior is disabled with the crank on his back, was he telling the truth about that? That is what I'm doing first.
All right, so for your first out of 3 actions, you're going to try and see if he's telling the truth. All right, give me a...
And that is only one. Snarf. Okay, 12.
You feel like he's telling the truth. He seemed sincere. He seemed upset. He seemed to really care about this clockwork construct. But everything was happening so fast, it's hard to tell whether or not he really was telling the truth.
Okay.
Did you say snarf, by the way?
Yeah.
I did. That's my favorite curse word.
Okay.
Okay, then with my other 2 actions, with my remaining 2 actions, I am going to cast my cantrip, Mage Hand.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
And I am, well, actually, you know what? I didn't measure completely. How far away is Junior from me? He's not that far.
He's 25 feet.
25, perfect. It's got a range of 30 feet. I'm gonna use Mage Hand, and I'm gonna crank that wheel just like he described.
All right, so you use Mage Hand. The Mage Hand appears right near the back of Junior, and it almost is as if it doesn't have enough actions to do what you want it to do. One could almost feel as if it needs more than one single action.
Okay, all right.
That's the sense that you
thing.
get.
Oh, yeah.
So maybe it gets like 1 revolution, but maybe it needs to get another revolution.
Maybe 2, maybe 3. It
Maybe
might take 3.
Okay, well, okay, Charlotte Anna's gonna say, snarf, and then her turn is over.
She snarf. 2 snarf.
Snarf.
Was that a full round snarf? All right.
Yeah, that's a full round. 1 + 2 = 3.
So this clockwork seems out of control. And in fact, I will just lift the old screen and let you know that his actions are controlled by a dice roll to see what he does.
Oh, gosh.
So this is what Junior does. Junior's just like, moves very haphazardly right towards Mara and goes to strike you with its fist. And rolls a 23 against your AC.
Jeez.
Yeah, that hits. Yeah, that will do it.
Okay, obviously not a crit. You don't have a 13
Not a crit.
AC, right?
No. My AC is 18, so not a crit, but
All right,
definitely
you'll live
hit.
forever. However, that is 4 points of bludgeoning damage. So it's just like hits you with its clockwork fist for 4 points of damage. And let's see, just make sure the movement-wise, and then will go to strike you again. Probably a very low chance of it hitting here, and misses. I'm assuming.
great.
You said you have an 18 AC.
18,
So it goes, and the second one pounces off your
Mara,
armor.
just goes, she caught off guard by the first one, but then is able to like regain herself and kind of dodge out of the way with this in the second one.
Nice.
Dr. Pierce.
Dr. Pierce is going to try to take care of this, though. Yeah, I feel like he's got to try to take care of it. Every instinct is going to be wrong. He moves up and will attempt to crank the thing.
Okay.
I would like to do my own check.
How about you move and do a knowledge check?
Okay.
Learn about this, because you saw Charlotte Ann use magic to turn it, and it didn't work. You're wise enough to know that, like, you couldn't just go up and do it. There must be
Okay. I
something
thought
else.
you said
Like
it
if
didn't have
magic
enough
can't do
actions.
it, got it.
I thought it just needed more time. Okay. So what are we talking here? Is it Arcana? Is it? I was thinking I could roll crafting. I don't know if you'd be.
You could roll.
interested in
I would
that.
allow crafting, assuming maybe you dabbled in some clockwork creation yourself, but Arcana as well, because obviously it sounds like this guy has imbued the clockwork with the ability to animate objects, so there is some magic in there as well.
Okay, I'm going to roll crafting because it's the same either way to see if... that's a 20.
Ooh, nice. Nice, Joe.
That's a very good roll. Here's what you know. If you want to try and shut this thing down, it is going to be a disable device check, and it's going to take 3 actions to do it. And that's very tricky because you need to already be next to it in order to use your 3 actions. With the 20, I can tell you this. You know from your days of reading encyclopedias about creating clockworks, they tend to have this thing where they're wound up and then they just act for a certain amount of hours, usually like 24 hours. And then when they're done,
they kind of wind
they
down.
have to be wound up again. Depending on how many hours are left, you might have to do this rotation, this 3-action rotation several times. Unless you critically succeed, which will count as multiple rotations.
Oh my god.
So timing is everything here. Do you ham it into a corner so you can surround it and get near it? I don't know.
Does
Someone
anyone
has
know
given
how to
us-
disable a device of this nature? It requires a great deal of skill with anyone experienced with lockpicking or clockwork. Because, we can't just do that. Like, if you're not trained in thievery, you can't disable a device.
It's very
Well,
tricky.
some of us are trained in thievery.
Good.
So you can do it.
I don't know, but what I do know is that it needs to stand still, and someone gave us tanglefoot bags.
Yeah.
Yeah, they did.
It's going to be very, very tricky. So yeah, there might be only one of you that could disable device. You could also it's attacking you. You might just have to wipe it out and say, sorry, old man, we're going to die.
That's where I'm at. So,
Okay.
You have some decisions you have to make.
you feel like your thievery is in good shape?
I got a +5.
I mean, that's
That's
about
not
as good
bad.
as it gets. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, great. Then I will.
One more action.
Third action. I'm going to. I'm going to move away. I'm going to move away and create some distance for myself, and I will prepare to use this Tanglefoot bag.
I like this. So you move in, you take a closer look. Second action, you
it's
study
outside
it.
of my realm of expertise. I'm sorry. Hop in there and get to work. I'll try to keep it down for you. And he works better from a distance. He doesn't need to get whacked in the face by this thing. As I said, I have an 8 constitution. 1 hit could put me down.
And it did not attack you, so maybe it doesn't have an attack of opportunity, or maybe it didn't use it on the likes of you.
Yeah, I'm hoping it's not coordinated enough for that, but, took a risk.
It is Eurist's turn.
All right.
Can I just say for a second, I love your character's name, Skid. Absolute home run. Eurus Bone Dog. That is amazing.
Thank you, Joe. And yes, anyone wondering, I have been playing a lot of Dwarf Fortress recently. So yeah, Eurus realizes that this is his hour, that he can do something here that's useful. So he takes 1 action, steps forward, and he said, "Hold still, you big walking timepiece!" And he is going to try to grapple the automaton.
All right, little
Nice.
grapple. Works a little differently in Pathfinder 2e than it does 1e. Grapple is a attack action, and you're going to be rolling against an athletics check against the Fortitude DC of Junior. So go ahead and roll your athletics check.
All right, I haven't talked a lot of crap about Norse Foundry lately, but I'm going to now.
Oh, no.
Bull crap. That is an 11.
Oh,
11. All right. Well, like most
Not as bad as it
actions
could
in
be.
this game, there are 4 degrees of success / failure. There's critical success, failure, and critical failure. Luckily for you, that was just a failure. In which, in this case, you failed to grab your target. If you already had the target grabbed or restrained using grapple from a previous turn, those conditions end. Could have been worse. I think if you critical fail, you're like, let me grab you, and you fall to the ground. Like it's really, it's embarrassing more than anything.
Well, let's find out what that's like. I'm going to try again. I have 1 action left.
And where it does have the attack trait, it will take a multiple attack penalty.
Minus. So is it an agile attack because I'm not using a weapon, so it's just -4 as opposed to -5?
I don't think so, but I don't know.
I think it's -5 still. I think it's an unarmed strike. I think you have to be trained in unarmed combat. Well, you probably are, right? But
yeah, because like a fist
I don't know.
is like -4. So
let's see if it gets close, so I don't have to give a proper ruling because I'm not sure.
Natural 3
Oh no.
for all of your random number generating needs. As long as you don't need
has
that number
been
to
a
be too
while.
high. That's the little caveat there. You want a random number between say 2 and 7.
I really respect you all for rolling physical dice right now because I do not trust myself with all the modifiers. I'm using Path Builder and putting my soul in its hands and letting the algorithm decide my fate.
What was your total, Skid?
Depending, that is that's either a 5 or a 6.
A 5 or a 6.
Are you trained in unarmed attacks?
I believe I am.
You should know. Click weapon. Oh, I don't know if you're on Path.
I mean,
I
I
would tell
think I think grapple has the attack trait. It doesn't have any other trait. It doesn't have an agile trait. It doesn't have. I don't know if
Here's the good news. It doesn't matter. That's a critical failure either way.
Okay, good.
Yeah, it just
so
says attack
in the
on
sense of a critical failure, either Junior can grab you, or it can force you to fall and land prone. So I'm going to do that. So you go to grab Junior a second time, and it just slips to the side, and you tumble to the ground, forcing you now to use the action to stand, if you so choose. All right, so it's a little bumbling here with this robot.
Level 1. Level 1.
Level 1. We're doing our best, Troy.
It is the animated knickknacks turn.
Oh no,
the knickknacks.
The animated knickknacks just slide up to Charlotte Ann.
Oh no!
And
Can we nix the knickknacks?
7 children.
I'm picturing like my grandmother's like bay window. It was just like filled with all these precious moments and like all these weird little knickknacks and they all come to life and come after you. It's horrifying.
Oh God.
And you just get like pelted by them. And I rolled the damage die instead of the die. Probably gonna be a hit with a 20.
Yeah, that's it.
All right, you take 5 points of bludgeoning damage.
Oh my gosh!
So literally
the
like
knickknacks
8
did more
little
damage than
blocks
the
just go-
robot.
Ow! Ow! Charlotte Ann goes, ow! She goes, ow!
And then the final action, it just slides next to you and Ernst. I'm assuming, I don't want to assume, but do you have an attack of opportunity as a witch?
I do not.
So it does not provoke as it slides in to the now prone Eurist, and it is Mara's turn. Mara the monk!
I have a couple questions because in our
wow.
other game I'm playing a spellcaster, so there's a few little mechanics that I have never had to think about before. Okay.
By all means.
First question is, would Mara know if she were to cast the spell Daze, if the target critically fails at a will save, they become stunned 1. Now that takes away 1 action from them on their next turn. Would that be helpful at all in keeping them still for other people's attempts to wind their thing, or is that like not really how that works?
An excellent question, and one of the many beauties of the 3-action economy of Pathfinder 2nd Edition. You want to, before you do that, you have 2 options. You can try it and see what happens, or you can spend an action doing a knowledge check to see if it's immune to the stunned condition.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's
And then-
clockwork.
Taking away 1 action may not be enough to keep it in one place because it
Right.
seems to be
Because
reacting
it could still
randomly.
do 2 more. Yeah. So
yeah.
my other question is, if you're flanking, that makes them flat-footed. So that's a -1 on
2.
what kind? -2 on what kind of checks?
It's -2 to the character that's being flank's AC, so they're easier to
They're
hit.
AC, so they're easier to hit, but it wouldn't necessarily make a difference, for example, with this Daze, which requires a will save.
Correct, yeah.
doesn't
Okay,
affect
It's only
thank
the
you very
AC.
much for explaining all that to me.
Yeah, no,
I
this is
think-
great. This is great for the people listening, and it's also great for us because one of the things you'll find out right out of the gate if you listen to us, we don't know all the rules, but this
No
is
one
how
can
we
know
learn
all the
it.
rules
You
of
don't know
everything.
any
It's
of
really hard to know all the rules.
Yeah.
We
It is.
know some.
We know some. We know like 3 or 4% of the rules.
This is the best way to learn. Just get up and play it. Get your head out of the book. This is learn by making mistakes.
So much more fun to
So-
learn while failing, doing.
Oh,
While-
shiz.
all the other party members are doing their actions. Like in slow motion, Mara is watching, like, Urist come over and fall down, and Charlotte Ann get pelted by children's blocks. And Mara thinks, oh, should I flank this thing? Oh, should I try and daze it so it's stunned? You know what? No. She's just going to use her entire turn, all 3 actions, because she's right up next to the automaton or the construct. She's going to reach out and see if she can turn this
Crank it, baby.
The wheel, because she's right there.
Crank it, baby. Crank it.
And so this is a thievery, or could I use athletics to do this, right? Because I need to, like, strongly and agilely. You know
She's
what I'm
got to be
saying?
strong
You're
to
not
crank it.
wrong. You're not wrong in that in the sort of fantasy of the game, you think you should be able to use athletics, but
Yeah.
you now that you're this close to the thing, you see it is a complicated.
But now that you see the
mechanism.
reality of it, it's,
Yeah, you're
it's
like, oh god, brute strength is not going to help here. I need to use my, like you're picking a bomb. So it would be a thievery check to disable a device.
Okay.
Now, Joe, you had mentioned that you need to be trained in thievery to disable a device, or can you just roll the check with your thievery?
I presumed you needed to be trained to disable a device, but I could be wrong.
I'm not trained, but I do have a +3, whatever that means.
Yeah, it's from your
Some
dex.
devices require you
Look,
to
we
use
could say I
thieves'
can't
tools.
do this because
Well, I think you're fine. It says some devices require you to use thieves' tools. You're not trying to break into a treasure chest.
Yeah.
You're trying to
Yeah,
shut this
it
thing
actually
down.
tells you if you need to be trained or not right at the top of the skill.
So you're good. This is the
I'll
manipulate
find it in
action.
2 seconds.
If I rolled before we decided whether or not I could actually do this, do we think that roll counts?
That
Depends.
depends on if you want to be able to sleep tonight, or if you feel comfortable in cheating.
Well, that's my third natural one of the game. So
Well, that's
that's
just
3d20s I'm not rolling anymore.
you know when you're trying to disable a device and you critically fail, you trigger the device.
Oh no.
No.
Luckily,
Y'all,
luckily
this
it's
is
not
why
a
I thought I was
bomb.
going to save that hero point, and I should have stuck to my guns.
Here's the good news.
I hate
not
it.
a
Why
bomb.
do dice do this to me?
It doesn't explode. However, he is very triggered.
Oh, he's
By your
hashtag
actions.
triggered.
He's very triggered by it.
Is he gonna cancel us?
He might cancel. He's feeling triggered.
Why do I
like,
keep
what
rolling
did you
good
call
news,
me?
I looked it up on
Robot?
Pathfinder 2 Easy, and it's as determined by the GM whether you need thieves' tools or whether you need a higher proficiency rank or whether you need to be trained.
And I said,
Well,
giddy up.
you do need to be trained.
Oh, you do need to be trained.
Yeah, I mean, according to the core rulebook, it is under thievery trained actions. It's separate. Like, you can have thievery
But I
be
can't have
untrained
done
and
it.
you can steal. You can palm an object, but disable a device is the first thing under trained thievery actions, which is another
missed that.
layer.
So it
Picking a
sounds like
lock
my natural
also
one is
under there.
canceled because I didn't actually do that because I couldn't have.
It's certainly a lot more fun to
It
have you. just
sounds
do it.
like what happened is I wasn't trained in it and I tried it anyway, and so instead I've activated it.
Yeah.
It makes sense. It really follows. The system works.
Does.
Yeah, the
Actually,
system
works.
What we've
theme and
learned
the
is the
rules-
system works.
Yeah, I think you're fine. Obviously, it did not work. You are not the woman for this job.
I
do you have any-
certainly am not.
That was that
That's
took you
all
3
three
actions.
actions,
Yeah.
so I'm just there.
It's round 2, and perhaps Charlotte Ann can help
Gosh,
here.
I'm sorry, y'all, that I failed that so hard.
That's okay, babes. You're still my best friend.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Just Matt.
Okay.
Can't your magpie do something in combat? Send them to poke some eyes out.
That's not exactly. It sounds more like caw.
That's right. That's right.
I'm actually. He's just sort of hovering near me, sort of being like, because I have not commanded him yet. Okay. Does Charlotte Ann? So Charlotte Ann has had some experience trying to mage hand this crank. and it did not work.
Yeah, you
And
needed more time. Is really
I
what
needed more time. Does she understand that she needed more time, or did she understand that she needed to physically do it herself?
No, I think the mage hand would still work, but in sort of the meta of the game, you need to use 3 actions to do it. Now, it depends on mage hand here for 2E. You directed that hand to where it originally was. I have a feeling, without even looking, that moving the hand to a new location would cost you an action. So the pickle you're in right now is that you're not right next to it to do 3 actions.
You're
What
right.
you could do is delay, but does delay take an action? Or is
Delay's free.
Delay's
free action.
So you might want to
Free.
delay, since you seem to be the one of the group that can do this, and wait and see if it hopefully gets into an advantageous position.
I don't love waiting and hoping.
I hear that.
Both Mary Lou and Charlotte Ann, both 2 named girls,
Oh,
do not love that. So I'm assuming that I also have a Tanglefoot bag.
Yeah, sure. Well, 3 of you do. He gave you 3 bags. I think it's clear Joe didn't take one.
I took one.
Joe took one. I'm saying I took one. Okay, both of you race to see who took one.
I probably didn't take it because my instinct was to tackle him, so I would have.
I have it.
probably
then,
that
yeah.
makes
Maher
sense.
has it.
Okay, so I'm this is Mary Lou being totally honest. I don't know what action I would use to throw a bag or use a bag.
An interact action? Is that just
interact
an interact?
with a bag?
Yeah, it's going to be. It's probably going to be a ranged attack. Let's look up Tanglefoot bag here
Oh.
on Pathfinder 2.
I know Tanglefoot because my other character on Blood of the Wild has Tanglefoot.
You just do a strike. You just do a ranged strike.
Just a ranged strike?
Yeah. So it would be
Okay.
at your basic range strike bonus, which is what's your dexterity?
+5. Well, my dexterity is +2, but my to hit is +5
With what?
with a dagger, which is my weapon.
But that's a melee, right? Or is that the ranged version?
Well, it can be thrown as a ranged attack.
Yeah.
Oh.
I imagine it's your proficiency bonus plus your dex, so it's probably. It could be 5. Just roll it and let's
Just
see if
roll a
it's
5,
close.
that's
It'll be
fine.
3 or 5.
Okay. I like 5. Let's choose 5.
I like 5 too.
That's
I
crazy.
think
Just
that
my
makes sense.
Just my opinion. Okay.
Oh, come on.
Oh no! Come on.
Guys.
Did you roll a 1?
I rolled a 1.
Oh,
I'm
my
sorry
God.
it's spreading.
And it wasn't even a physical dice. It was the compooper. It was
man.
Path Builder.
I was just about to say our critical hit would be clutch because it's immobilized. Critical
Well,
fumble,
coulda, woulda, shoulda. If wishes were fishes. I rolled a 1 +3 or 5. Not great. So
Joe, you got the chart up? You got the old app up?
I don't. Are we doing it?
Why not, huh? For shits and gigs here?
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
wait, I mean, I do
Mary
have
Lou.
another hero point. Okay, hold on, guys.
Just use
I'm
it.
aggressive. I'm aggressive with my hero points, and I have another one because Skid gave me his bottle cap.
You did.
I
Oh, yeah.
distinctly remember.
I'm
So-
a huge fan of hero points on fun. On
I'm
fumbles. That is
aggressive.
where you use them.
I'm aggressive with my hero points, and a literal natural 1, it literally cannot get worse. So, I
It
am
only
gonna
goes
roll
up
it
from
again.
here.
Oh, and that's a 13. So plus 3 is
5.
16,
Plus
or
5.
plus 5 is 18. Oh, it's plus 5, so 18.
Yes.
Okay.
With the
18 is a hit.
Yeah.
Yes, you
now,
did
this
it.
was a lesser Tanglefoot bag, and so the good news is you hit.
Yes.
Bad news is he's not immobilized because that needed a critical strike. However,
Okay.
he loses 10 feet of his speed. He
That's
strode
cool.
very quickly up, so if he does move, he won't be able to move as far this
Awesome.
round. And so drawing that bag and throwing it, that's 2 actions. You have 1 action left.
Drawing that bag, throwing it, 2 actions. I have 1 action left. I don't want to move because I feel like he's just going to move again, and so it's going to be a waste of time, a waste of an action. So in order to protect my familiar, Pika, who is the love of my life. And Pika, my best friend. I am going to use one action to command an animal. And because my familiar has the minion trait, it only needs one action instead of two. I'm going to command him, and he has the trait flyer because he's a freaking bird. I'm going to command him to fly 25 feet in the air. Just 25 feet up. So I don't think anybody can touch him here. There's a bunch of things I can do to protect him, but I think, honestly, it's easy enough just to have him fly up 25 feet in the air. So that's what I'm going to use my last action to do.
It is now Junior's turn, and I already told you because I think it's fun to let you know. His actions are determined by the roll of a die. So this could either help or make things worse. Looks like it will be the latter.
Tanglefoot.
Because he is going to, yet again, stride and strike. However, there are enemies right next to him. So with Urist prone in front of him.
Ouchie.
I'll assume that your AC has changed, not unlike Pathfinder First Edition while
yes,
prone.
prone does lower your AC by 2.
And so it
Much
just
like
starts...
being flat.
Just
Oh no, it makes
rains
you
a-
flat-footed. It makes you flat-footed.
Makes you flat-footed. All right, so it just rains a blow down on this poor fallen dwarf and misses with a 9.
Oh,
Yes.
it's a
Oh, thank
sprightly
goodness.
old dwarf.
Yes.
And then just sillily, you can say that, right? Just takes a fucking slam. And this one, it actually might hit because I rolled very high, but it's going to be a 19.
That is a hit.
That is a hit. All right, so the second one actually does hit for 4 points of bludgeoning damage.
No!
And then it takes a step towards Mara.
Come at me, bro.
Things are not going well for this team. However, might be an early night. It is Dr.
Because of a
Piss's
TPK?
turn.
Fun!
Yes, because the first
Your
combat
legal
TPK.
arguments were great and all, but then you died to a random construct.
Oh,
so...
what a way to go. What a way. Dr. Pierce?
sound
I'm
good, Jeff.
afraid, my friends, that this has rather flown the coop, as we say. There is no means to disable this particular device, and we're just going to have to owe our friend an apology. And he's going to draw out a bow, a short bow, and then he's going to eye up. He's like looking at the. I'm trying to think. Oh God, what is that? Oh, Usual Suspects. Do you remember Usual Suspects when they do the busted up robbery of the guy with the briefcase in the car? And
Yeah.
it's supposed to be easy,
Ricky J.
but then they get jumped and there's the two huge guards, and Baldwin is standing there with two guns, and he's like, there's two enemies, and he's trying to line up both of them at the same time. So Pierce is doing the same thing. He's got these knickknacks at Charlotte Ann. He's got Junior on the other side of Mara, and he's made the decision that he's going to destroy these things rather than have it wreak havoc in this whole market. And he'll just owe that dude an apology and maybe a couple bucks. He can figure it out. And he's going to cast Electric Arc.
Perfect.
Both of them at the same time.
Perfect.
Knick-knack, paddywhack, give the dog a bone.
So that is a reflex save, Troy.
Give the
for
bone a
both,
dog.
of those
Bone dog.
opponents.
A reflex for old Junior or the knickknacks?
Both of them.
How dare you? How dare you touch my knickknacks? I had those covered in plastic. All right, the knickknacks. They dodge out of the way, perhaps? Oh, maybe not. A 12 reflex save for the
Okay.
knickknacks. And then Junior, who's obviously very distracted, rolls a 23. Just crazy, like,
That's
crazy reflex.
Really good.
Okay, so the knickknacks are going to take max damage, 8
Nice.
points of electricity damage.
Nice.
8
I bet.
points of... All right, so the knickknacks just are obliterated. Just-
Yeah.
yeah, well done.
And
Screwing
then,
around.
and then 3 points of damage to, that's halved, to Junior.
Okay, and that was electricity damage?
Electricity damage.
You're a smart guy. You notice that hurts him a little bit more.
Thought he might be
Yeah.
a little weak.
That's
a
great.
little weak.
So.
to
It's so cool
electricity.
because vulnerability is so much cooler in 2E than it was in 1E. It's just a flat bonus to your damage. It's great. It's
There's a lot that I like about 2E. This sounds weird, but weaknesses and resistances might be my favorite part of 2E.
It's
I love
really
that it's just
cool.
like an extra 10 damage, or like,
Oh, yeah.
I take 10 less. It's just so easy.
And the reason I like it is not only because it does give flavor to the monsters and the players in fun ways, but it also, for people that like to dig into the grit of gaming and strategizing and stuff like I do, like it's so fun to figure out how to manipulate a weakness. Like hitting it more times in a round is going to, like, as opposed to piling up on one big hit, is going to deal more damage because you exploit the weakness by each little ping. That weakness keeps adding on. It's so great to get into those strategic elements. I love it.
For sure. Do you have any actions left?
No, because I drew a bow first, so he's kind of preparing for next round.
Urist, my poor little elderly dwarf friend, you have been knocked prone after your failed second grapple attempt. Junior rained down blows upon you. What do you do?
Okay, this isn't the first time he's been prone in this city.
Hey now.
He's going to stand up. Did we thank Steve Geddes, by the way, who gave... We thanked
Oh my
Steve
god, I don't
Geddes.
know if we did. Steve.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Thanks.
Steve gave out like 150 Prime
It was pretty amazing.
channel earlier before.
201? 201
Wow.
Crazy.
Prime
Are you-
subscriptions.
Come on.
Steve.
Man is a hero.
Steve.
He's the greatest hero from Australia since Mad Max.
Steve's
Thank
been
you
with us
so
for
much, Steve.
a
Seriously.
long
Thank
time.
you
If
so
only he
much.
was in this fight right now, they would probably
Yeah, I
help
know.
us,
We could use
actually.
his help. Where are you now, Steve?
Thank you, Steve.
Eurus is going to stand up and he is going to use an action to draw his bastard sword off his back and his steel shield. And he's done.
Oh, this poor construct. Please don't hurt Junior, was the last words of that wizard. All right, it is. The
Look,
knickknacks are gone.
I'm not looking to like get into why the metagame can like screw up the immersion and stuff like that. But if this dude really needed Junior, we'll go help the old lady. You shut down your robot. Okay? You send a bunch of people in that aren't trained in disabled device. We're just gonna blow that shit up.
I know.
But I love that because
I know.
there's two win conditions and two fail
You've made a
conditions. So
great
it's
point,
so funny.
Joe.
Mara, finish out the round for us.
Okay, well, the first thing Maher's like, okay, none of this is working. This isn't growing great. So the first thing Maher's going to do is spend an action to change shape. She's going to, as this happens, her form, as you see it, you realize is not actually her true form. This
Oh, shit.
young woman, and that as she morphs,
You said
kind of,
she was 28.
She's still 28, but is in anamorph style, kind of what used to be her ponytail, as like she just like very quickly morphs. You see, becomes actually her actual tail, and you see her in her humanoid fox form. She is a kitsune.
Kitsune, right?
Kitsune. I was like, wait, unless I
always
pronounce that
say
E.
the A at the end. Kitsune.
I feel like that makes sense. And now she has all of her faculties available to her here
Oh
in
my
her
gosh.
true form. Same clothes though, everything like fits like pretty similar, but just more of now a fox. More of a
Charlotte
know,
Ann,
like more of
Charlotte
like a
Ann
fox.
takes a second to go, yes!
More of a
Foxy
yes!
lady.
I love all of this.
Yes! It's giving! Yeah, she loves it.
And with her second action, she will do what she likes
Nice
to
try.
call her flurry of blows.
Hey.
Sorry, that was one of the worst things I've ever said in my life.
No, we loved it. We loved it. 100%.
So I'm going to make 2 unarmed strikes. They're both hitting the same creature, so I combine their damage for the purpose of resistances and weaknesses. Apply your multiple attack penalty to the strikes normally. So does that mean the second one gets a penalty, or does it count as one?
It does. However, if they both hit, you combine your damage into one
Great,
mega
okay, that
strike,
makes
which
sense.
is very helpful
Okay.
if they have like any sort of resistance. What was I going to say? Are your fists agile? I would assume a monk's fists are agile, but
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Great. So it's going to be a -4 to the second attack instead of a -5. Flurry of blows is great. I like the 1E monk, but the 2E monk is pretty good.
So the first
I'm
is
interested.
A 15.
I'm definitely intrigued. People seem to love the 2E monk.
I'll tell you, a monk would be great in Gatewalkers, dude.
Okay.
And the
you know
second
what?
is a 9. I don't think the second one probably hits. The first is a 15. The second is a 9.
First is a 15, second is a 9. The first one hits, the second does not.
Great. She goes, ow! Because she's out of, and so that's 1d6 plus 3 bludgeoning.
Little bludge.
Oh, that's a 6 on the d6.
Let's
so
go.
that's 9
Let's
points
go.
of bludgeoning damage.
Who says you
Nine
can't roll,
bludge.
Paula? Who says you
Sometimes
can't
it
roll?
happens. Sometimes it happens.
All right, so you hit this thing, and I'll tell you, you're a trained monk. You notice that all that damage doesn't get through. Maybe it has some sort of resistance to physical damage. However, you hit it so hard, it definitely affected it. It didn't all get through.
I will quickly call out. It's very strong. It's totally resisting me, but I'm still doing good. And then for my last action, I will thinking about what I saw Bone Dog do. I'm like, that was probably a pretty good idea though. And for my third action, I will attempt to grapple to hold it still for everyone else.
All right, athletics check against its fortitude DC. Roll away. And I think it has the attack action, so this is going to be a -10.
I'm so annoyed. Oh, this isn't it. Oh, you're right. So I have a +6 to my athletics, but guess what I rolled?
Natural
one?
Natural
A
one.
natural 1.
That's what, 4?
my God.
Is that
4
4 natural ones? And there was a 2 in there.
Ones.
And there was a 2 in there.
I'm so angry. I might have to walk away from this computer for a second. I'm
No, girl.
so angry.
No, girl.
So that's yep.
You two fall prone to the ground. Just slip, and you landed that cool hit, and everybody was like, "Wow,
My
she
balance
seems
is off because
awesome."
I haven't had my tail in a while.
Yeah, you trip over your own
balance is
tail
off.
and
I'm
tumble.
so angry.
Brutal, ice cold. It happens sometimes. You gotta go to a new table.
I'm pretty people who have watched me play games before know I have pretty bad dice luck. I'm at least as bad as Joe for people who are more familiar with the Naish here, but yeah, it's pretty
Joe,
bad.
how do you like being the yardstick, the metric for bad dice rolls?
I'll tell you, in Blood of the Wild, I'm like, holy shit. It's
does it
rough
feel?
on Paula. It is rough on Paula.
I've had a couple bad. Y'all will just wait. I've had a couple bad
I feel
situations.
I mean, there's one in particular that made for one of the most memorable sessions we ever had. But
my God,
I was
yeah.
like, I would take that bullet because it is rough. Paula's dice luck is shocking. It's staggering.
And someone in chat was like, "Come play in my Call of Cthulhu game." Nah, the curse is a curse. It goes either way. If I
Yes,
need to
goes
roll
for me
low,
too.
I roll high.
Goes
so
either way for me
don't.
too.
It's
If this was a craps table, I would be moving to another craps table.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. So I'm a bum on the ground now.
Boom, you fell. And that's it.
At least I did not some damage.
We
did
have
some
2
serious
party
damage.
members prone at the moment.
I think you're a Scott up, right? Didn't you
Oh, you're a
action
Scott
get
up?
up?
I did get
Action-
up.
You are, yeah, but
Yeah.
that took his whole turn because he had to draw his weapon and shield. Top
Yeah.
of a new round, and it's Charlotte and Charlotte, what do you do?
Okay. This is a half metagaming moment, half character role-playing moment. Charlotte Ann sees how Dr. P did an electric arc, and it had a huge effect. Charlotte Ann has a pretty kick-ass spell that deals electric damage.
Perfect.
And so she's like, "Oh, should I just do that?
Yeah.
Should I stop trying to?"
Yes, indeed, my dear. Wipe it off the face of the planet. We'll have to just apologize.
What am I
Oh,
trying to
sincere
do?
apologies.
Disable this killer robot as a favor to this old man whomst I already dislike and distrust completely?
Whomst very well may have a fraudulent patch.
Whomst might have
Might
a
not even be
fraudulent patch
Pathfinder.
because I'm already in suspicion that this is
Suspicion?
a false flag, operation. Yeah, okay. Charlotte Ann is like, "Oh, No! She's not trying to help this old loser geezer anymore. No, she's gonna crush
He seems so nice.
this robotic man. And so I'm using my one focus point. Nope. Yes, my one focus point. Yes. To cast a spell. A first level spell called Horizon Thunder Spear.
Awesome.
Horizon Thunder Spear?
Yeah, it seriously kicks ass. I have no idea how this spell is even legal because it's like the fucking AK-47 of spells.
This looks ridiculous.
It can't be a spell.
Absolutely insane. I can choose to spend either 2 or 3 actions on this, and you better bet your friggin' butt that I'm gonna spend all 3 actions on this spell. And I am going to gather. You see Charlotte Ann go, Pika, give me a hand, buddy. And she's got her magic hands. You know, everybody's got magic hands. She's got her magic hands faced at this robot, and she forms a concentrated ball of electricity that crackles and rumbles like impossibly distant thunder.
That's amazing.
Okay,
I have to
and
ask,
yes,
you're using the 3 action thing, right?
all 3 actions, baby.
Did you read about what happens whether you hit or miss?
If I miss, it still does half damage.
Did you read the thing where the ball of lightning explodes, dealing 2d6 electricity damage to all other creatures in a 10-foot emanation around the target?
Yeah.
Wow.
That's all right. Take it on in this combat. We'll get up again. It's fine.
Nobody's taking damage except for me at this point. So if you want to talk damage,
Excuse me.
It's
why not
if
talk
you
to
hit, if you
marginalized
hit or
communities,
miss.
okay?
You hit
I've
or
taken
miss.
4 points, okay?
Do I hit or miss?
Sorry, Troy. That's if you spend 2 rounds casting it.
Oh, it's on the second round. Okay. All right. So, is there an attack roll here, or I just have to
Yes,
roll a
it's a
reflex?
Yeah,
spell
no,
attack roll.
there is an attack roll. There's
Roll
a spell
well.
attack.
Natural
and
20.
it is not a nat 20, but it is a 16.
That is
Great.
That is it.
That's a hit. Let's go, baby.
Oh my god, you
That's
just
awesome.
melted this thing.
How
What
much
is the spell? What is it called?
It is called
Horizon.
Horizon Thunder Sphere.
Horizon. Nice, Skip. Well done.
Yeah.
I started reading this. I'm like, what is this? It's from Secrets of Magic. And I look at the chat and somebody's like, that is my favorite first level spell. I'm like, yeah, no shit. As I'm reading it, I'm like, this thing is amazing.
When I was reading it, I was like, this literally cannot be legal. I have no idea how this absolute nuclear bomb of a spell made
I just
it
felt
into
like that
first
in
level.
Blood of the Wild, and then Jared told me I couldn't take it.
Yeah, with the purifying icicle, that was kick ass.
All right,
But
it's
it's
going to be
School of
3d6
Magic.
damage.
3d6, let's go.
3d6.
Let's go.
An insane amount of damage.
So, Troy, that's up to you whether I need to roll 3 individual 6s or whether I'm going to roll 1 6 and then you multiply it by 3.
No, you roll 3 individual 6s, because if you rolled a 6, that would be an 18.
Yeah.
You roll 3 d6s and add them up. Yeah.
Okay, that's 5. Plus
Five
5.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Plus 3. 13 electric damage.
So you look up to your bird and you talk to Pika, and all of a sudden a sphere erupts in the sky and a lightning bolt lands in your hand, and you throw it like fucking Thor at this thing, and it explodes into a million pieces.
And she's a witch. So she's a witch. She doesn't even realize. She doesn't even realize, but she starts to cackle. She's like,
Oh dear. Glad we kept a low profile.
And you're out of combat, and you hear that old lady screaming and other people screaming just sort of die down, because as Junior explodes, any other things that he animated fall to the ground as well.
Did he explode into bits, or is there anything left of him?
Chunks everywhere.
That's so
It took him so far below his hit points. I mean, there are just pieces of him everywhere. It's worse than C-3PO after he got blasted in Cloud City.
Cloud City.
Yeah, there's shit everywhere. And the guy who told you to, like, disable him,
He's so
comes
mad.
over and he's like, no, Junior. He's like grabbing pieces of him. It's gonna be okay, Junior. It's gonna be okay. He's trying to like put him back together. He's like, what did you do? What did you do? Why couldn't you try and disable him? Are you supposed to be Pathfinders?
Sir, calm down. Calm down. I'm gonna need you to look at me and let's breathe together, okay? Can we take a breath in? Yeah, and a breath out. Let's center ourselves for a minute. I'm so sorry for your loss, but I have some questions for you. I am an investigator. Has this ever happened before with Junior?
No, it's never happened before with Junior.
What?
I just got into creating these things. I used to be way into homunculi, but they didn't.
I used to be way into homunculi.
Oh, I had one of those phases myself.
But they don't help around the house, as it were.
Right.
So I created this thing. This was Junior. This was my first creation.
I'm so sorry.
God.
Did
Sir,
someone
just another-
encourage you to get into automatons?
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
what?
Did someone encourage you to get into automatons? Did someone like
No.
recommend?
No, it's very lonely down below the cathedral in the vaults, and I wanted someone to help me, and then also someone I could talk to and play chess
Totally.
and checkers where that now is. God.
It's okay.
Sorry.
Like, you can totally make another one. Here's another question. Was there anything different about today than normal that you think might have triggered this reaction that Junior had?
Well, obviously something happened. Something happened to turn him like this. He's never acted like this before. Let me see. And he starts gathering the pieces. He's like, and if you have, he has a sword. Did you strike? Did you strike, Junior? He looks at you, Eurus.
No, I never got the chance to. I meant to.
Did any of you strike him with a martial weapon?
No. I
Then
don't
what are
think
these
so.
grooves here? He picks up like a
Grooves?
piece of his chassis. He's been attacked.
May I please take a look at that closer?
Don't
And-
look at my son.
I'm merely
It's
here
okay.
to
We're
help.
trying to help,
We're
sir.
investigating his murder.
It's gonna be okay, boy.
Technically, Charlotte Ann, you did his murder, but
What?
Ladies, please, could we refrain from any sort of murderous accusations? You did his murder is not exactly something we need to be saying in public. Sir, may I please examine closer? I am an investigator, as my colleague just said, even though she's a fucking monk.
excuse me, I'm
I'm
a
an
bounty
actual
hunter.
investigator.
Okay? Excuse you. I'm a religious bounty hunter. I like to center myself and meditate and take down criminals, all right? That's like investigating.
Understood.
Whatever Dr. Pierce does next, he's getting the benefit of discern secrets. So
All
plus
right, so
one.
I'd like to take a look at it, and
He just very gingerly is like, look what they did to my boy.
I'd like to examine the damage that was done and see if I can't, really hone in on it and try to identify what made the mark, what kind of weapon. If it would have been, a blunt weapon, a sword, can I do that with a perception check, maybe?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, that is a 22.
Okay. And then you have some assistance there just to see, is this guy putting on a big show or not? No, he seems to be very upset by this. And you look, and there is damage to the clockwork that none of you could have done. You see the scorch marks that you and Charlotte Ann did, but Eurus didn't hit him at all. And there's a fist indentation from Mara's flurry of blows, but there's like sword gouges, like he has been attacked by something else.
Did anyone in the council members, did any of them have swords?
They did.
Did they all?
Mm-hmm. They all had
They
weapons.
all
on their
had
person.
swords.
Yep.
Well, if you was Junior out of your sight for any extended period of time today?
Yes, he often is. He has his chores to do, and he was doing them. Why? What do you see?
I wonder if maybe he was set upon by some bad actors. Was he in the lodge the entire time?
Yes, he was in the lodge. If he was attacked, that means that there are intruders in the vaults as we speak. you need to go, all 4 of you, now, and see, because if they're still down there are many secrets that we society members must protect.
Indeed. Yes, I will get on that directly. However, I do need to patch up my friends here.
There's no time!
Bone Dog, please. Please, sir. Please.
Sir, please.
Sir, please.
By the way, I think
Can
you
I
may,
use...
sorry, I think you may have a solid case against the Pathfinder Society for both compensatory and punitive damages. Here's my card. I work on contingency only, no fees due. Just give me a call.
Hey,
Sir.
sir, look, honestly, we really genuinely are sorry for your loss, and we did not want to damage Junior, but we couldn't stop him. It is beyond all of our skill to be able to turn the mechanism that would wind him down. That was because of your genius that he was so well built, and so we couldn't ever match that.
No, it's the modern schooling. You learn the new math, and no one learns disable device.
It's true. I memorized for a test, and I didn't learn critical thinking. You're so right.
When I was a kid, they taught you disable device starting in 1st grade.
Now they just teach to the test.
Now they just teach the test. It's
Now
all
they
about
teach
benchmarks, you know?
Common Core
Yeah.
disable device.
Sick.
What I would love, if you would allow me to, I would like to seek justice for Junior. May I take with us this part of his body that has these marks on it so that we can present it to the authorities as evidence? And bring this perpetrator to justice, the true murderer of Junior.
All right, but please, you need to return it to me when you're done. I can
sir.
rebuild him.
Sir, absolutely. Like, I totally will, okay? I promise.
I'll call him Junior 2.
Junior the second. It's brilliant. It's so good. Thank you.
Junior.
Yes. All right. Well, just go into the vaults and find out what's going on, and then return that chunk of Junior to me. I will rebuild him. I will not be alone any longer. Who will do my chores?
So I'll take the piece so that we have some sort of physical proof that there was sabotage, and then let's go. Like, I think we should totally go.
Yoris, come here. Let me patch this up here. I mean, you guys have... You've been hit.
Damage. I took 5 points of damage.
4 points.
What are you going to do to heal me?
I was going to do... who's hurt?
What are you going to do?
Well, I am a doctor, my dear. I was going to treat wounds if people need it. It is, I don't think everybody can get it, though. We are in a little bit of a rush. Even this takes 10 minutes. It would take 30 minutes if I was going to do everybody.
I'm okay.
How are you feeling, Eurus?
I'm 25% down.
And what about you?
I am 33.3% down.
Okay, then I will.
You take precedent.
I'm not going to do that much.
Yes. All right. Decision's been made, and I'll do my best. Natural 20.
Whoa!
First,
that's a critical.
That is a
healing.
critical success.
Amazing.
Double hit. What a doctor he is he not?
He's a doctor. I only need 5.
Yes.
Could you do that to my boy?
Holy smokes, that was awesome.
What does that do?
It says double healing. I rolled very middling though. It's 16 points of healing. Well, I guess first level.
I only needed 5.
16 points? That's like my
it's 4d8. 4d8.
He gave her bionic legs.
Could you save some of that healing?
Charlotte Ann goes, ow, that stings. Oh no, that feels good.
You'll be fine, my dear. And when he finishes, it's incredible what he just did. Like it's otherworldly in its experience. And also, I want to say, and this is also just a shout out to the system. I had so much fun making this character. I'm an investigator. I just cast fucking electric arc. You don't just cast electric arc as an investigator.
Yeah, how did you do that?
That is because I'm an elf, and I took the ancient elf heritage, which is why I said I was around when Aradin had died. And at the ancient elf heritage, what you get is you pick any one dedication feat, archetype feat of another class that you had in a previous life. So in his previous life with the Pathfinder Society, he was a wizard. So I took the wizard dedication, and I got 4 cantrips, 4 wizard cantrips that I can cast.
That is so cool.
Yeah, it's so freaking awesome. And
Is Cure Wounds a cantrip?
No. Treat wounds is separate. I was saying when I cast electric
That's just
arc.
the action. Copy. That's the action.
When I cast electric arc,
Of
that
course.
was because of my heritage. Had nothing to do with my class. It's very cool.
My teeth are
wild.
so wet right now.
My teeth are
Your teeth are so wet. Oh yeah. Okay. I was like,
Whose
why
teeth
do I
aren't
not
wet right
have cure wounds in our other game? But I do. I have treat wounds. I just always fail at it. It's fine. It's totally fine. I'm just roll bad.
You just roll so poorly, it never does us any good. So.
It never
I
heals
did
anyone
wanna-
anything.
I did want to say, Mary Lou, that like I came into this with that idea and with that concept. I had no idea that the ancient elf heritage existed. I was like, if I'm going to play an elf, like I think it would be hilarious if he was like 500 years old. Like
It's so
that's-
cool.
I want to lean into that. And there it was. It's like ancient elf is one of the heritages, and that was the bonus. It's like,
That's
oh my
really
God,
And that makes
cool.
They have
perfect
it fits.
sense as to why he's level 1, even
Right.
though he's 500 years old.
Because he retired.
He's
For
retired.
like, he retired for like 100 years. That was my
so
idea.
he
It's
was
like,
a wizard.
He's just been atrophying and like not practicing and just like lost all of his spell books. You know, like
and
like
now he's a
Pembroke.
Benoit Blanc. He's
Yes,
just
like
is
Pembroke.
looking for the
Yeah.
perfect mystery.
Right. Just sitting in the tub all day with Hugh Grant.
exactly.
I can't
all right.
wait for them to make 13 more of those Knives Out movies.
Oh,
Anyway,
no.
keep going.
I know.
Are you guys all healed up and ready to rock?
Yeah, baby.
Yeah, as close as we're gonna get. Oh no, actually, that's not true. Holy shit! I forgot. God, this class is so amazing. He pulls out 2 vials, and he quickly does his little puts his little reagents in them that he has on him, and he'll give both you, Eurus, and you, Mara, elixirs of life.
Nice.
Bless
Nice,
her.
dude.
Yeah, so
What
that's
does that
1d6, 1d6 healing.
1d6 healing. All right,
Cool. Do you want to roll that, or do we roll it for ourselves?
You roll it. Actually,
Fine.
I'll roll yours.
I don't know. I don't want us. I'm scared.
Let's put this to the test. I rolled a fucking 2. I'm sorry.
That's okay. That's okay. I was only
Sorry.
down for a point, so 2 is pretty good.
Okay.
You live forever. And then you've got an extra one. All right, so you want to head into the building. He's like, go!
Yeah. We'll go to the vault.
Yeah.
Hold on to that card.
For the record, I just rolled a 5, so I should have rolled, but it's fine.
God damn it. Sorry.
No, I wouldn't have rolled that if I'd actually rolled. I would have rolled another one.
The dice smell it. The dice
can
smell
tell.
it when it
They smell
actually
my
matters.
fear. Yeah.
You walk towards the lodge from where you're standing, and Junior's trail of destruction is everywhere. And while everyone that you pass by looks bewildered and distraught at this very weird thing that just happened, animated knickknacks and Eagle Knight statues and a robot running around, you don't come across anyone else fighting animated, inanimate objects. So that's good. You get to the doors, and there's a pair of Pathfinder guards. They look like they're watching for someone to come out, but also to come in, and they see you, and they say, "Oh, thank you for taking care of that creature, Junior. He was always very, very kind. I was sorry to see you murder him in cold blood, but I'm sure that the wizard can fix him. Listen, there's something going on down there. We don't know how, but all of this hubbub out here, someone slipped in, and it seems like whatever is happening, they've failed in their mission as well. Like a smash and grab gone wrong. Perhaps, I'm not sure, but if you follow Junior's trail of destruction, there's a secret door here that's not so secret anymore. I think it would lead you to where this is. We'll stand here to make sure nobody else gets in, but there's something going on down there.
That's so interesting. Valor was so upset because that's only one small angle of the Pathfinder Society, but he kept leaning on the things that they hide beneath, the things that they put in their vaults and lock away.
Secrets.
Yeah, this secrets that they lock away. You know what, Troy? Can I'm going to use that to. I'm just going to pivot my. After that, I'm going to pivot my pursue a lead to Valor, to Valor himself. Yeah.
Skyrim, new quest comes up. New lead.
Valor. And so, I'm just going to keep him in mind as he might be behind some of this because it was too much on the nose. And then we'll head down. So right now I have him and Freya Greensong are my 2 leads.
Okay.
for what's going on here.
You look past the guards, and you've been to this lodge before. You've been here probably a couple days in advance of your meeting with Brackett, but of course Jimmy did not give you the note in time. However, things look different now. You see a stairway leading down below the main chamber that wasn't visible last time you were here. It's all uncovered, and there's shit everywhere from Junior's path of destruction, just leading down below the Pathfinder lodge, and that's where the guards are pointing. They're like, down there. So let's say you all go down there. Let's move things along, and immediately you take maybe 5-10 steps in, and it's a maze, and you're like, you could go 20 different ways. What do you do?
Left. Go left.
I don't know that this helps
Stay
in this
to the
situation,
right.
but I'm going to throw it out there just in case.
Throw it out.
I am an experienced tracker. Could I figure
Bounty
use that
hunter.
to figure out where the path of destruction or where the person who ran in went? Can I use that to help us?
Absolutely.
Are you doing the
This is
seek
what's so
skill?
great.
Are you doing the seek skill in
Or is
order
it
to
survival?
It's survival in this situation, but I think we can bend it to our own purpose.
Does the seek action? What does that use?
That's perception.
I think
'Cause-
track is right here.
Okay.
You're
So-
really trying to look at the debris because it looks like there's shit everywhere. It's hard to tell what was part of Junior's destruction.
I'm gonna attempt to aid you. Okay, is that okay?
Yeah.
Are you doing survival?
So it's, when necessary, I can follow a trail without pause. I can track while moving at full speed if I take a -5 penalty to my survival check. But I could also just try and track. I don't know if I want
You don't
to
need
take
to
the
do it at
-5.
speed. Yeah.
Yeah, we can just do it because they're in here. So it's not like we're going to lose them necessarily.
But you're obviously trained in survival, and you're gonna roll a survival check.
I will do a
All right,
survival check.
So let me take a look too, and I'll attempt to aid you. So this is a DC 20 against my survival to aid. And I do. Wait, is it 20? It's 20, right? Yeah, I think it is. I don't get it. I got a 15 though, which makes me pause. But yeah, I think it is DC 20. Oh my
rolling.
God, you didn't.
I did
Paula,
roll a 1, but it's bad. I don't understand why I can't roll tonight. Oh, there's an 18. I hate you. It's a total of 7 because I'm so beyond
It's okay. We'll be
over
all right.
it. But that's okay. You know what?
We're gonna be
It's
okay.
part of the
We're gonna
story.
be okay.
I'm like, look, y'all, I can track what's going on here. But guess what? I can't really.
So what was the
Tried
total?
your best.
It was
The total
7.
was a 7? Yeah, so Joe,
was
the typical
7.
DC for aid is 20, but it's really up to the GM. I mean, for something like this, you're...
Right, if it's a particularly
both-
easy
Yeah.
task. Yeah.
So she gets a +1, which is still a failure. So
Thank
you
you,
look,
though.
and you're just like, you see destruction, but it looks like, probably the robot came out of here causing a mess, but other people have been here. And what you notice, you don't even roll the perception checks. Anyone with any sort of basic perception as you take in your surroundings, like it just seems like everything is destroyed for destroyed's sake.
yeah.
Vandal.
That's
Interesting.
the first sort of gut feeling you get. You don't know why. So you start progressing through this maze. I mean, it really is. You wonder, like, what was this like when it was a Church of Aridin so long ago? Like, what was this? Were these crypts that have now been turned into, like, little storage rooms? At a certain point, you hear, like, a buzzing sound. And so you follow in the direction of that buzzing sound, and you enter this huge chamber, and the whole southern part of the chamber is where you enter. It looks like it's been completely destroyed. Like someone has recently went out of their way to just like destroy the ground. And then you look about the room, and the first thing you see is this like spinning globe that's just going whomp, 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 and shooting off electric arcs in every direction. Like, have you ever been in a room with a Tesla coil?
Tesla coil, yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of like that. But this is an orrery, and it's just, and eventually it
seems
stops. And you see 2 dead bodies on the ground.
Oh no.
They look familiar.
They do not look familiar.
Search him.
You slowly walk over to the bodies as this orrery winds down. You see a large rod on the ground that looked like it belonged to the mechanism that was spinning the orrery, and the removal of the rod is probably what caused it to go haywire and shoot electricity everywhere. You have to move through this rubble, and it's difficult terrain as you're walking. It's like slowing you down as you walk towards the bodies, but you're like, what? Who did this? Did they just take pickaxes to the ground to destroy? Like, what is the motive here? And you go over to the bodies, and one of them is, they're both very strange looking. Although they're humanoid, they are not from the area, as it were. Give me a check to recall knowledge.
Society?
Yeah.
Oh my god. It's a 26.
All of us?
For Dr. Pierce.
If Dr. Pierce knows immediately, these are like devil creatures.
Oh.
They're like
Chilaxian spies.
fiends. These are like devil. They have devil characteristics. One has horns, one very pale skin, one of them, and they just have fiendish, devil-like.
So is this
Do you
because
say
of
that out loud,
Philwart?
Dr. Pierce? Dr.
Yes.
Pierce, do you say that out loud?
Yes.
Devil creatures
Yes.
or chillax?
Yes,
Chilaxian?
Cheliax.
Or cheliax? Okay, at this point, Charlotte Ann trusts her compatriots completely, and she goes, Tritus is conspiring with the Aspis Consortium.
He seems so
What?
totally nice.
He's a
I know he
Pathfinder
does.
through
Trust
and
me.
through. I know
My
a
thi-
Pathfinder when I see one.
Okay, my love, but my thing is secrets, and that's his secret.
Well, you have been very on point with everything so far. There is no need to doubt this. My goodness.
It's
What
the
is the
Aspis
world
Consortium.
coming to?
Yeah.
Spying
I'm
on
gonna
us.
seek both the bodies and the orrery and the general area for any clues.
Yeah. Emerging clues could be all over the place.
This is
And I'm
interesting.
going to use detect secrets as I'm doing that, so I get a +1 to my perception roll.
Okay.
Okay, I rolled a 9.
All right, so you're looking about the room. Obviously, this giant machine in the middle of it drew you in, and then your focus went to the bodies. You start to take into the room, and like many of the rooms that you saw as you were finding your way here, it looks like it's a room that's used to store lore and relics, just like Valor was trying to use against you. The walls are lined with shelves that look like they used to be full of all these objects and books and boxes. But they've all been like thrown to the ground, and so you can't tell, was someone looking for something or just destroying stuff? Because it's one thing to just throw stuff to the ground, like, that's not what I'm looking for, but it looks like things were purposely destroyed. You do find a pendant on one of the men that is in the shape of like a stylized claw. But you don't.
I'd like to examine that.
Yeah, give me a society or a warfare lore, maybe.
All right, society will have to be for me. Oh, that is a 12.
I rolled a 14 since I'm the one who discovered it. Maybe that's
Both of you have no idea what this is.
You haven't seen anything
Seems
like
familiar,
it.
but you don't know.
I got a 23 on society.
All right, so even though you're new to sunlight, you are familiar with this symbol. It is the symbol of a mercenary group known as the Devil's Claws. And you rolled high enough to... what'd you roll again?
23.
23. You know that the membership of this group is almost primarily made up of rejected Hell Knights.
Oh,
man,
the ones
this is-
that didn't make it.
This is Chilaxian all over. All Tons of chillax.
Let me just do just 2 minutes of lore on this. You
I would
got
say,
to.
like,
Give me
what's it,
that.
Hell
I
Knight?
love lore. Come on.
We're in so deep. So I said, as Dr. Pierce, that when Aradin died, nations turned against each other. Cheliax fell into ruin. Cheliax
Aradin was like the god of men.
he was the god of
He was
humans.
the last
and
as Lanti.
Okay.
yeah, and Cheliax worshipped him. He is a chaotic good, I believe, deed, or maybe neutral good. I don't remember. But anyway, Cheliax worshipped him. It's a whole nation. When he died, and his death, by the way, is just like on like one of his
Unthinkable.
like one of his reunions, I think it was. Basically, like the world went into like horrible storms for like 2 weeks, and then all clerics lost connection with him, and all like paladins lost connection with him. So everyone thinks he died. Like there's the only explanation, but no one ever saw Aradin die. He's a god, right?
Interesting.
Yeah, there's no body.
Very strange story. So all these people start turning on each other. Cheliax gets torn apart by civil war and eventually falls to infernal deities and becomes like the nation of Asmodeus and the nation of hell. So it's all like lawful evil like starts to control that nation, and then at the top of it they train these Hell Knights who are just like, they're just people, and it doesn't, humans, elves, whoever, but they train in this rigorous like system. They're like Navy SEALs to like become the strongest knights ever, and then like their final test is they have to get put in a summoning circle as like a devil from hell is summoned, and they have to defeat the devil or they're out of like the program.
Oh,
So it's like
boy.
super intense. So if you go into it, you can go into like a regular town, and you could just be like, Hell Knights are like in control of the town. And it's not like everybody's just being tortured constantly, but it's like at curfew, everyone goes to bed. Like when the market opens at this time, the market closes at this time. Like it's all super regimented and intense.
And so bringing it back to this,
Yeah.
these mercenaries are they're people that failed the test.
Yeah. Oh, so
And
cool.
they're like budget Hell Knight. Oh my
Yeah.
Low budget Hell Knights.
Bridge and tunnel
budget
Hell Knights.
Hell Knights.
Is anyone else doing any sort of
I
perception or seeking or looking around?
yeah, I'd like to like search around and seek meticulously for hidden doors, concealed hazards, and so on.
Yeah.
What do I what is that? So like a perception? I
A little
imagine.
perception, the old catch-all.
Okay, 18.
Well, hold on. I haven't tried discern secrets on you yet, have I?
No,
Not in the last minute.
no, not ever.
Well, then Charlotte Ann goes, "Blah, blah, blah, blah," and you get a +1 to that. So it's
I go.
19.
Oh my gosh! I like suddenly see like way better than I could before. So 19.
All right, well, that's
Thank
a pretty
you.
good roll. Enough
Finally.
to notice a couple things that will happen simultaneously. Well, not simultaneously, but very close to each other. One, you see that everyone is way into like, what is this devil's claw thing? And they're talking, and then Dr. Pierce goes
whatever,
on this long
jewelry's
speech
so
about Hell
boring.
Knights. You start searching the bodies, and on the smaller creature, you find a drawing in his pocket. Looks like charred, like half of the paper has been charred. Head on over to the VTT, and I will show you
Yeah.
what it looks like.
The Ark of the Covenant, y'all.
Oh, it is.
Ark of the Covenant,
It is.
y'all.
Wow.
What?
And
know, it looks like a box.
does Mara recognize what this is from this drawing? Has she seen this before?
Roll a check. Roll a knowledge, something to recall knowledge. It could be Arcana if you think this is has a magical tradition. Maybe a cult.
Does Charlotte Ann see it? Does Charlotte Ann see this?
Maybe you see Maher.
Drawing?
Maher's staring at this charred drawing. And come over and hey, what's up?
Neither Arcana or Occult are great for me,
I
but
rolled an
Society?
18.
Society would be better if that applies. I would love to
Yeah, sure.
argue Society
Nice,
for
yeah.
this.
The way it works is kind of like you can roll anything, and if it's relevant, you'll get relevant information.
21 total.
That's better than mine.
There she goes.
I have a die on the floor, but it's fine. I picked a new one. 21 total.
It's some sort of ornate chest, but there are no recognizable symbols or markings that would let you know where the chest is from or or even what time period. It does look old, but significance you don't know. Was this person looking for this chest, perhaps? Why is the paper?
21?
Can I show it
That's
to
all
everyone
you
else?
get?
Yeah, because there's nothing on there that like you're like, oh, I know those markings. That there's really nothing that distinguishes it as a specific chest. Only the bearer of the note perhaps knew what it was.
There's nothing that would be
hand it-
in the infernal tongue, right? That would be recognizable as infernal.
Yeah, I'm gonna take it over to Pierce. I say, Dr. Pierce. I found this thing, and
Yes,
it feels like
yeah.
bad news. But I don't know what it is. But you investigate things and like information, whereas I mostly just like hunt down people, right? So maybe you know something about this, and I'll hand it to him and hope that he knows.
Well, there's very little difference between a person and a chest. He says something bizarre. And he looks at it, and you're like, what the fuck was that?
But do you speak Infernal?
I do.
You don't see any infernal markings on it whatsoever. Nothing that sort of says, oh, that's a hell chest. It's just very creepy. However, with that 21 that Mara rolled, I said that something happens semi-simultaneously.
Oh, yeah.
Because while you're discovering and talking over this charred drawing, you hear a noise in the hallway on the opposite side of the way you entered this large chamber. It's like a tung 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 tung.
I'll go over there.
Yeah, we'll start walking over there.
Rar.
Quietly.
And I'm going to pull out my bow.
Let's be quiet.
Okay.
This could be our perpetrator.
Dr. Pierce pulls out his bow, and you exit the room with all haste to the north. The room is not destroyed up here, so there's no difficult terrain to slow you down. However, following in the direction of that noise, you exit the room into a hallway, and you see three men heading like about to turn the corner way up ahead, and the one in the back sees you and yells something. Does anyone else speak Infernal?
No.
Okay.
I don't.
I speak legalese.
You
Is
speak
it-
legalese.
Which is
legal
very,
language?
very, very, very close to infernal.
Yeah, yes. It's about as close as you can get. It's a dialect.
Luckily, Dr. Pierce does, because this is what happens.
How cool is that shit?
He says
Nice
something
choice.
in Infernal. And he says, ears! And as he says ears, he pulls this like small device
No.
out of his coat and just puts it on the ground.
No.
Oh, no.
I get an action. You stop.
And then
Stop
they
narrating.
run around the corner.
Stop narrating.
No, stop
Well, here's
narrating.
the thing. He yells, ears! They put this device on the ground and they run around the corner. And you all see, up ahead, about 50 feet away, this device that almost looks like there's a metronome attached to it that's just going. What do you do?
He's going to say, they said some kind of device, said ears. Stuff your ears, cover your ears, it might be some sort of sonic device. And he's going to stuff some fabric in his ears.
Okay. Does everyone else follow suit? Or you're like, this Dr. Piss is being weird again?
How many
No,
actions
yeah,
does it take
also-
to stuff your ears?
You're not even in combat, so you could just do it.
Okay, because I also have a cantrip called Telekinetic Projectile, where I can take any object that has one bulk or less and throw it.
Just toss it. So
I
you're
wanna
thinking about
toss it.
Throw it
Tossing
after
it
them.
Closer to I want to throw it after them. Can I do that?
You absolutely can. Now they have already turned the corner.
Yeah.
So you have to have line of sight to use that ability that way to throw it right at them, but you could throw it toward that direction, I guess, maybe.
Yeah, and you can also throw it at this object too.
I want to throw the object itself, and I want to
She's
throw
saying
it.
she wants to telekinetically throw the object. the
throw
metronome.
whatever that little metronome
I
John is. I want to throw it as far away from us and close to them. as I can.
Okay, now how close do you have to be to use telekinetic?
30 feet.
30 feet.
All right.
Are we 30 feet?
No, you're 50 feet. You want to get closer?
Okay, well then I plug my ears.
You plug your ears, and do you move closer to try and be able to pull this off to get it out of the way?
Let me do a check. Can I do a recall knowledge check on the device? See if I've ever
Absolutely.
seen anything like this before.
Yeah, recall knowledge, you can roll Arcana or Occultism.
I'll do occultism. Oh, there it is. Natural 1, which is very, very bad in this situation.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's
but what
terrible.
if Charlotte Ann rolled a 25?
Well, I'm supposed to get a false piece of information.
Okay.
Yeah, but of course you would know that it's false, so that's not fun. But
Well,
Charlotte
I'd
Ann,
play it that way, and
We
it would
could-
be real fun.
Yeah.
We're
Trust
really
us
good
to do our
actors.
job.
Well, here's the thing.
You could trust us to do. We are professionals.
Let's see how you play it then. Dr. Pierce, you roll your recall knowledge, and you are like, I know what this is, and it's incredibly dangerous. We shouldn't even get near it. That's the thought that goes in your head. Charlotte Ann, you see that, and you know that this thing is actually pretty harmless. It's just designed to slow people down as you get closer to it. It slows time around
Ooh.
it, but it's
Weird.
otherwise harmless. But why do they want
Stand
to slow
back!
it down?
Why did they want to slow us down?
Hey,
Why
back!
did they say ears?
Ears.
Those
Maybe it does sonic
skunks.
damage, and that's how they slow time.
Mm.
Okay.
Maybe they're elves.
Either
Charlotte Ann
Yeah,
goes,
maybe he was just
"What is
calling to his
with
buddies that they
you?"
call Ears
Everybody,
McGee.
his friends, his good time elf pals.
Yes, let's go!
Ears. It's a
Ears.
nickname.
Ears,
for-
set the slowdown device.
Okay,
All right.
Charlotte Ann is 18, and she is impulsive. She is gonna run.
No, my dear, no, it's extremely dangerous.
I'm sorry, doctor. I have to do this. And she runs 20 feet to get within, only 20 feet though.
She
to
is
get
going to
exactly
die.
within 30 feet. And I'm going to cast Telenetic Projectile.
Okay.
And I am going to try and throw it as far away from me as possible. Maybe I can like ricochet it off a wall or something to get it to bounce like pool, like billiards.
Couple things are
bounce
gonna happen.
closer to them.
You run up to it, you're like, I got this. And right when you get within 30 feet, you start to cast a spell, and all of a sudden,
Time slows for
you
you.
feel like you've entered a zone where time has changed, and you're going to try and resist this with a will save and give yourself a +1 for stuffing your ears.
Hey, there we go. Ears.
Okay, this is the one I'm good at. Ooh, that's a 26.
26!
That's a fucking critical.
That is a
26.
critical success.
Yes.
You're not my real dad.
I mean, that is. What did you say?
You're not my real dad.
It's just the
She
first
is a
thing that
very
comes to her.
troubled youth.
It's just the
troubled
first
youth,
thing
you know?
that comes to her. Like somebody tries to tell her what to do, and she's like, "You're not my dad."
I mean, it's amazing. A 26 is a critical success exactly. It was a DC 16 will save. And with a critical success, you're completely unaffected by the metronome and can act
Yes.
normally, which means you can cast your spell and fucking fling it far away.
Oh, I love it. That is incredible.
Yes. Gorgeous.
You send it far enough away
amazing.
that it won't affect you if you want to all now pursue.
Heck yes. Marry
Okay.
Lou and Vita.
Yeah, I do a spell attack roll, and it's a 21.
Oh, yeah.
So that's.
It actually has
I-
an AC. I should have had you roll that, but I was so excited about your success. It has an AC.
I just succeeded.
And a 21 is enough to like just shaboom, send it.
Send it.
And so it goes flying down the hallway, and you know that you're fine now to continue your pursuit unfettered. Is that what
right.
you do?
Hell yeah, brother. They want to slow us down. She's a teenager. She wants to do the exact opposite of whatever they want her to do. So they wanted to slow us down? I don't think so. She turns around to her
nothing.
crew and she goes, let's go. And
Yeah, ain't nothing gonna break my stride. Ain't nothing gonna slow me down.
Let's
Oh, no.
go! You're
Right.
not my dad. You run after these guys, and you realize that as you go around the corner, sort of chasing after the direction that they went, there's like a service exit down here.
how did they know about that?
How did they know about that?
Did they know?
And it's wide open. So you rush out, and as you're rushing out, Dr. Pierce, you hear this infernal speaking again. It's a little further away, but they're like, where are the rest of them? They're supposed to be here. Where are the rest of them? And you come out onto a back street, like on the other side of the cathedral. So you're like coming up stairs to bring you to the outside, and you see 3 of them. There's 3 guys. 2 of them look like the horned dude that was dead in the room with the orrery. And the other guy is resplendent in the outfit of someone dedicated to a very specific deity. Does anyone have any points in religion?
I do.
Yeah, of course Dr. Pierce does.
Yeah.
Okay. Literally, Charlotte Ann is on fire. So if anybody rolls higher than a 25, let me know.
No.
You rolled a 25?
I rolled a natural 20, and I have a plus 5.
Amazing. All right, well,
Mara, do you have any religion?
I rolled a 23.
23, that's pretty good, awesome. Mara, any religion?
I have none, so I don't even try. I'm thinking about trying to coerce them into stopping. So that's where Mara's brain is, just so you know.
Okay. And Skid, what did you end up rolling?
I rolled a 15.
Okay. That's enough for all 3 of you to know a priest of Asmodeus when you see one.
Dude, straight
thought it was gonna be Iomade.
Straight up devil worshippers.
Yeah.
Straight up
you come up the
worshiping
stairs
devil.
and you hear them say, where are they? They were supposed to be there. And then they see you! Roll for initiative! You roll for initiative!
You roll for initiative.
Oh, yeah.
You roll for
Come on, this is the die.
Oh,
This is the die I should have been rolling with all night, y'all.
Oof.
You know, fun
Okay,
little
well-
mechanic here. Had you been slowed down by the metronome with a minor delay, they get the jump on you and they get a little bit better of initiative. Had you just like really been delayed or well, let's just let it run its course, they would have an even better initiative. But because you immediately succeeded, it's all just straight up
Straight
rolls
up.
against
Yeah,
their rolls.
boy.
Well, as the teens would say,
As the kids say.
finally my bad rolls have caught up with me, and my initiative is an 8.
Oh, poop.
And
That's okay,
eight-
Not that
mine's
bad, but pretty bad.
22.
Nice.
22 for Mara.
Oh, there she go. I want to see this. I want to see Mara wade in there and beat the living shit out of these devil-worshipping
so.
bastards.
She's a
hope I
hot
can.
fox. She's literally a foxy brown diva.
Yeah, she's a foxy
lady.
brown monk diva.
Yeah.
Foxy lady. What did you get? Dr. Pierce.
I got a 20.
20 for Dr. Pierce. Urist.
Urist got a 14.
14.
No, wait. Sorry, 16.
16 for Urist. Let's go
This is going to be so filled with juice.
to the map. You want
Take it to
juice?
the map.
We got juice. All right, so let's look at these guys. Here are the. You saw one of these guys dead already. This is what he looks like, kind of like a goat dude.
yeah,
Dude.
This awful looking goat dude, and then here
Don't
is
like
the priest of Asmodeus.
Oh, no.
Wow.
I don't like him. I'm scared.
Scary.
That's
Scary.
amazing.
That
Wait,
guy-
what is
like
that
the 1E
actual
style
artwork?
art.
Is that from the module?
No, that's from Paizo.
Is
That's
that like an anti-paladin? I feel like I've seen that artwork before.
I've seen
yeah.
this before. That's why I wanted to use it because it's such a classic piece.
It's
of,
so good, and it definitely is Asmodeus too.
I don't want to like miscredit anyone, but I feel like that's Wayne Reynolds.
I feel like it
Reynolds
is too.
I think this is from like the Hell's Rebels or
Hell's Vengeance.
the Hell's Vengeance, like AP or something. Might be
Yeah.
from there.
Yeah, I'm pretty. I don't want to misquote and misattribute, but I think it's Wayne Reynolds. It just looks like his.
So let me just tell Paula and Mary Lou real quick. Hell's Rebels is an adventure path. It all takes place in Cheliax, where you play a small resistance that begins to rise against the infernal
cool.
overlords. And then Hell's Vengeance is a whole AP where you play evil characters that are evil
cool.
Chelaxians suppressing rebellions. I mean, it's so much stuff. It's amazing.
Yeah.
That's awesome. I will say the Chelaxians, or these infernal guys, these Asmodeans, of fashion sense on point.
Right?
Yeah.
He had
They
a
are
very-
the hotness. They are the
Incredible.
hotness.
Incredible look.
outfit.
Love the Star Shield.
Mara,
Yeah, the stars everywhere.
Yeah.
Mara, you are up. You have the highest initiative. You are, like I said, about
Come
30
on,
feet
Mara.
away from the goat-looking dudes, and about 35 feet away from the priest of Asmodeus.
Get 'em, babe.
Okay. The first thing I am going to do is spend 2 actions to cast Daze. And I'm going to attempt to cast it on the priest-looking guy because they look scarier. They're 45 feet away from me, so I should be able to do that at a range of 60 feet.
Nice.
So I will cloud the target's mind and daze it with a mental jolt. The jolt
Yes.
deals mental damage equal to my spellcasting ability modifier +1. Then the target must attempt a basic will save. If you critically fail, you are also stunned 1. And so
I like that.
Mara will just go, stop, with her magic hand and send a blast of energy out in an attempt to daze this guy. So it's a save, it's a will saving throw.
And there's no attack, right? You cast this, and I have to roll.
I
wisdom.
believe so.
I think you're right. I'm trying to look
Cantrip,
up
enchantment,
daze.
mental, non-lethal. So it doesn't have attack as a key thing.
Yeah, I don't think it's.
So I think it's just a saving will throw, and a saving throw of will, and my spellcaster DC is 14.
Okay, all right. So we assume
So
this
+1,
guy's-
so 15. I think it said on there it's that +1.
well, let's
Right?
see what I was getting.
No. Sorry, that's my mental damage. If this fails, apologies. The spell DC is 14.
DC 14. He makes it with a 23, so you know where he's at. However, even on that's not a critical
Not a critical.
success. So that's just a regular failure. Do I take half damage? Is it a basic will
It's
save?
a basic will save.
All right, so
yes.
that's going to be half damage.
Okay. So that's equal to my spellcasting ability modifier.
So that's is that intelligence or wisdom?
Shoot.
It's probably
doesn't-
wisdom, right?
No. It's not wisdom because my wisdom's +0. I have no buff to my wisdom, so it can't be that.
Oh.
I have this because it's just like it's a
Is it a
like
focus spell?
a heritage feat, whatever you call. I'm a kitsune, and it's a feat that comes with that kitsune spell familiarity. So I think it's intelligence, and it's just a +1. So half of that, do you round up? Do you just take 1
You
point?
do round up to 1.
That's why, because I'm not. This is my only spell. It's a cantrip, and it's just because it's a feat I get for being a
An
kitsune.
ancestry feat.
Yeah, ancestry. That's what it is. Thank you. It's one of those that I get with it. It's a free.
All right, so you think it's only a +1. This is something.
What
that's
is your
come up in
charisma?
My
The chat
charisma
saying
is
it's-
+1. Oh, so
All
it's
right,
either. So
so
it's probably
same
charisma.
difference.
I believe it's a +1.
Yeah, the chat is saying
Is
it's
the
charisma
damage.
if it's innate. That's what Doc Robotnik says.
Okay,
Copy.
all right,
Thank you,
so-
chat. I've not played anyone who has this kind of one random spell before, so.
Well, we've had this issue before in trying to find the spellcasting ability modifier on the sheet because some
It does
some of
actually
these
say in
characterization
here.
software tell you so.
It says equal to your spellcasting ability modifier, and then in parentheses it says +1, and I think it's telling me right here that's what it is. So it's +1, but half. Do you round up or do you round down?
up. So you at least do
Okay.
1 point of damage. Obviously, not a
It's-
lot, but it's first level. That could be the difference between living and dying. And that was 2 actions.
That was 2 actions, and for my third action, I'm just gonna go into my tiger stance. So I enter the stance of a tiger. So you see, she kind of comes up, and what earlier seemed kind of when she was like, "That's not a knife. It must have just been my nails." You see now it's actually like claws. She can now make
Oh,
tiger
that's so
claw
cool.
attacks.
Nice.
So that'll be pretty awesome when I do it. And if I'm in this stance, I can step 10 feet
Nice
as well.
callback improv. Nice work.
That kicks
That's
ass.
why they mistook your hands for knives.
That's right.
Yeah.
I almost was like, oh, that's just my claws. I mean, my nails. But I didn't want to give it away yet. So that's all 3 of my actions.
Okay.
Is that all?
I only did 1 damage. I didn't actually do that much.
All right. It is the Priest of Admodius's turn. I am just looking.
Sorry, you
at
must have forgotten I got a 23.
I saw that. He rolled higher. Wait,
Actually, I think I got a 20.
You got a 20, yeah.
I was going to say, if you got a 23, then you should have gone before me.
Yeah.
You didn't. I got a 20 for you, and the priest has a 21. Tamara's 22. So here's what he's going to do. I got to get a little bit closer. So he's going to step 5 feet, and then I've got Mara and Charlotte Ann. I'm going to roll a die here. 1, 2, 3, Mara. 4, 5, 6, Charlotte Ann. Poor Mara. It would make sense. You're the one that tried to daze him. He is going to cast a spell on you using 2 actions.
Okay.
I'm going to need a
Screaming Jayhawk.
fortitude save.
Okay.
That
I
should
have
be
a
good for you.
+6 to this, so hopefully it's
That's good.
Yeah, he might have picked the
Nice.
wrong one.
That's really solid.
No, that rocks.
No, you
Oh,
didn't.
don't say it. Don't say it. Don't
There's
say it.
no way.
Don't. Paula.
Number 5.
No.
So that's a natural 1.
Wait, do you have a hero point?
No, I spent it earlier on a stupid court argument.
And
This is
Troy didn't
amazing.
give you another one for the Tiger Claw callback?
As cool as that was, this is going to be
No.
double damage from a harm spell.
Oh my.
Not harm.
So I roll
No.
once and multiply it, where it is a crit. Actually, it's a fumble, right? Yeah, you fumbled, so I didn't crit.
Listen, I
you just
rolled a
fumbled.
natural 1. The total is 7, but it's a natural
Yeah,
1.
basic fortitude save. That's a critical failure. This is double damage. A D8 times 2.
Oh, this
Please
could
roll low.
one-shot you.
Please roll low.
I rolled a 1. You're so.
Goodness.
Oh,
I go.
I was
Not
tasting blood in
today.
my mouth. All right, so you take two
Your
points
teeth
of
were
damage.
so wet.
My teeth were so blood.
Such wet teeth.
Thank goodness.
Oh, that could have been
thank goodness.
16 points of damage. You take 2 points of damage,
Oh
and
my
that's his whole
God.
fucking turn. All right, it is Dr. Pierce's turn. This character has such a great name. I don't want to tell you because you wouldn't know, but anyway.
Wouldn't I?
I'm so.
I guess I don't. Dr.
Why do they
Pierce
take
is,
double piercing damage or something?
he is
Oh.
going to, you know what? He's going to eye up the guard that's just to the left as we're facing them of the priest.
Uh-huh.
This is great. All right, so he's going to eye this guy up. He's going to... Okay, first I'm going to use this investigator ability, which is smash mazing. Devise a stratagem. So I look at this this guy, I don't know this thing, and I begin to examine where I could make an attack accurately if I could. And then I roll a die. Actually, before I do that, I have another ability that I chose called No Weakness. Now, as part of Devise a Stratagem, I get to roll a Recall Knowledge check on the creature for free. So I'd like a Recall Knowledge check. Is this society? Is it a humanoid standard creature? It's not an outsider, right?
Sort of knowledge of like
Natural 20. 20.
Yes.
7, I believe, for society.
I'm going
for
to
me.
give you all the information you need. So you're like,
Great.
all right, Devil's Claw, what do these guys do? They tried to get the Hell Knights, they failed. All right, so what do we know about these sort of basic low-level thugs that would surround the Priest of Asmodeus? And you know that they are weak to good and resistant to fire.
Okay. They are weak to good and resistant to fire. And as part of that, if I crit... Okay, so if I get a critical success, I get a +1 to my attack against that creature, and I get to share that bonus with all of my allies, for as long as they make their attack before the start of my next turn.
Nice.
So anybody who zones in on that guy, he's like, look at him, he's weak, he's already falling apart. And
Kick his ass.
and now I'm going to do devise a stratagem, which is a bizarre and amazing ability. This is a roll. First I'm going to roll a d20. Okay. I rolled a natural 5. So that roll becomes my strike attack for the round if I want to use it. But now that I know I rolled a natural 5, I'm not going to strike him because it's just the timing is not right.
Cool.
So I will pivot my turn, basically.
It's the best ability at first level, I
It's
think, of any
amazing.
character.
Cool.
Because you're like,
Really, really
no,
cool.
now's not the good time to attack. And so you change your tactic.
Right. So now's not the good time to attack. And since that was my first action, I have... Let's see, I've got 2 actions left. I am going to first... I'm going to... against that guy, because I can smell his weakness. I can smell it, and I've given his this bonus to my allies. I'm going to speak to him in Infernal, and he's just going to say in Infernal. It's going to come out something like this: "My dear boy, you die here now, and fair Asmodeus, your soul be chained to the bottom of a pit for all eternity. Drop your weapons and join our side, and you may free yourself of these shackles." And I'm going to roll an Intimidate to try to demoralize him.
Okay? And what is the DC? His
Will
fortitude
DC,
or will
I believe.
DC? Okay, yeah.
And I rolled well. That's a 20.
Oh, yeah, that'll do it.
Nice.
All right.
That should do it.
Assuming he is demoralized, that's a penalty to his what?
I don't know. I'll look it up. And
Okay.
So
then,
I actually have it right here. It is a target becomes frightened 1.
Yeah, frightened.
All right,
Oh,
so
so he
That's
loses an
everything.
action.
Yeah, so you see this look in his eyes, like, I don't know.
I can
think we're
smell your
outmatched.
doubt, son. And then
If it's a critical success, they're frightened 2. If it was a crit. Okay.
It wasn't critical, but he is frightened 1. So
Okay,
I'll take
and then
a
I'll
penalty.
use-
I don't lose an action, Joe. I just take a -1 penalty to my.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. I'm thinking
Yeah.
of stunned.
Yeah.
All right. And then I will use my last action because I know my attack would suck. So I just waited it off, and I'll use my last action to I'll aid Eurist. I'll attempt to aid Eurist in an attack against that guy. I'm hoping. So we'll see how it plays out.
All right. Well, it is one of these hellbound. In fact, it's the one that you just attacked's turn, and he looks at the priest, and the priest is like, "What are you waiting for? Go!" He says in Infernal, and the guy's like, "Ah!" And he spends 2 actions to run up to the group and goes to try and stab Mara with a dagger.
Get out of
Oh,
here.
but he's frightened, so he's gonna take a -1 to the attack, and he rolled a natural 1.
Yes! Yes!
1 -1 is
We
0.
get like a
you
fan
bitch.
crit fail, right? Fan crit fail?
Yeah, we can do a fan crit fail. I mean, what better opportunity than this fight? This guy is frightened, and he didn't want to go, and he's just like, "Ah!" and fumbles.
Fan crit fail.
He should have listened to his heart.
Listen to your heart.
What was he? Oh my God, this is too appropriate for you, Tree. Was he swinging? He was swinging it.
He was stabbing with the dagger. Yeah.
All right, this one from David and Sarah in Boston, Massachusetts.
B-Town.
In
Two
B-Town.
people to write this fail.
Not a people person is the title. You react to your incredible ineptitude with profanity so shocking that even Sydney would be embarrassed. Your allies and even enemies look upon you with disdain. You are demoralized, frightened 1 for 1d4 rounds.
All right,
So even
we'll
more.
stack
So he's
it.
frightened 2.
Yeah, I mean, what is frightened for demoralized? I'm assuming it's frightened 1. It's just 1 round, but this will just keep it going for another 2
Another
rounds.
Nice.
Yeah, frightened, I believe it goes down at the end of every turn. Your frightened condition goes down 1. So let's say he's frightened 2. Now he's frightened 1 immediately because his turn is over.
Yeah, at the end of each of your turns, it decreases by 1. So he had to move twice and attack, and he's like, I'm no more frightened, but his attack was so poor. He's like, I'm frightened again. And he's frightened now for 2 rounds.
Right, because frightened can specify if it's a number of rounds, it does not go down after your turn.
Yeah.
If it specifies.
All right, great. So that is his turn, and now it is Eurus' turn. And Eurus, you are being aided by Dr. Pierce. Dr. Pierce, do you enact that now or during his attack?
Eurus?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a reaction. The moment he's going to attack, I'm going to do it. So I don't know what Eurus is going to do. We'll see.
Yeah, Eurus is going to stride forward towards the attacker, this frightened, dagger-wielding devil worshiper. He's going to go into a satanic panic.
What?
And
Yes. All right, now I will attempt to aid you. Okay, so I'll use my knowledge of his. Oh, by the way, you get a +1 already from my no weakness, my natural 1 on that, or my crit on that recall knowledge.
Oh, great.
And now this would be an additional 1 if I can actually aid you. And I'm going to aid you with society and just point, and just point out a weakness in his armor from the way that they this particular gang does it. That is just a fail. So you do not get it. Missed it by 2 points.
Okay. So Eurus, Attorney at Law Esquire, is going to make a power attack against this guy.
Oh, no.
on, Eurus!
Oh,
This
dear.
is so awesome.
Swings down with his mighty bastard sword. That is a 16 to hit.
That is a hit.
Yes!
Yes.
Let's go.
Yes. Okay. Okay. That is 14 points of damage.
Yes. Nice.
You immediately murder him. Like, dead in one swing.
Dude, nice. Eurus.
Nice.
God. Do you have any actions left, or was power attack
That
2
was it.
actions?
Power attack is 2 actions.
Oh,
Power attack is 2
Oh my
actions.
God.
This
indeed.
poor guy. I mean, you demoralized him from a distance, speaking his language, and then they forced him to rush in. He fumbles.
I mean,
becomes frightened again. And
Don't
is killed.
choose evil. You know what I'm saying? There are consequences to your actions.
I
This is a
guess
lesson.
so.
Did he just get bullied to death?
He did.
Let that be a lesson to everyone watching.
Go to hell, nerd.
All
He
right.
literally died of embarrassment from being such a fucking loser.
The other one that's behind the priest of Asmodeus is like, "What are you waiting for? Get out there! Avenge his death!" And he does a double move up to Eurus and tries to stab at Eurus and misses with a natural 3.
Yes.
It does.
Just
Yes.
a brutal round for these
Sucks to suck.
nincompoops. And it's still Charlotte Ann's turn in round 1. What do you got?
Okay. All right. Charlotte Ann, having just graduated from high school, has the innate ability to smell who's the queen bee, right? Like who's a minion and who's the brains of the operation. And so even though she is in range of this little goat guy, she is going to move. She's gonna move 10 feet north
Okay.
to be able to get in range of the priest, because she sniffs that the priest is the one in charge, and you got to take out the spellcaster,
You got it.
right?
Smart.
Hell yeah.
So she moves for 1 action, and then she's gonna use her next 2 actions to cast Phase Bolt.
That sounds so cool.
Yeah.
It is really cool. So I'm not saying that he does, but if he has any circumstance bonuses to his AC, those are reduced by 2
That's so cool.
Oh, okay.
for now.
All right.
And that is a 14. Is a 14 hit?
14 does not hit.
Boof. Okay.
Snarf, y'all.
All right. Charlotte Ann goes, "Wah!" and the bolt goes, "Meow." And she goes, "Ow, snarf." Okay.
That would have been great. A great moment there for Charlotte Ann.
It
but
would have.
unfortunately,
Charlotte
this
Ann's
guy's-
had a lot of great moments, but she's
She has.
It's waning.
this guy's a little beefier, and so that's going to be a tougher hit as we move into round 2. Mara, you are quick, and you are up. There is a body bleeding out on the ground in front of you.
Yeah, too bad, so sad.
You should see that.
You can't split. Can you split your movement? Or you have to do it as the whole action. I've learned this. I know you have to do it as the whole
You
action.
can move for one action, do one action, and then move again.
Right, but if I need 2 moves to get an extra 5 feet to get close enough.
Yeah, it uses the second
it.
move. It is
That's
so
my
painful.
whole-
It's
Then
so
you
painful.
use your second action.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's what these guys have been doing. They had to move twice, and that's why they only have 1 attack when they get to you.
I'm scared, but I feel like... Oh, I don't know. Okay, team, meta, above tabletop here
Let's
for a
go.
second. Is it a stupid idea to run up to this priest and try and strike them? And because I can't move away, I'm just right there now.
I'll tell you this. That's what heroes do.
I mean, closing with a spellcaster.
Closing with a
is
spellcaster, I
usually
feel like,
not
is a
bad
good idea.
Yeah,
What is he gonna do?
Yeah, what's he gonna do?
Slappy
Fight
fight
you?
with you?
Yeah, exactly.
Also, worst case scenario, you die an incredible hero's
You
death.
know what?
It's a one-shot.
That's
You're
true.
You're almost certainly way tougher than he is.
And that's
Yeah.
the
Right?
worst case scenario.
So,
Yeah, you're gonna get
with
an
all of this
amazing
in
funeral
mind,
out of this.
with her claws up her tiger stance, Maher's gonna look at her new friends, kind of flick her tail, wink, and then stride twice right up to the priest, where she will then, using her unarmed tiger claw strike, because she's in her tiger stance, unleash a flurry of blows. So this means that her tiger claws they do extra damage. So if this hits, we'll talk about what it does if it hits. How about I just roll it?
And did you have to
first?
move twice to get to him?
I did, yes.
Okay, but Flurry of Blows is only 1 action,
It's just
even
one
though it's 2
action.
attacks. That's
It is,
perfect.
yes,
So that
it's
works
just
out
one
great.
action.
You do take the map, though, obviously, for that second hit, but let's see what happens.
The first one misses.
Nobody asked by how much.
I
Don't
should
ask.
ask.
Don't.
Not important.
The second one will also miss because it's what, -5 on the second one?
Probably
-4,
4
-5?
for you.
Probably 4, yeah,
Probably
bad
4
Minus
for you.
4 on the second one. Yeah,
Ooh,
I
yeah.
rolled like 8 for both of them. So I run up, but because again, like I've been in my human form for a while, so I'm just not used to the balance of my tail. I need to center myself for a second. And I go to like with my claws and I just whiff it because my head's not in the game. I was showing off for my new best friend.
One day,
That's-
you're going to get a natural 20, and it is going to be incredible. I can't wait.
Sometimes I do roll natural 20s sometimes.
I can't wait to see
I
it.
didn't crit fail on any of these. I got like 8s for both of them. So.
Well, let's see if you roll one now, because you come up there and you
Oh,
whiff.
no.
Luckily, you don't critically fail, but this priest of Asmodeus looks at you, and he doesn't even flinch when you have these 2 fists that miss, and he just says, "My dear, why would you try and hurt your Uncle Jeb?"
No.
What? Give me a will save.
Uncle
Excuse me?
Jeb?
Who's that?
I don't like that name.
I don't like that
It
name.
makes me uncomfortable.
Give me the old
Did he
will
run for
save.
governor of Florida?
It's not a natural 20, but it is a 22 total.
You get a dirty 22. All right, I think that you are okay. I just want to make sure what type of success this is.
But it's a success.
I'm sure it's not a crit.
Oh, there it is.
Can't be a
It's not a
crit.
crit success.
Yeah.
All right.
It's just a regular success. Okay, so she feels this like thing happen in her brain, and she's like, no, I'm centered, and you can't affect me. And she doubles down on her tiger
Nice.
stance.
Yeah, whatever.
You're not my real uncle.
You're not my real uncle.
real uncle. Whatever. All you know is like whatever he was trying to do to you was harmless. That's all you know in your head.
Right.
But like something is weird here. Uncle Jeb,
Something's-
gross.
No,
that
that
was-
was yucky. Yeah, exactly.
That was 2 actions, and when he sees that you are unaffected by it, he's like, die, and he just fucking swings his mace at you. And it is a 20 to hit.
That hits, yeah.
Oh no.
So he cracks you over the head with his mace for max damage, 7 points of bludgeoning damage. He just
That's okay, you're
buries
tough.
his mace right in that area between your upper shoulder and your neck. Crunch!
It hurts. That
With
hurts.
the mace. And now it is Dr. Pierce's turn. Dr. Pierce, you see Mara, the Kitsune, did you know? Slide up there boldly, and things didn't go well, and she just took a mace to the head. What do you do?
Oh yeah, this is bad. But I think he's gonna assume Urist has this other situation under control, and he will move in a position beyond Charlotte Ann to where he feels like he has a shot at the priest without the benefit, where he cannot use Mara as a benefit of soft cover. So do you think I'm good there?
Yep.
He will do the thingamajig. You know, the John.
Paizo John.
Which John?
He's going to devise a stratagem, and he's going to do no weakness as a part of it. This is the knowledge check on the priest now. He wants to get a sense of maybe this guy's abilities, if I can see by his accoutrement, if I can know anything about him. Oh my god, natty. 18
Yeah.
for a 25
Yeah.
knowledge or society check.
All right, society check on this guy. All right, so he seems to be casting divine spells, but you don't see any particular weakness about him. He is just a real living man that has
Like
given
that.
himself to the
He's gonna
devil.
have to- all right, and then I'm going to devise a stratagem, which is a pre-rolling my strike to see if it's worth it. It is worth it. And so he's going to take the shot. So he pulls out a bow. He can see the weak spot, and he fires. I'm being overconfident, but I think I'm good. That is a 21.
Yes.
That is a hit.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why they
So-
call him Dr. Pierce.
That's why they
Dr.
call it
Pierce.
Dr. Pierce.
Why do they call him Dr. Slash? Dr. Blood.
And
For flavor, if you don't mind, Joe,
Please,
as the
flavor.
arrow goes, Mara can like sense it behind her, and she just out of the way as the arrow goes right by her, she can feel the air move as the arrow by her and into.
Oh, just like in Brave.
Yeah, exactly.
and he does 6 points of damage with an arrow.
Wow.
Nice.
And it hits the soft spot right where he meant to hit.
It is Eurus' turn. Eurus, you mowed this poor guy down.
Before you go, Eurus, I just want to once again shout out Syrinscape. Thank you for the music. By the way, I chose this. This is the Hell's Rebels soundtrack from Syrinscape.
We hear this
So-
one all the time.
I know.
Appropriate.
Themed music for this infernal encounter. By all means, Eurus, do your thing.
That's awesome. Okay, so I'm standing and banging with this lone remaining goon. He is going to do another power attack. He's going to downward cut on his head. Oh my goodness, that is a natural 19. 27 to hit with the
Yes,
power
come on.
attack.
That is a
Crit.
critical.
All right,
That is definitely a
That is
critical.
a critical. We don't need the. That's going to be just straight up double damage on a power attack.
Yes.
Just for our audience's sake, could you please tell me the amount of damage?
Okay, that is 32 points of damage.
This unassuming, racist, elderly dwarf, within the span of 12 seconds, like just caves the head in of two hellbound robbers. This guy is immediately dead.
Kid, come help me, please.
Yeah, please go help Mara.
I'm a fighter and I'm
yes,
still
yes.
dying and everything.
Okay, it's just
So
like,
one
it's
action
like,
left.
no, Mara! All right, so he's going to, with his little, like, short dwarven legs, he's going to pump up ahead. He can't get all the way there. Yeah, he's going to get as far as he can with his 20 feet of movement. He's going to be 10 feet behind her as she fights this priest.
Amazing.
I just gotta say, I mean, you absolutely crushed it tonight. When I think back on when we met Eurus in the court hall or whatever, and he was just like, no, I just don't like any elves before I meet them. And Maher's like, that's prejudice. He's like, that's prejudice? I mean, that is talking to my elderly family to a T. It's amazing.
Yes,
I mean, exactly to a T.
Yes.
Yeah. Did you just make that up? Like, how is that?
This is drawing from a lot of family experience.
Yeah, there's a lot of personal experience.
Your family and mine have some similarities. So
Yeah, some Irish Catholic similarities.
Yeah.
Uncle Jeb's cronies are dead. Uncle Jeb stands alone, and it is Charlotte Ann's turn to end the round.
Okay,
Come on, Charlotte Ann.
babes.
You got this.
All right. So all of my spells are 2 actions.
Choose wisely.
But perhaps. Interesting. I shouldn't do this, but I'm going to, because she's a teenager. And it sounds fun. I'm gonna move.
Do it.
Well, actually, let's. How far can I move? And what is my
You can get in melee with him. Your speed's
25?
probably 25.
Yeah, buddy. So I can't flank him. That'd be cool. That'd be very cool if I could. But I cannot flank him. But I can get here. Yeah. I'm gonna move there. Maybe somebody else can flank him someday. She's gonna move up. She says, as she's running, she's going, "Who the fuck is Jeb?"
I've like never heard of him.
I don't know who Jeb is. He sounds ugly. And she's gonna cast.
Who the fuck is Jab?
Who do you even know here? And she's gonna cast Gouging Claw.
Get it.
Good. Oh, God.
Gouging Claw. 16.
16 is a hit.
Yes.
Gouge that
Yes.
I'm gonna
Come on.
gouge that claw. Great. So I deal my choice of slashing or piercing damage. And because I love my good friend Dr. Pierce, it's gonna be piercing damage.
Right.
Nice.
And
nice.
It's an homage.
that is 10. That is 10 damage. So she's
Wow.
gonna go fling, and she's got these claws now. And since it's piercing, she's just gonna go ha, and just sink them into like his shoulders.
Yeah.
10 points of damage. You sink
Yes.
into Uncle Jeb's shoulders.
That's right.
And you hit an artery, and he bleeds out and
Yes. Well done. I'm like, that was like my move, Charlotte Ann, but also
Babe,
thank
okay,
you for
yeah.
saving me.
She's gonna go, babe, I was inspired by you. Okay?
You didn't?
I never would have even.
Girl.
I'm trying to be you. Like,
Girl,
mother.
you did it
like,
so
get it.
well. Like, so well. Like,
I
that
wish
was
I could
so
Tiger Claw.
amazing. Thank you for not letting me die.
as
Would never.
Uncle Jeb falls, the last of these mercenaries, and you heard him say, like, where are they? They were supposed to be here. You hear a sound coming from like an alleyway up ahead, and it sounds like a bunch of people are running in your direction. And you look and you see 2 more of these like infernal looking creatures like running right at you. But behind them, you see 2 more people, and you look and they're like running not at you, they're running in fear, and standing right behind them is Captain Brackett. And
That's
Captain
right.
Brackett grabs them and with all of his strength throws them from behind, and you just see this like 10-foot sword impale both of them, and it's fucking Valor holding them up on a skewer.
Holy shit.
Oh, Valor.
This
Wow.
automaton working.
Shaka gunka goo. He really is a hero.
And he just like slings his sword, and both of the bodies go flying against a wall.
Look, like, we can be friends. Like, what if we work together? You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Like, we don't have to be against each other, Valor.
Well, they come running up to you, along with Captain Brackett, and Valor says, "Are you all right? Who are these people?"
They are servants of the... I forget forget Asmodeus'
This is
nickname.
Uncle Jeb?
Well, he
He said he was my
Nick.
uncle.
He invoked the name Uncle Jeb. It was rather disturbing, but they are indeed servants of Asmodeus. They spoke in infernal to each other, the cultists. There may be more in the town.
Old Black Tom himself, Nick of the Forest.
Nick of the
can't be my
Forest, as they
uncle.
call Asmodeus.
Uncle
He said he was
Jeb?
my uncle, but he can't be my uncle because my uncle's dead. My mom killed him
What else do you know of them? What
and then ate him.
Who are they working for?
The Talon guys, the claw.
Devil's Claw.
Devil's Claw?
Devil's
The
Claw.
Devil's Claw.
The Devil's Claw.
Also, look, in
When you say Devil's Claw, Pika, who has come sort of floated back down, goes, Claw.
Good callback.
I thought of it. The Prince of Hell. That's it. Sorry, just needed to get the Prince of. They are servants of the Prince of Hell.
Sheliax.
Prince of Lies.
The Prince of
I-
Lies, indeed.
I said this
Mara?
to you at the beginning that they were somehow involved in this. Yes, Mara.
look, so I think there. Oh my gosh, I just started to go southern. I think there was a like.
Who are you, fox woman?
I'm Mara.
Some sort of southern
I will
kitsune?
use
You southern
an
fox?
action. I will change form and go back into my human form in front of all of them. Like, it's totally me, Mara. There was some sabotage here, and there's evidence. So somebody's sword martial weapon matches the grooves on this bit of a construct who was attacking everyone, trying to make, I think, the Pathfinder Society look bad. And they might also, whoever is responsible for this, might be responsible for all of this. And she gestures to all of the dead bodies. She'll just hand it over if you want to inspect this and see what you find.
All right. That is a lot of information. We saw these mercenaries, and the society has quelled them along with Valor's help. There is much that we need to suss out here. Did you find anything on any of the bodies?
We haven't had a chance to search them yet. I was just about to dig in myself.
Oh, well, earlier.
Mara found something.
Yeah, like I have this drawing, and she'll
that
show
was on the body, that's
the one.
right.
I found this. Like this was on. I go southern, and then if I say the word "like," it helps me. I found this on a body inside
Let me see.
the vault. Hand over the drawing of the Ark of the Covenant.
The ornate chest and Brackett opens it and looks at it.
I don't know what it is though.
Yes. This is quite strange. Perhaps these mercenaries were after something, but I do not know what this chest is, and he hands the sheet back to you.
Okay. I'll just keep it.
Yes.
Put
And
it away.
which one was Uncle Jeb?
Who? Sorry, was this Brackett who's looking
Yeah,
at the
Brackett.
thing? Does he really not know?
Roll a sense motive.
I would love to give you discern secrets for that. Do you think Charlotte Ann would be able to tell that you were suspicious and go,
We're best friends, so probably.
best.
we are best friends, +1,
Finish each other's sentences.
+1.
We do. Sorry, perception with this.
Yeah. Against his.
So that's a 12 total.
Dr. Pierce rolled a 25.
Much
So,
better.
while Mara
Without
is,
discern secrets.
while Mara is unsure, Pierce feels as if Venture Captain Brackett is holding back some information, but he is your superior after all. Let's search the body of this Uncle Jeb. And so you do so, and in addition to his mace, you find a letter.
Oh, always a good thing.
What does that say? And I direct you back to VTT for a very interesting letter.
Holy shit.
Who would like to read it?
Uncle Jeb, it's been good. It is good to be working with the Devil's Claws again. By serving me in this task, you further the goals of Cheliax. You are to infiltrate the Pathfinder Lodge in Almus. Once inside, make your way down to the vaults below. Take anything that looks valuable or interesting. Once the alarm has been triggered, you will need to make your way out to the service entrance as you were shown in the planning session. Make haste, and you will find reinforcements who will aid in your escape. I trust you will find the payment from our mutual benefactor agreeable. I'm sending you with a gift. Should you need to avoid some pursuers, we'd like you to return it to the society.
How dare they?
It used to belong to an old, quote, friend, unquote. Signed, A. Thrune. Thrune, BT Dubs, is the ruling family of Cheliax.
Yeah, man.
The noble ruling family of Cheliax. House
His name
Thrune.
was Uncle Jeb. That's weird.
That's crazy. That wasn't like a code name or anything. That was like his real
that's
name.
Like his real name.
Did
He
he
really was a
refer to
loser.
himself in the third person as he cast a spell?
Lame.
He was a
I was
creeper.
casting charm on her, and so it's like, you wouldn't hurt your Uncle Jeb.
Oh, God, he's such a creepy uncle.
If
What
she
a-
had been
what a
charmed,
creep.
like maybe she wouldn't have attacked you, but he would be like, go fetch my bathrobe and slippers. And she'd just be out of the fight. Anyways, Bracket hears the name Thrune, and Valor, although emotionless, stiffens as well. So
Sending
four.
you with a gift. What would that gift be?
I know not. And you search the rest of his body. It's like texts of Asmodeus, holy symbol, but you don't see anything else.
I think I wonder if the gift is the thing that you threw back at them.
Oh.
If you
That-
need to
that
avoid some
metronome
pursuers, return it to the society. Like maybe that was the thing they threw at us.
That metronome?
Yeah,
The
Yeah.
yeah,
Perhaps.
maybe.
Or was that
I don't
something
know,
they stole from the vaults? Or as everything starts to kind of get confusing in your head because you, Dr. Pierce, heard them say, like, something's wrong. Where's our people? So you just don't really know what's going on. But you see Bracket and Valor share a glance. And from there we fade out. And we fade back up outside of the room in the Golden Cathedral. And the ruling bodies are not there. The three members of the People's Council, however, as you're standing there with Bracket, still awaiting the decision, you see Valor approach. No longer blood all over their steel-framed body from the dozens of mercenaries they mowed down to help out the Pathfinder Society. And they come up to you and say, may I have a moment of everyone's time?
Of course, Valor.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
have just been informed.
I mean, I'm busy, but like, it's fine.
I can come back.
No.
No, go ahead.
No, no,
sorry,
no.
sorry.
All right.
No,
I
no, no,
have
no.
trouble discerning social cues, for I am but an automaton.
That's my bad. No, please. I'm actually really interested in what you have to say.
Well, I
Yeah.
just wanted to tell you personally that the council has given you a unanimous verdict. And I wanted to say that I admire your achievement and will respect the wishes of the council. In fact, after today, you have shown me that even I may have some assumptions about the Pathfinders that were outdated and wrong, not unlike your racist friend here.
Yeah, it's so true. And it's so impressive that you're willing to like learn and grow. You know? So
Yes.
that's what's important.
Yes.
Right. It's unlike most robots.
Valor,
don't
you are
like that term.
Valor, you are a good man. And I know you will find love.
That is very kind of you to say, Dr. Piss. However,
It was Pierce. I'm sorry, continue.
the verdict aside, this new threat rising from Cheliax warrants caution and patience. I believe that the cathedral is in good hands for the time being, and I will request that the Iomedean Council put our proceedings on hold until further notice. Clearly, someone is coordinating with Cheliax to strike against us, and a direct attack on the Society's lodge here in Andoran is an attack on Andoran itself.
Valor?
Yes.
I'm so sorry to interrupt. I
No,
truly mean it when I say I'm hanging on your every word. I think I know who has been behind this.
Please.
The Chelaxian.
Tell me all that you know, young, hopefully single lady.
So, like, this is kind of a vibes thing, but trust me when I say my vibes are usually pretty great. Tritus, bad vibes. Really bad vibes. Sneaky, backhanded, tricksy little hobbits' vibes.
Wow.
Don't like it.
I have always gotten a good impression from him, even though I surely knew he had a bias towards your society, but I will kill him.
Thank
You
you.
don't go
Great.
that far.
That's all we wanted.
He'll be
Charlotte
dead
Ann says,
by
no, you
morning.
can go that far. Charlotte Ann is very confident.
We will work together. The Church of Iomade here and the Pathfinder Society. It is the only way we can stop this Cheliax threat and Tritus. We will kill him together. But
Okay.
You four have demonstrated that you have good heads upon your shoulders and good hearts. I, as an automaton, will never know the feeling of a heart. Yet I do feel as if I understand for the first time the human emotion of jealousy. Perhaps we are not so unlike each other, after all. And everyone, including Valor, laughs, and we freeze like at the end of a Japanese cartoon. Let's do it.
Everybody freeze.
And that's the end of the scenario.
Dude, that was awesome.
Oh my god!
Can't believe that shit gets low ratings. These nerds don't know what's
Roller
good.
coaster.
Oh, that's always a mark of a good scenario. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's because not everyone can get past the opening courtroom drama, I think.
Yeah.
That was a
To where
really
it
good
gets really
episode of
interesting.
like Law and Order.
Yeah,
That was like a
yeah.
season
Lead
finale
in.
episode of Law and Order.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I'll just say real quick for Paula, Mary Lou, I'm sure you haven't played much Pathfinder Society, but like when I haven't played much this season at all, but like when you play that, what it is like there is actually a larger plot. And there would
that's
be
a setup to get
and there
you
would be
into the
another
other
scenario
session.
that has to do with like Cheliax, and then another one, and then all of a sudden it'll build to a war, and then there's like shit. It's really cool, and they do this every season. There's major plots that get drawn out across the multiple nations. It's really neat.
fantastic. If you're just
love
looking for
it.
like one-offs, obviously this is like a 4.5 hour hang, but like if you're playing at home, that's what a session
Yeah.
should be.
That's normal.
But like
Yeah.
Yeah.
there's a whole session where like the girl is murdered on the steps and a ghost that's a whole scenario that happens
That's
right
so
before
cool.
this one, so you can play that as well. But this was an absolute blast. I'm so glad we did this.
Me too.
so
I had
fun.
so much fun. Thank you guys for doing this.
God,
Hey,
that was fun.
where's Little Skid? I thought we'd see Little Skid.
There's
Man,
little
it's so
Skid.
busy.
You
Dude, I was like,
promised.
Hey guys, I thought you did a great job tonight. I was just wrapped. Half the tension. I didn't want to interrupt. All right, Little Skid, I'm out.
Skid, you know?
I want to say
Knows
thank
not to
you.
overstay his welcome.
I want to say thank you to our friends of the pod, which is obviously Paizo. We can't speak highly enough of the Pathfinder system, and if this doesn't convince you, then keep listening, because we put out hundreds and hundreds of hours of Pathfinder 1E and 2E content. And I especially want to say thank you to Paula Deming and Mary Lou before I lose my voice. Thank you. You guys are the absolute best. And listen to Blood of the
so
Wild.
fun.
This is the cast, but instead of me, it's Jared GMing, and it's fantastic. People are
So
obsessed.
It's super fun.
Very,
Yeah.
very, very fun.
You can get the
Very
first-
different, but very fun.
Yeah, the vibe is super different from this, but it's such a blast.
I can't wait to play again. We're playing on Monday. Like
We're playing again Monday. Can't wait.
Every time we record, I'm like, Can we play another session though? Like, we have to stop now?
I know, it's so much fun. I look forward to it every week.
That's what, do one more right now?
Yeah, seriously. And a big thank you to Corgian, who produced this episode.
Thank you.
Who
Yes,
did
yes.
everything behind the scenes, which is so much work, and it's so late at night. Thank you so much, Corgian. We really appreciate it. It allows me to just play, which is such a gift. So thank you.
Yeah. Thank you to everybody, and thank you for everybody that hung out the whole night, and everybody that's watching this on VOD or listening to the pod and watching the video afterwards. We are the Glass Cannon Network. Check us out at glasscannonnetwork.com or
See you
listen
tomorrow
to
at 2 o'clock Eastern time for Blade Runner as well.
Blade Runner. The skid's running. Good night,
In
everybody.
13 hours.
Thank you for watching.